Let's see. Let's see if I am live. This is quite the evil conundrum that we are facing. Oh, I'm gonna hear my beautiful voice. Fuck. Anyways, oh no, I was quick enough. All right, guys, what's up? It's been so long since I've streamed. Ah, what's up, wonderful fellas? So yeah, got a lot of Doodletone stuff to get through. Yikes. What's up, Nah? What's up? Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we got to get through some stuff. You see, it's 7 hours of fucking content. So this is most likely going to be a two-parter. All right, I want to at least get through Doodle's video first. Hi. Oh, what's up, Gokado? Can you end the stream already? Bro, you're cringe. You're the cringe. That's my favorite black fella. Okay, buddy. Okay, let's not be evil now. Okay, let's not be evil. But yeah, what's up? What's up, J7? So yeah, you know, it's got some great stuff to go over. We're gonna be going over something that we kind of have to go over to establish for some context later, because, God, if you guys did not know really that much about the Cloud Palace, we're gonna get into some of it, because the focus is gonna be Cloak and Dagger. Essentially, I'll be going over Doodle's video, so you guys get to hear that lovely, you know, voice filter for about an hour and a half, and you know, we get to go over something that was platformed on Lio's channel and hear even more of that lovely voice filter. You know, I know you guys love that filter. I know you guys love it a lot. But yeah, I mean, you see, it'll be insane. It'll be insane. But we kind of need this context because I still need to go over all this before I even touch the 5-hour video Lio uploaded of the confrontation calls he had. And if we know about the Cloud Palace now, it'll give us future context for things that come out. And I've already been sent some stuff, so it's going to be interesting. This is establishing context, okay? This is establishing context. Oh, Lord, Cloak and Dagger, we're going to be here for years. No, you see, I'm going to speedrun it. You see, I'm going to put it at 2 times speed and turbo react. You see, we are just locking in today, okay? We will have no distractions, okay? We will get through this. No distractions, no derails. All right, we got this. We got this. Fucking hell, I'm so cooked. But yeah. But yeah, we're gonna go into our favorite individual Doodletones. But yeah, okay. Anyways, without further ado, let's get ourselves started a little bit, okay? I forgot that I have to watch this on an archive channel because Doodletones accidentally deleted their channel. Fuck. Dude, this is so evil. You're doing Cloak and Dagger, I pray for your sanity, man. You see, I'm a man that likes context, okay? I'm the man of the context. And we're gonna have fun, okay? We're gonna have fun. Marvel characters? Okay, nice one, buddy. But yeah, here we go. Actually, wait. They're also like Artcom. We should put their voice to make it a little bit quicker. We'll put that 1.25 speed. We got this. Here we go.
Trigger warning for mentions of suicide, grooming, and rape. I wasn't planning on making this a video. I frankly really don't want to make this a video. I'd rather this not go public, as I genuinely didn't expect the situation surrounding this to be as big as it was. And usually, I don't like airing out the SCC's dirty laundry like this. We usually deal with our own fairly quietly, and it doesn't become an everyone thing. But alas,
not true.
Everyone in the SCC vaguely knows of the situation, but it seems people are very curious as to the exact details of what happened, because we did lose a bunch of members kind of all at once.
Yeah?
So against my better judgment, let me do the Lio convoy thing and kind of break it down for you. My
The
stress
Lio
levels are
convoy
so high,
thing?
it's agitating my gallstones. I'm not doing okay. Anyway, if you've been around these parts for any amount of time, I probably don't need to explain to you who V Omega is. However, if you're part of my audience who's arrived late to the party and is not in the SCC or has maybe not heard the tales, the long and short of it was that V was a particularly abusive individual who was outed in 2020 for grooming some members of the SEC, particularly
Yikes.
minors, and even going as far as to non-consensually interact with one ex-member in a way that was frankly inappropriate. I don't think I need to explain what that entails. I think we all kind of get the insinuation here. During the initial allegations coming out, one member of the Cloud Palace by the name of Vigil79 was initially in defense of V, and while it's easy to look at this in retrospect and say that he was being a fucking idiot,
Yeah?
I could understand the want to approach a situation about serious allegations like this with a level of caution. So, at the time, most of us in the group just kind of let him do his thing and continue being friends with him. At least initially.
Dude,
What
this is
most of us in
evil.
the Cloud Palace remember
Let's see. No, I 100% get you there. Ever since I was informed by that friend in Mav, I've always made sure to keep an eye on him when he talked. I wanted to believe that he had cut off 7 in that time, since nobody had mentioned since, but I always sort of suspected that he hadn't. And they respond to a person saying, like, I hate to be that person, but I always got off vibes about how he talked about. Yikes. Yikes.
We're being told was that Vigil did eventually cut V off after some time, so it wasn't too much at the forefront of our concerns. Fast forward to July 30th, 2023, and the next Cloud Palace member by the name of Buggy Boy reached out to another SCC member by the name of Pink Robot with concerns that Vigil not only was still friends with V, but that apparently he might have been coercing minors specifically to stay quiet about it all. Pink relayed those concerns to me. I played messenger between Pink, Buggy, and Vigil myself, until Pink brought up a pretty cogent point. Why would you keep someone who openly associates with a known groomer?
All right, yeah, let's read these. Let's read these. This is evil. Evil stuff happening all up the quality just for you guys. You guys love it. All right, here we go. Who's V? Fuck, dude. Even the highest quality of screenshot stuff. Light mode's killing my eyes. Affirmative. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I didn't want him to have to choose between his friends. None of us really did, considering we had to deal with Ray in the fuck in the past doing everything with others in the community. Why? I'm just rather confused as know why you would keep someone who openly associates with a known grouper in your known groomer in your group. That was a good question. I confronted Vigil to see if they're still friends. And God, dude, this is so autistic. Let me try to see if full screening is right. Still friends with V after all that time. Fuck off, dude. Fuck me. Okay. Evil W streamer moment. Okay.
Pretty cogent point. Why would you keep?
Yeah, but Vigil understood that this could be a danger and, well, left the group. Fucking hell. Evil.
Someone who openly associates with a known groomer in your group. Well, when you word it like that, yeah. Why would I? But then recalling the talks of Vigil cutting V off, I had to make sure of something. So I asked Vigil if he was still in contact with V.
Yeah? Fuck me. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna watch it like this, okay? We are gonna watch it like this. No, we're actually gonna full screen. You guys are gonna love this. Okay. This is how we're gonna do this. Fuck me. Actually, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. I don't calls would be distracting. We're locking in. Okay? We are locking in. We are really wrong one. We are locking in fully. Okay? This is how we'll do it. I see that this got me curious, and maybe I'm stepping out of line asking this, but why did Pink approach you about it and not me? Again, I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn, but it just seems odd. I don't know, maybe the person who went to her to come to me. I don't even know who it was went to her, though I have my suspicions. Actually, are you still in contact with me? This is from me specifically because I want to make sure of something. Okay, so I understand that you want to know this, but I may be so bold. Why do you want to know this now? Because Pink asked a very cogent question, and I want to clarify whether or not you even are. They're sweeping. They're running, dude. They're fucking running. Your stream was lagging? No. Anyways.
Even now. Vigil insinuated that yes.
Okay. So I understand that you want to know this, but I may be so bold. Why? Okay, yeah. We read it. Then what is the question? Like I read that and thought, well, what you worded like when you word it like that. I mean, if Pink puts it like that, I should leave TCP and the SCC in general. I mean, I had thought you already left commentaries to begin with. I did, but still consider you guys friends and wanted to keep connections because you guys have helped me through a lot. That's why I stuck around and even hung out in a lot in VCs. That's interesting. They say you guys. Was Doodletones a friend of V? Fuck me. This is evil stuff. God, evil shit.
He was, and when further questioned about it, he left at the Cloud Palace and pretty much the rest of the SCC, so, you know, he's chosen the known groomer over the rest of us.
Was my stream having a issue, bro? What the fuck? Lol? Man, you know what? You know what? Maybe this is what it's meant to be. Maybe Cloud Palace was, Cloud Dagger. It's just not the way to go. Maybe this just sucks. But anyways, we'll keep it going.
Epic. I relayed what information I could to the rest of the palace, and that's when we learned that some people knew about this. And
Oh no. We gotta see that
I could to
screenshot
the
though.
rest of the
Everyone, Vigel's left the group. If you want to know why, it seems when someone brings up concern over him being friends with V, he'd pick V over the rest of us.
palace, and that's when we learned that.
Oh, hey, look, it's Chase. It's our buddy. No shit, we had a problem with you still being friends with a groomer slash possibly rapist. Like, what the fuck, you cunt? I'm so mad. I'm so fucking angry. Like, like, I'm not surprised in the slightest, but I'm still so fucking disappointed. You are. But you were friends too, Susie. The fuck? See, I still knew. I was told that he doesn't want to intervene about things at all. Why the fuck? Why the fuck would he lie to me? Like, I hate to be that person, but I always got off vibes about how he talked about Johnny even after everything came to light. Of all people, I gave him the fucking benefit of the doubt. I regret him being given him the benefit of the doubt. Dude, this is such weird behavior. Like, like, you guys, I don't know. It's like Doodletones just kind of like sidestep away, despite also being friends with V at this moment, being like, "Isn't it crazy how," points at them, "how they were all friends with V? This is crazy." Yeah, just like slightly sidesteps away. Dude, this is, why would they be friends with a guy like that? That's fucked up, man. Anyways,
That some people knew about this and said nothing. These members were Dulcimic, or Bummer Patrol, Blazing Hope, or Tippy, Nav Station, or
oh, you gotta pull me over too. Fair, but for now, don't worry about it. Oh, I'm not. I'm just don't want to skirt responsibility. Actually, this is important. I was told by one of V's victims no too. Well, okay. More so, my BF was told by one of V's victims and former friends, and he told me and Bolt to not bring it up for their sake. I could show this once I'm home.
Pink
You
Rose
see, I
Night.
don't even know some of these people, but this is just so rough because, like, did Doodletones get, like, enough flames for it? Like, I'm just kind of curious, like, God. Jace makes a post about how no one person in the wrong for not no one person is in the wrong for any of this. Later the day this was announced. Lol, this is awesome. Cloak and Dagger barely has a fan base. Watch Daredevil. Well, yikes. Okay, enough of the Marvel references. Fuck off.
And Neko Shadows. There was a discussion
No. Let me pause.
the
Okay.
Nav Station, or Pink Rose Night, and Neko.
Hey Susie, I just need to let you know this now. I was aware that that Vigil was still in contact with V. I wasn't aware of the extent of it at all. I assumed he just wanted to help him become a better person. I'm aware of how irresponsible this is for me. Regardless, do whatever you wish with me for me to be accountable. Okay, dude. So we are about to have another situation of accountability. Like, okay, guilt by association by association. This is really, I mean, I guess you could argue that they should have done something, but fuck me, man. Like, these people were like coming out being like, yeah, you should do something to me because I was friends with someone who was friends with someone horrible. And it's like, dude, fuck my life, man. I feel like most of the focus was at least put on Vigil, right? Like, there's no way these people had more attention blown onto them than rather than Vigil, who was actually directly in contact with the child groomer, right? Like, I can get, like, people being upset with these guys doing nothing about it, sure. I mean, you can make that argument, that's fair. But, like, if they got, like, more attention, like, on them, rather than the person who was actually in direct contact with a child groomer, then that's fucking crazy. Like, that's actually ridiculous. Am I late to the party? No, we're just going over some beautiful content. We've only went through 3 minutes of Cloak and Dagger stuff. It did? Really? Why? That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Why would that be the focus? You guys knew someone who was in contact with this guy. Like, that's why you guys deserve more backlash than them. Like, what? They were thrown under the butt, dead. Doodles also says no one needs to get kicked and that no one else needs to leave at like 11:20 the same day too. It's really? Well, I think they were starting to feel a little guilty themselves. Dude, fuck my life. Dude, it's just ridiculous. Like, fuck me. And I can't get over the fucking light mode of Discord either. That's just gonna hurt my eyes. But dude, I felt so dumb when Beckett and Kristen Art checked this out. at the time when I was so focused on the targets and went over my head. No, it's just crazy. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, I don't have as much, like, insight. Like, I know, like, you might have, like, hyperfixations when you're actually, involved in, like, in the situation in real time. But, like, I don't really have much context of, like, these other people other than that they knew a guy who was talking to someone bad. Like, and that's why the concept is, like, ridiculous to me, that they're getting more flack and flame than Vigil themselves right now. Like, that's actually fucking crazy. But you know what? We'll keep it going. We'll keep it going.
No shadows. There was a discussion had about all of this, and after consideration, we removed them from the group. It wasn't exactly a choice that I made lightly. Then Leo, who had caught wind of all this, requested to have us sit down with the four the next night, and I obliged, but requested that we do this not in Senate, but in, I guess, what has become the SCC's own little Senate server, the SCC Courthouse. And he
Oh
agreed.
no!
Right as I was preparing the call, that's when I caught wind that Keyblade Master was apparently wishing death upon another, well, now also ex-Cloud Palace member by the name of
I hope you can. You fucking whore. The fuck? Who the fuck is Paint Splatter? And why do they deserve this much of a reaction? Fuck me, man. Okay. I'm going to assume. Hold on. Like, Alice Moment. I don't think that's the. Okay. Did she block you too? No, but I genuinely do wish the worst for her. Is this about yesterday? Yes, about her. Your cancellation. Oh, well, isn't saying that you hope she kills herself going more than a bit too far? No, I believe it's justified when people I care about get wrongly cancelled. Fucking hell, dude. First time catching a stream? Well, I hope it's not the last. I hope you have fun. Fuck me. Dude, I... Dude, my god. But yeah, anyways, we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going.
Ellie Melly. Specifically because
What do you mean? You think it's a lot, but I personally think it's just right. Hun, I know she's done a lot of bad, but that's not what I think I would warrant wanting her to end her own life. I might be speaking from a place of having been once one of her friends, but I want to believe that she has the best of intentions with what she's done. What I and the others did was really bad. We deserve the consequences we got from it. No, you didn't. The worst you did was be a dumb. At worst, it should have been a suspension, not a fucking kick out. Well, it's most likely not going to be forever, Key. I highly doubt that, since humans are inherently evil, dude. Bro. This is so LARPy, bro. Oh, Key, stop. I know this isn't you! Please, Key. Bring back the real Key. This isn't you. Fuck me. Everyone talks so cringe. Fuck my life. After yesterday, I finally saw the world for what it is. A shithole. I'm only acting appropriately. Key, please stop this. It's just a difficult time that we're going through right now. I'm not sure what the outcome of this whole thing is going to be, but we cannot be falling into despair like this. Fine. I'll fuck off then. Key, please don't. My god. This isn't like you, bro. Dude, I'm gonna start using that on people, bro. That's fucking awesome. Wait, Lyle, this isn't you. Dude, you get a lot of fucking socially inactive degens, right? Who have like no social skills, no charisma, no nothing. So they just see like cool anime moments and think that, yeah, that's what people want to see. And you get this weird space of degenerosity where it's just people just LARPing as things that they think are cool. But I'm gonna be so real with you right now. This is not cool, bro. This ain't it. This ain't it, bro. Fuck. Dude, fuck. Yeah, we have boo ass language. Dude, fuck me, man. This is evil stuff, dude. Evil stuff is commencing as we speak. But, you see, when I do the anime voice, right? I'm being ironic, right? I think it's funny, but the amount of times I can use it to actually apply to people in this community is it's concerning. It's he's literally acting like they're being consumed by their dark alter ego. I told you to, bro. A space. One of them said they actually told people, but Laya was like, okay, but then why did you stay? Instead of questioning Doodles in retro, I'm like, dude, why didn't you press Doodle? I mean, that's interesting. I am gonna be like down to see that. That's kind of curious. Anime all language, bro. Hopefully, there's not any more anime moments. Who am I kidding? It's art com. Fuck me. Here we go.
Was Tippy and Echo Shadows, who were key.
They didn't know any better. Stop trying to paint them as if they kept a child groomer around. Being irresponsible is not the same as keeping a child groomer around or grooming a child. Fishing for fishies. Beautiful name. Okay. Nobody was saying that Vigil was a groomer, or that any of the four were grooming. The problem people had is that the communication was not delivered when it should have been. Because I'm not going to let Heaton and Ellie's little cancel campaign get spread around. Vigil was an enabler of V, but he isn't a groomer himself. So fucking what? Vigil is the one at fault, not those four. They should not have gotten kicked out for something incredibly small. Was dogpiling them not enough for you cunts? This is not incredibly small, Key. Listen, you have to acknowledge that your friends, especially Tippy, can make mistakes, no matter the severity. Minors, including myself, were put at risk because information was being withheld. I can, and I think the punishment is overblown. Plus, it's definitely going to go public given how much of a rat Ellie is. I don't hate any of the four. Hell, Mav is still here because the punishment shouldn't extend elsewhere. So how long until that gets changed? Dude, I mean, it's so cringe how they're speaking, right? But like, I'm gonna be so real. Like, I do think it does seem like it's getting overblown right now. Cause like, God, it's just so weird to me, right? Because if we're gonna focus on people that knew about this person being friends with V, right? Then Doodletones should be in the crossfire. But they're not. They're not. They kind of are like sacrificing these other four to get the attention off of them. It's interesting. Like, if we're going to apply those standards, then Doodletone should be getting the same, tear through. Why they're not is kind of impressive how they were able just to deceive people. But, while we're still on this note, it's stupid. Because, like, what Small Key is saying is not exactly wrong. I think too much focus is being put on these four people rather than the person who's in direct contact with the child groomer. I think that that person, should be getting more attention than these four. In fact, like, I don't know, it's ridiculous to me that these four got more, like, eyes on them than this person. But it's kind of like they kind of just got thrown to the fire. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's insane to me. Some of them are in their 30s. Don't make it worse. Don't don't make it worse. Did it Doodle 27 and 28? Fuck me. Don't make it worse. Don't make it worse. this is evil. Fuck. Okay. It's being worse. Alright, but no, okay. But they're just crashing out so weirdly here. But yeah, God. We'll keep it going. Fuck my life. Well, actually, one thing I will say too. To insinuate that these four are a danger to children because they were associated with a person who was like in contact with a bad person, I feel like is extremely bad faith. That is really bad faith. They could have had their reasons for why they didn't talk it out. Like, they didn't, like, come out and say anything. I mean, I don't think, like, they could have been cowardice. They could have been shy. They could have been, nervous. I think it's crazy to sit there and assume that they were thinking, oh yeah, let those children get groomed. Like, and for, like, thinking that that's why they didn't come out about it. That is extremely bad faith. Like, and they're like, it feels like they're making it seem like they're worse than they are to just, like, justify the focus being on them. It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. But yes, we'll keep going. We'll keep going.
His best friend and girlfriend, respectively, had been removed from the group. And so I requested that he also join the courthouse so I could talk to him myself, because this is a repeated behavior of his, and we've had conversations about this in the past. That's the second part of the call that I'll play you all
They
today.
mogged you,
I
bro.
do warn you, this was a pretty heavy call. Like, a lot heavier than most SCC members are used to or equipped for. This is a very
Bro.
unique situation, and as you'll hear throughout it, not a single soul.
How is guilt by association a heavy call? Are you guys that mentally weak that you can't even make a guilt by association point? It's not even guilt by association. It's actually less severe. It's guilt by association by association. How the hell is this way too intense for you? What do you guys fucking talk about like in a fucking... like, when you have confrontation calls, are you talking about anything serious at all? Like, are you just talking about, like, the difference of, like, butterfly designs and fucking Pokemon, like, species? It's like, I can't imagine there's genuinely confrontation calls about, like, no, this starter's better. No, this one's better. Dude, you're making a guilt by association point. How intense can it be? Dude, it's not, I'm not equipped for it. Dude, it's, fuck me. But anyways, yeah. Yo, what's up? Like, God. Here we go.
Was prepared to have the call that we did that day. I don't even think Lio was 100% prepared for everything. So,
Yikes.
buckle in, and let's begin.
I'm.
Yes. Okay,
I'm
so I
gonna,
guess
like,
Neko Shadows.
Wait a minute. She's the only one that's like left. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm very dead. I have not slept for like hours, so it is. I'm gonna try my best.
There it is.
This is gonna suck because I'm gonna have to like try to identify every person by voice when I don't even know these creators. Like, fuck me. Like, I know Heaton. Their voice cuts through like a knife. So does Doodletones. And trust me, Lio's not gonna be hard to tell from the audience either. But I'm gonna just go off of what the words they're saying and do my best because these people are not really well known. And this is like the most clout that they got, which is fucking ridiculous.
We're just gonna wait and see if somebody else shows up because we're supposed to have what, 4 other people?
Well, the
It's
thing
Neko
is,
Shadows.
Yeah.
Neko
That's the only
Shadows.
one we're waiting on.
I see.
Ev-
can I get
There we go.
By the way, can I
Yes.
get some water real quick?
Yeah,
I
everybody go ahead.
apologize.
Everybody go ahead and get what you need, so we don't have to interrupt the call any further once it
I
gets started.
appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this part of the call even in here? Okay, like, okay. I know I'm already nitpicking. We're not even in the call much. But, like, okay. Couldn't you have, like, started when the actual confrontation starts and not just, like, them readying up, needing water and stuff? Like, come on. Come on. Doodletones. Gay out better, please.
You are very hard to comprehend right now, Neko.
I'm sorry, it's something over the earbuds. Let me put them away.
Whoa.
All right. Is this better?
A little bit.
Yeah,
A little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry, my phone died, so I had to move to my computer.
You're good.
Oh, so anyways, like I was trying to say, I'm sorry I'm a little bit late because a friend messaged me asking for my side of the situation, and I was just trying to explain it to him. I thought I had a little more.
Please tell me Vigel's at least in the call. If we're going to do the guilt by association thing, alright, at least have the person who's in direct contact with the child groomer in the call. Please. Please. Let's see it.
But I guess not.
All right. All right. I just got my water.
Wait to see if everybody else is ready to go. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't want anybody to be unprepared.
All right.
I have some food with me, so.
Yeah, I'm all good. I've just been on standby for a couple hours.
All right, let me see if one other person wants to hop in with us. Give me a moment.
You're not even fucking ready? Let me check. Let me check if anyone else wants to be in here, bro. Fuck me, dude. Doodles. Cut calls. It's not that crazy. It comes off like you're doing it for watch time, okay? I need the money. Dude, fuck off, dude. Actually, how funny would it be, right? If, like, they were recording this call, right? How funny would it be when they were, like, recording this call, right? One of the people were just like, oh, God, I gotta go. Sorry. Something came up. And then they have to, like, reschedule the whole call. And they're like, ugh. It's like, to plan a call with this many people is ridiculous. But it's just like, oh, sorry. my family needs me right now. I'll be back later. I'm sorry. I prioritize my real life over internet stuff anyways. See ya. Just like, ugh. Fuck. God, this sucks. Fucking hell. Diet Rosicall, this is evil. Dead. The child escaped. Oh yeah, no, to be honest, fair in hindsight, Doodle and her crowd ended up being worse. I'm never going to excuse people like Key or Tippy. They're not good people at all, though, but still. They don't even have Vigil in here? They don't even have Vigil in here? Bro. Bro, that's the guy you should be talking to. Why? Why are we wasting our time with people that simply were mildly aware of Vigil's like attachment or connection with V? Why are we even wasting our time with these people when the real person we should be talking to is Vigil? If we're gonna make a guilt by association point, why not go to the direct enabler of a child groomer? Alright, that would be a fair one to go to. These people that had like mild knowledge on it, bro. Some of them even said that they weren't even aware of their fully aware of like what their like connection was. Really? Dude. Fuck my life. Dude, God, the focus gets put on the wrong thing sometimes, man. Fucking hell.
Anyone in particular? Because the 4 people who were removed from the Cloud Palace were... like, they're all in here.
I'm aware.
Alright.
Alright.
And we'll wait a few minutes, and we'll go from there. If I either don't get an answer or what off.
Okay.
Please.
Go ahead and message. I'll go ahead and message.
Please tell me you got the few minutes, Doodletones. Please. 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 Fuck my ass life.
To Susie real quick, since I know that she's curious, as she is often.
Yeah, usually.
Dude.
You know what? Just like Doodletones, I'm gonna go through it all just for full transparency. Okay?
And who is tagging me in my server?
And riveting stuff. Riveting stuff.
Oh, random server user. Fantastic.
Yeah, Lio. Hi,
Well, I'm
Lio.
waiting here before I get a response because I don't want to be here too long because
Dead.
I have this odd thing to do tonight called sleep. Let me check something.
Yeah, Lio.
That's fair.
Alright.
I am lucky my grandma came in when I did because I was passed out actually.
Alright. For clarification, at what time do you need to go to sleep?
Don't worry about it. That's my concern, not yours.
Alright.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch. I sleep when I want. I'm a grown man. Okay? You think you could tell me when to sleep? No. No. I'm going to sleep when I fucking say so. I put the foot down, okay? Fuck you. Respect your E-daddy. Now, fuck dude, this is so gay. Yeah. I probably could have just not needed to pause, to be honest, with how much dead air is going to be in here. Luckily, I can converse with myself.
Moved up on that.
God. I think Blue is real. Every single one of these images has skeletons in their closet. At least Lio cleaned up his. Yeah. Yeah. Lio is actually 39, yes, Mr. Gamer. The Lord tells me when to sleep. Dude, this is evil. Dude. Dude, Doodletones.
Susie, if you would send them an invite, I'd appreciate it.
You didn't even fully invite
yeah.
everyone needed. Just cut the calls, Doodles. Cut the calls.
Oh, no, no.
No.
If I'm directing something to Susie, I'd imagine that would mean I'm talking to Susie.
Yeah.
Gulp.
Just send the Discord
Yep.
their way? Alright.
Dude, this honestly just feels so awkward. Like, genuinely, right? You got, like, these people who are just terrified of this man right here. Because Lio has a little bit of a reputation at this point, right? He is the art commentary slayer. Okay? He is the slideshow community crucifier. Okay? So it's like, so this guy, right? So gay. But, like, unironically, people were terrified of him. And it's like, it kind of makes sense in the context of like people in the art community and SCC are terrified of confrontations in general. So it doesn't really help that Lio, as opposed to a lot of these people, actually had a spine. And a lot of these people really don't, because they probably joined the community for fun and for doing good. They didn't really join with the aspect or a mindset of debating people or, you know, like confronting people on like issues like that. Even like Doodle said earlier, yeah, not a lot of people were prepared mentally for this call. But like, it's got to be really awkward because like all these people are probably terrified of Lio right now because it's like, oh god, I'm in the hot seat. I kind of fucked up, and like everyone in the server's been treating them like worse than the actual person in contact with the like child predator. And Lio obviously doesn't like them because it's like they didn't say anything, which I guess fair enough. Like you could have that criticism, but I still think you should have like had like that V person, the ACC in it. Okay, but it's like. So you got Lio here, who's like has his intimidation, right, with these people, right? I think Lio's chill. I don't really have like any issues with the guy. I if I have to talk about him something seriously, I'm not like sitting there being like, nope, hi Lio. Like, dude, like it's actually crazy that people are terrified of a guy, dude. Like, yeah, it's crazy. But like these people will. Like Lio's not a man to fear, dude. Like, I think that more of the fear comes from the fact that they feel like they really fucked up and they're being pressed for it. And the person that usually pressed them was Lio, which is why he gained that reputation. And that's like the conflation with these guys. But then it doesn't also help. You got Heaton, who's like unironically a schizo and is really annoying to talk to, right? If we want to like be really full blown here, right? You see, fucking Heaton, right? They're not even smart, okay? Big head, but nothing in it. Dense skull, right? They're not even smart. They come up with some of the most schizo points, and they probably need mental help, if I'm gonna be so real. But like, they are not afraid to yell and lash out of nowhere, and that would definitely scare people that are in the hot seat. So you got someone who is like mentally unstable that will yell at any second, and then you got someone who is fairly decent at pressing people and making like reasonable points, I'll say. But Lio did have a little bit of like an anger management issue back then, which I'm glad that he's worked on that. Fair enough. But, you know, you got people that are fully capable of yelling. I don't think this is going to be a call where Lio yells. I would be surprised because usually I've seen a lot of clips where he did actually genuinely yell and none of this came up. But, you know, if he does, fair enough. But, but it's kind of funny. It's really telling, right? I think right here, if I saw this, right, I would be suspicious of Doodletones right now. Like, I wasn't there in the moment, but like looking at it retrospectively now, it's really suspicious that Doodletones picked both Lio and Heaton to go for the people who arguably did the least severe actions. It's very interesting. Doodletones can't confront people for shit. So she knew that people feared Lio and Heaton in calls, and it's not a coincidence that she grabbed both Lio and Heaton for this call. It is not a coincidence at all. I could definitely see the argument that it was planned. This was definitely staged. So it's very interesting, like just to see it all out retrospectively now. But yeah, he will yell in this. Lovely. In retrospect, I don't doubt Lio Convoy being in serious stress. ACC is toxic as fuck. Yeah, that tends to be the issue. Lio, I think, just fills up his plate too much on situations. And that, I think he just needs to take some breaks sometimes every now and then so that he could, like, you know, be mentally there, like, in some moments. I think that's kind of like what fucked with him earlier, because Lio was the person everyone would go to when they needed something. And that's a lot of stress to put onto someone. Like, just onto one individual. That's unrealistic to put onto one individual to handle everything by themselves. That's fucking ridiculous. That's inhumane to expect someone of that. So it's like, yeah, Lio definitely deserves vacations every now and then. Like, from this community. He's earned it, bro. But I will say, some of these calls are interesting. Hey, Space, have you seen that one video Heaton made about Bowplex and the rest of the CC? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It was so funny. It was really funny, okay? Dude, about that, not to derail too much. How is Heaton going to make the point of an edgy joke being like, you can't say a slur because that's offensive to people, but then casually be saying that she made fun of her grandmother on her deathbed? Like, to her face. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Genuinely, that's ridiculous. A-Space, out of every internet community, do you think ACC is the worst? No, I think there's worse than the ACC. I've seen like worse. Like ACC has a lot of degenerates, but if I had to say, I think it's a close. I don't know. It's kind of close with both Roblox and Minecraft. I would say. SCC is pretty bad, but it's pretty niche. I would say. There's not many like SCC, right? There's not really any good creators. Like, there's not any like notably like great overall outstanding creators or like role models. It's just a lot of people getting into shit. Like, I don't know. If I even try to think of one, right? The figurehead now was Doodletones, and now they're just being thrown out. It's like Heaton was like, a big one in the SEC, thrown out. Like, I don't know. There's not really a lot of good in the SEC. Artcom has like a lot of like, you see, Artcom itself, right, doesn't really have much of the child predators. It's more AMC, I would say, and it gets covered in Artcom. But it's still not a great community. It's more purity testing that's an issue directly with Artcom. AMC has more of a predator issue. I don't know why. It just works out like that. I have no fucking clue. But it just kind of works out like that. But yeah, AMC is definitely worse than Artcom by a milestone. Like, if you actually try to compare like child predators in both Artcom and AMC creators, you'll get like significantly more in the AMC of like grooming cases than you will in the actual art commentary coverage area. So yeah, you won't. It's yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I was about to say, big Roblox creator just got expressed. Yeah, no, Roblox is ridiculous. I unironically, I don't think I'll ever cover that stuff normally, but like I will say, it's definitely fun to just watch in the background and just like just chill. I know that a lot of people in Roblox. It's old Ace lore that I even have contact with a lot of Roblox creators, but no, it's kind of funny just to like sit back and watch some of the dramas and like talk to people, and they're all like really they're interesting people. But yeah, Birdie Get Alone gives the rest of the ACC a run for their money. Yeah, no, it's insane. It's actually insane. But yeah, we'll keep it going. I don't want to derail too much. So, but yeah, no, that's like that whole point. Just to wrap it up, Doodletones definitely planned this. I know they admit it, but like looking at it, just even with the little context I have, it definitely seems staged. It's suspicious that they grabbed Lyo and Heaton for this. But yeah, here we go.
Oh. Right.
Dude. Bro.
And there she is.
There she.
Let me just write something down real quick.
So she just joined the server. Dead. These people have lives,
All right, I'm
right?
sure it's no secret to literally anyone here why I've asked Susie to gather all of you.
Yeah.
Good.
Good. Can you imagine if one of them just said, "No, I was actually really confused. Why am I here?" Lyle would be like, "Don't give me that. Don't give me that mouth. You know why you're here." Fucking hell.
So before we get started, I have some very basic questions, and I feel it is important for you guys to answer this. But before I go any further, is there anybody in this chat that has not heard me talk, that is not used to how I operate calls, who may not know what my one rule is?
What's your one rule?
Does anybody not know what my one rule is?
What's your one rule?
It's honesty, right?
Don't lie to me. It does not matter how terrible the answer you give me is, but do not lie to me, because it will be worse if you do, and I will always find out.
Don't lie to you.
Matt disconnected.
I see.
Nev?
By the way, do you think I gave him the role?
Dead.
What?
Susie.
Oh, right. Heaton can't speak. Almost forgot
Yeah.
that.
You might need to disconnect and connect back.
Yeah. You might need to reload.
There we go.
Okay, so
Dude, how are you?
Did Mav disconnect or did Mav bail?
I think they disconnected. This
Probably.
happens occasionally.
It happens very
yeah,
often.
Nev's internet is not the most stable.
I see.
Just like you,
Well, I
Doodletones.
suppose I'll go ahead and get started and wait for Mav to show up after I ask. Dalsmic, there they are. Good, we can continue. Again, Mav, do you know my one rule?
Apologies, my internet's acting up.
That's fine, but you know my one rule, yes?
I did not get to hear that. My internet shut. My Discord. Repeat your one rule, please.
My one rule is do not lie to me, no matter what you had to say or as egregious as it is. If you lie to me, it will be worse, and I will always find out. There's always going to be someone either willing to tell on you or is scared of me for whatever reason, so don't lie to me. Now, to
Oh,
get
no.
started,
That's so
it's going to be
gay.
a somewhat invasive question, but I feel it's important to note. So I'm going to go down the list. Dalsmic, how old are you?
28.
Oh no.
Avstation, how old are you?
22.
Echo, how old are you?
I'm 24.
And Tippy, how old are you?
26.
All right. Thank you all
No.
for that information.
24 to
It's very important for this
28-year-olds.
conversation. Now, I know that every single one of you has known people like Susie for a while and Heaton. Susie is a very, very sweet person.
That one didn't age so well.
Yeah, Laya? Fuck me, dude. Fuck.
Susie has a hard time sometimes because of her very polite, agreeable personality of hitting people with a stick.
Yeah?
Struggles with that. This is not a flaw, but this is something to be worked on. But I am not here to go at Susie because she didn't do anything wrong here. I
Yeah?
would like to know from the top down how literally every single one of you actual adults who can vote and who can be drafted to die for your country thought it was a wise idea to know who this person who is associating with a rapist child predator, how would you know that they're associating with them, and why wouldn't you tell anybody? So we're going to go with the oldest first. Dalsmic, I'd like to know why.
So I knew because they had essentially been alluding to it for a while. It wasn't really a surprise to me. They got very uncomfortable at the topic of V being mentioned. Everyone already knew that they were very, very close from the get-go. When I made my video on Doodletones, they basically came to me and told me, hey, I can't watch this because you talk bad about V. And I was under the impression most people knew. The thing, though, is that I did tell people. The people that I did tell, though, have essentially told me that they just don't remember me saying it to them.
Who did you tell?
Apparently I was one, but I didn't remember.
I told Susie, I told Ellie.
Dude. No. No. Lio, are you gonna go at your sweet child, Doodletones? The fucking convenient art amnesia, bro. Fuck me. Apparently I was one. So, okay, this person did tell people. Okay. And nobody did anything with it? So let's get them all in the call, Lio. Let's get them all. Fuck me, dude.
Although that wasn't a call, because so she tells me she just doesn't remember that. And then I told people yesterday in the Cloud Palace, around the time things were going down. I can't remember exactly what time it was.
No, fuck me, dude. Okay. That means if they went to Susie, right? If they went to Susie, she doesn't just get a sweet little, I don't remember him doing that. No. You see, how you guys framed it, right? Doodletones was the pillar of the SCC, the go-to person whenever there's a situation like this. And this person followed through with that and went to Susie. And you know what Susie did? Nothing. Alright? Nothing. And you're just gonna let her off with a little, oh, I don't really remember. I don't remember that being said to me. No! That means this person, by your own logic, went and told people, especially a bigger content creator like Doodletones, again, the pillar of the SCC over here, right, went to her and she did nothing. That's not a him issue anymore. That is a her issue. Let's flip the script and go to Doodletones now, considering she did nothing with this information that you are grilling and kicking out people for. Alright? Holy fuck! Fuck me. Well, apparently, yeah, you're saying ask for the DM. Apparently, they said it was over a call. So, and I don't imagine that this person schizo-recorded this. I think you should ask when this was, at the very least, because then we could try to see when Doodletones forgot in perspective of this. But, dude, they did everything. That means they did everything they were supposed to do. You can't say they did nothing anymore. See, if they told people, telling Doodletones was the thing to do. It's not their fault Doodletones did nothing with it. The focus should be flipped now. That means that person should be totally vindicated by your logic here. But I have a funny feeling that that's not going to be the case. Granted, Dally still was willing to be in active contact with V, but Doodle should have definitely been grilled as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be so real. I don't feel like that much is gonna come from that, which I feel like that's a big thing to just overlook. Fuck my life, dude.
But that's the one thing that I want cleared is I was not keeping this to myself. I did tell people. I just didn't tell everybody, and that was my mistake.
I will note that for the record. We'll come back to that in a bit. Mab Station.
Okay, you noted that. Okay. Well, that shouldn't just be a note. That should be a fucking complete, like, switch of direction. Like, hey, Doodletones, why the hell did you do nothing when you were told? Like, come on. Come on.
Yes.
I would like to know your rationale.
For why I didn't tell people.
Yes, for how, number one, how you knew, and number two, why you didn't tell anyone.
Okay, so how I knew is my boyfriend is friends with one of these victims who found out, and they told me to keep it private. I'm willing to give screenshots and such of the group DM where I found out.
Your boyfriend is friends with one of V Omega's victims?
Yes, I was
And-
a former friend of V Omega, and so they met through me.
How old is the victim now?
I think the victim is either 18 or 19.
How old were they when they asked you to be quiet about it?
It was last year, so either 17 or 18.
Okay.
I think the rationale is that they thought they were the only person who knew about Vigelsio, because I didn't know that Vigelsio was really open about the V shit.
I
So
see.
I wanted to keep quiet for their sake. I told Doll about it because I wanted some advice at the time. It was also, and yeah, and so Doll and Firebolt, Doll, my boyfriend, Firebolt PT, because my boyfriend told me and Firebolt about it, but told us to keep quiet.
When was this?
Okay, so now, right, if we're taking their words, we have a person that went directly to Doodletones and they did nothing. And now we have another person where a victim personally requested them not to say anything. And if we're going to stay consistent of respecting victims, right, then why are we grilling this person? They honored the victim's wishes. Okay, this is interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Yo, what's up, Kalu?
This was in April of last year.
Okay.
Because I was looking through it. Because like I remembered, I remember I got told, and I forgot why I didn't say anything, or because normally I would, but then I looked through the DMs and remembered that, oh yeah, that's because that person told me to. The DM with the person, I'll get the screen share set up for that later.
I don't need that.
Okay.
Why do you not need that?
So, Neko Shadows, you're
okay,
up.
I guess we just believe them.
Okay. I think it was sometime last year, and I think it was around the time that the Crimson shit was going on, and he told me he was being very uncomfortable, and then he told me that he was, I can't remember if he said he was friends with me, but he definitely told me that he was still in contact with me. I think I was initially quite disappointed in him, but then I thought about it for a while, and I assumed he was trying to help me be a better person, so I started talking to him again after that. I know that's not an excuse, but it is.
We'll get into that later. Right now, I want people's reasoning.
Okay, so fuck me. So that is an interesting thing to like really deduce here. Was Vigil, right, trying to encourage this person to actually get help, like, you know, mental help, and actually making progress with it, or were they enabling their groomer tendencies? Because that is definitely a really important distinction to also make, because that's a difference between enabling and actually assisting to reduce another victim to happening. All right, that is a very difference in context of this. I feel like that definitely needs to be established of what's happening, which is why I wish they confronted Vigil instead of actually, you know, people that just knew about Vigil being them, like friends with them. God. Oh wow, this person was asked by the victim to be quiet about the situation. This is a fucking mess of a call. Yeah, I know it is.
I thought he was trying to help me become a better person with keeping in contact with him, and so
Okay.
I essentially forgave him.
Okay.
I'm still
Tippy.
here. I'm just gonna be real quick to eat something.
All right.
That's fine. Tippy, what's your
All right.
reason?
So my reasoning. Okay. Forgive me since I'm sore sleepy. Can you repeat the question at least? Like, why do I keep this? What's your reasoning?
What
for not telling?
was your okay, I'll be very clear here. You're on the spectrum, right?
Yes.
Find whatever you need to ground yourself so we can talk. Because I'm not a man that is fond of having to repeat himself, and I know part of it's not your fault, I know that being on the spectrum can be a problem for focusing, so I'm going to politely ask you this one time. Whatever helps you focus, take a moment and go get it, start it up, or do it so we can have this conversation, okay?
All right.
So I'll give you 1 minute to do that.
Okay.
Please don't tell me we're about to just have a minute of dead silence. Bro. From my memory, Vigil
water
just wanted to be
calm down for a
friends
bit.
with Still. That was it. Yeah, that's a thing that's worthy of criticism,
Alright.
I think.
You good to go?
Yeah.
My question is, what was your rationale for not telling anybody about this?
I'm going to state this here. I wasn't actually okay, or I didn't like the idea of him being friends with me. So
Stop.
okay.
Stop.
Okay.
When I ask you a question, I want an answer to that question.
Mhm.
This is not Legend of Zelda. I'm not interested in side quests. I'm a Doom
Okay,
guy.
buddy.
Okay.
Okay, buddy. Shut the fuck up. Don't be gay. Don't be. I'm not interested in side quests. I love how Lyle gives respects to Tippy and not. Yikes. Okay, buddy. Calm it down. Calm it. It's over. It's over.
Okay. So
Mhm.
just answer the question I asked you.
I was going to tell, I believe, but
That's not the
last
question.
time
Fuck. They're gonna be
Vigil told
called
me
out
about
again.
this was like around early last year or this year, and the reason why I didn't told anyone was because like I was dealing with a lot of mental stress, and the entire time it did not occur to me to be upfront to Susie about this.
Okay. Now we're going to go into another set of questions here.
Mhm.
And we're going to start with Dalsmic, simply because Dalsmic said that he told other people. So my question to Dalsmic, specifically, is if you told other people, which I will take currently at face value, if you did tell other people, at what point did you not look around and think that maybe you shouldn't be around people that are okay with a friend associating with a predator?
So that was, I mean, I apologize. Hang on.
Just
sorry.
tell me the truth. Just tell me the truth. That's all I need.
No, I'm just trying to find a way to word it. Is all.
With honesty.
This was something I talked about in the server yesterday before I left, but I think part of it was that it struck me as weird, but because I kind of already came to the assumption that they were affiliated, I think part of the rationale was I just assumed people were giving them the benefit of the doubt because they said that they were not okay with what V did, like what they said before. So I just kind of didn't really fight it. I wasn't really sure what to make of it when I heard it.
Let me put it in a very specific way then.
Yeah.
Have you ever had beef with somebody on YouTube? Who was it?
I've had beef with quite a lot of people.
Just give me one.
Johnson Hood Daypool. That's one I can think of immediately.
Was this based off of moral values or just argumentation about something more minor?
Very minor.
Okay, let's go with somebody you beefed with concerning morals.
Okay, I'll go with Jar, I guess.
Okay, what did Jar do that offended you?
I'm
not using that word derogatorily. I want to be very clear there.
Yeah, no, I got you. Trauma gatekeeping.
Okay, so if you were beefing with Jar about something like that, specifically trauma gatekeeping, and you had a friend, actual friend, that was friends with Jar and didn't take Jar to task on that, would you want them in your circle?
Not necessarily.
Why?
Because that would be a violation of my own personal ethics.
Yeah, it would be. I am not getting to you yet. I will ask you to be quiet until I speak to you again.
Dead.
Thank you.
Just a reject. Bro.
The thing I have trouble with here, Doll, is that you are literally the oldest person in this cavalcade of people who knew. And at no point did you pull yourself aside and say, I either need to ask better questions or I need to leave. Because this isn't just Ephron. This isn't somebody who makes bad commentaries at the worst of times or maybe.
No, not Ephron. No. Ephraim, no! Ephraim shot! Ephraim stray! Lio, how could you? Oh no!
he said out-of-pocket nonsense. This wasn't somebody who had a bad take or maybe was a bit racist. This is somebody
Okay.
who not only harassed and beat down verbally on people in this group. And keep in mind, before any of you else go on about your stories, I'm not a Cloud Palace member. I do not have the encyclopedic knowledge of all these backstories. So if you can, brevity can be the soul of wit here.
Mhm.
But he also was a child predator and a rapist. This isn't some minor thing. These
Well,
aren't just egregious crimes.
they did like
They're
minors.
horribly immoral things. And the best thing to do with somebody who's sexually harassed kids, if you can't get them in jail, is hope they get killed by something bigger and meaner. So that seems to me that there is a severe failure of awareness in general. There's one thing I have noticed, and this, much to Susie's joy, I don't get to put this on the commentary community, but just small communities as a whole, or communities in general, of too much follow the leader stuff. Way too much go with the flow. To the point to where people lose sight of their entire own morals. And to be very clear here, you all know I run a meaner server. You all know the type of nonsense I have to deal with. If you don't think for a second that somebody like Heaton hasn't gotten up in my face before over making a bad decision, you're dead wrong. You have to have that understanding of your own values to the point to where you can butt up against somebody who might be a peer, an equal, or even your better. Look them in the eye and say no. And then you go about your business. Every single one of you are in a sphere where you put out your opinions, your values, and you argue against other people. How this was something that was found acceptable by any of you is staggering. So I have Doll's answer. Doll never questioned anything, because Doll went with the flow. Mav, you're next.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we could be gay here, Lio, then let's be gay. Let's be fucking homosexual right now, right? Like, if he went with the flow, then I think Doodletones did too. And you're not doing anything with it. You literally just got directly told, right? And you just said you're willing to take it at face value, and even Doodletones didn't really negate it, just said that they didn't remember it, right? I think the follow-up question, right, should be, Doodletones, when you were told this, why did you do nothing? Right? If we're going to hold this standard, right, where it's like, which I think it's a little bit of a fair standard. I understand that, right? I get this thing where you're coming from. But if we're going to put that standard out, we should apply it to everybody. That means Doodletones was perfectly fine with this person talking to V. All right? That they were perfectly fine. Like, with Vigil being in contact with V since they did nothing about it. In fact, I'm going to be really gay here. They were so fine with it, right, that it just escaped their memory with how cool they were with it. Okay, with how casual of a thought that was. It wasn't really important to them. You see, people would remember important things. Clearly, Doodletones didn't find that important enough that it just escaped their memory, that they just forgot about it. So, that means that this detail was so insignificant for Doodletones themselves, right, that they don't care. Which actually is kind of really funny considering that they're trying to cancel 4 other people for it. But they didn't care. They didn't remember it, right? And they didn't care that Vigil was talking to a child predator and, like, being friends with one. So they did nothing. Clearly, nothing happened. So I think we should be pressing Doodletones as well with the same points that you're holding against this one person. Hey, Space, make sure to raid Oplock after this, assuming he's still going on by the time you're done. I haven't seen him rage against someone this hard since Dance Burst. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, honestly, it's kind of funny that he's also covering the Doodletown shit. Yeah. If Keaton got in my face, my ears would be bleeding. Yikes. You are for pride? Yikes. Dude. Fucking help. Fucking hell, dude. Like, again, we can apply these standards, right? We can apply these standards. But if you're going to apply these standards, make sure that you apply them equally, right? Because right now, what is happening is a very obvious case of special treatment. That is exactly what's happening right now. And I don't know. There's a chance Lio could have talked to Doodletones off the record, but I'm still going to consider it special treatment, considering they had an on-the-record moment here. They could have resolved it right here. Why is Doodletones above a public record talk about this in the moment? But these people aren't. Right? Okay, come on. Let's be real. Right? Let's be real. But yeah, fucking hell. Doodles says, how the fuck do you forget that? For real, dude. For real.
Yes.
Why?
Like I said, the victim in question told me not to tell anyone, and I didn't want to break their trust. especially because they were a close friend of both me and my partner. And I didn't.
The victim told you to not out somebody who is colluding with their predator.
Yes. I can show you the.
Again, I'm gonna take your word for it
Yeah,
currently, but you don't see the flaw in that logic.
Right.
When this person was preyed on, how old were they again? You said what, 17?
Not when they were preyed on. That's when they told us not to.
When were they preyed on?
They were, I think, if I remember correctly, 15.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to find the middle ground here. And the reason why I say try, because I've been in this doggone minefield for 5 years now. My knowledge of how these things work may be higher than you guys's, but at the same time, I'm also not stupid. And I know there's not a single person in this call who either hasn't had a friend or seen somebody who's been groomed. So let me make it crystal clear to all of you. There are times, and it sucks. It
Ace, you're forgetting Doodletones is a sweet person, Lio says. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, that's a rough moment. Not a great moment for the books. I can't hear. Is the volume too down? I would just say refresh the stream if it's giving issues. But yeah. Clary's saying he's nice means she's above criticism. Yeah, God fucking hell. That's rough. That's rough.
hurts. It tears at your soul at night. When a victim does not want the predator to get in trouble because they are still infatuated with their abuser.
But is that the case? Is that the case, though? That is a mighty leap in logic. I know that does still happen in some other cases, but for this specific one, I don't know. That's a mighty leap in logic just to use as a blanket statement.
Ever had any counseling?
I don't know.
Then the answer is likely no.
The person in question, they told me the reasoning.
Okay, hold on. Little autism break, just for you guys, right? We have been having big stuff happening, right? We have bees, okay? We are starting the hive army, the bee beam, okay? And we got so far. Goat bee. We got Beckett of bees, okay? And we got Chris the bee. But, you know, as we just made for this stream, we got Lio Beevoy, okay? Or Bee Convoy, that's a better one. Bee. We can be bees, alright? This is good news. We can be bees. We will live for 30 years, okay? This is good news. We can be bees. It's awesome stuff, dude. This is what we call peak cinema, alright? Peak cinema. Never made this art. I never made this much art in years. Well, you're gonna make more. Trust me. The Ace Hive Mind. Yes, we can finally be bees. Yes, great stuff happening. Big stuff happening even. But yes, we will now continue back to the call. Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. Good stuff. But yes, here we go. Fucking hell. Little derail. Where's Ace B? Oh, I had it yesterday. Actually, you know what? I'll scroll up. Mine is it's a little silly one. Because like a few people got bees in my server. A notable one that comes into my streams quite a bit is actually Give an Ant. We could be bees. Bee Hill, right? And mine should be up here a little bit. People giving their references. Yeah, this is my bee. This is my bee. Okay. We could be bees, alright? I am a silly bee. We have entered the bee hive mind. Bee. Bee. Yeah, bee. Anyways. Well, let's go back to the stream. Let's go back. We're having fun with the bees. We can be bees. But yeah. I think it also... Oh yeah, let me read the messages in here. I think it also depends if the victim is now older and adult and they think that they're not a victim, like in the Saberspire case. Yeah, there's so much context that's missing from here, right? There's so much context missing. It's actually insane. But I don't think we're going to go into it too much because we're worried about the people associated with the person associated with this guy. Fuck me.
That was given is because they didn't want... I'm going to pull up the exact wording. Sorry, apologies.
And just because I'm the one that asked for this call, Susie, Heaton, if you think I'm getting out of pocket, get in my face about it.
Is what I am here for, good sir.
Shut
So
the fuck
far,
up,
I
Heaton.
haven't heard anything yet.
Heaton, shut the fuck up. You asked for someone's dogs, dude. You fucking suck. You're gay. You're evil, okay? No one likes you, dude. You ask for, like, you try to dox a person just for, like, through FBI tips, dude. You're actually insane. You're mentally ill, okay? Go get fucking help, dude. Holy fuck. You should not be here. Like, did you hear that smugness? Did you hear that smugness in their voice? Like, that's what I'm here for. Shut the fuck up. You are not that guy, alright? You are not that guy, pal. You are not the moral arbiter of justice, dude. You tried to dox someone because you didn't like them, dude, and then got on that same person for, oh, they're trying to dox my friend, which they didn't. They used a public alias. Dude, honestly, fuck yourself, Heaton. Holy fuck. You little suiciding baiting bitch. Okay? Holy fuck. No one loves you. You suck. Fuck me. How you doing, Ace? Oh, what's up? What's up, Asian Nipples? I hate Eaton's voice. Yeah, me too. Dad, fucking hell. There's a moment he does go out of pocket, and both of them are quiet. Well, yeah. Yeah. That's gonna happen, dude. Because, I'm gonna be real, right? Even though Lio established, right, that this, like, they are the person, right, you know, that they're pretty much equals with Heaton and Doodles. Doodles is too much of a pussy to confront Lio. That's the reason why, like, Doodles even has Lio and Heaton here, is because they can't do this shit on their own. And Heaton, right, I think they might be scared of men. And Lio is a pretty manly man. So, if he screams, it's like, oh, no, please don't go after me. Nah, that's just so gay. Heaton is horrible with confrontation. God, she would literally get owned in confrontation. Like, she got owned in a DM confrontation, bro. I don't even know how she'd fare in a call. Fuck me. God. Anyways, here we go. Here we go.
Sorry, I have to get the. I'm just trying to look through everything to make sure I get the wording right. I do apologize.
Dead air. Let's try to get something right quick. We're getting the call. Okay? Don't worry about it. Well, just give me a few minutes, please. Please give me a few minutes.
I don't actually think the specific wording matters.
Okay, sorry.
And the reason why I don't think it matters,
I disagree.
I will explain in detail.
I think specific
So-
context does matter because it could
How do I put this
it could
in a way that you might
change
understand?
the perception of it.
How do house robberies usually start? Do you know?
No.
What you
By
saying?
casing the
Hold
place.
on. What you saying, emo boy? Lio. Speak of the devil. What's up, buddy? You see, Lio, I gotta ask, bro. Why is it in this situation? You could at least give like a little explanation, right? Why is it in this situation that one of these people, right, are saying, I told Doodletones, but they just forgot. That just gets slid. Like that, we just let that slide. Why would we let that slide? Come on, bro. Doodletones should be equally flamed in this moment. Like, what the fuck? Why did we let that slide? That's messed up. This is bad news, Lio, okay? We cannot be bees if you do this, Lio, alright? This is evil. And now, let's not knock playing on toys. Yeah, lol. I don't care that Lio's playing with his figures. He might be autistically playing with a fucking Megatron right now, bro. That would actually be a funny thought. God. But yeah, no. Evil stuff happening. Evil stuff. Why did Doodles not cut this call down? This sucks. It was let slid because I had no reason to believe him. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like if I was told that Doodletones, like even Doodletones said that they forgot it, right? Like, I feel like that's worth like digging into a little bit. I'd rather than just say noted and move on. Like, I don't know. That's a bit rough. And like, it kind of shot you in the foot because the Doodletones was 100% aware and like it was involved. I don't know. It's kind of evil. But yeah, this sucks. I used to be autistic and play with dinosaurs in Mudwater. Yikes. It's over. But yeah, no. Whatever. Past is the past, right? Whatever. Evil stuff, but I'll keep it going.
Being inconspicuous. Sometimes it'll be the
It's super easy to be more critical removed from their calls, and with hindsight, that is true, Lio. I do agree. That is why it's easy to be very critical since I'm looking at this for the first time. I do agree with that sentiment. But it does kind of... but I don't know. If you but I mean, you gave Doodletones a bit too much good faith and it kind of fucked you. You gotta be a bit more careful, buddy. Gotta be a bit more careful. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, past is the past, right? You can look at it in hindsight all you want, right? We can look at it in hindsight all you want. But yeah, it's whatever, I guess. I guess we'll see what else you say in this call. It'll be pretty fun.
person whose house they're going to hit is on the porch, and a lady who looks like she's pregnant comes up and starts chatting out, and it gets into conversation about how big the house is, how much was it, how many rooms you got there, and what that is a subtle way to case the house. And then later on, people break in. We are dealing with somebody. Yes, Nebula. We are dealing with somebody who is actively, happily friends with a child predator.
Mhm.
For all you know, they're casing the place.
Yeah.
Because I don't buy for a second.
At this point, I'm the only main person that survived of all this. Yeah, no, that's true. Dude, a picture full of creatures. Nah, yeah, no, you are. You are. Ugh. Whether that's good or bad, we'll find out later. No, I'm kidding. I'm playing. But yeah, no, it's rough. Rough stuff happening. Rough stuff. God, there was another thing, I believe. Yeah. No, it's just other cringe stuff that you said, but that was like really the only bone I had to pick with you, I guess. So far. But we'll keep it going.
That they're trying to help the person, and we'll get into that shortly, trust me.
I don't either.
So the point is, while I can 100% understand respecting a victim's wishes in so many places, in so many ways, you, as a functional human being with at least some moral compunction, should have recognized that you don't let the devil in, and you don't let demons in either. Because one always leads to the other. So, you
Lol.
let this person run amok. You don't know who else they may have gotten around them, therefore getting them around V. You actively let, using a victim's reasoning, somebody connected to a child predator into a server that you know has minors in it. You are an adult. You might not be as old as some of the others here. But like I said, you're old enough to vote, to smoke, to drink, to die for your country. You're old enough to recognize that you are an adult capable of making adult decisions, regardless of what other people tell you. I have had victims tell me, I don't want this going public. And I don't make it public. I just report the thing to the police.
Okay.
If I have all that information, I don't need the victim to tell me that it's okay. It is my duty. What I feel it is an excuse. And you can disagree if you want, and so can everybody else. But I've been down this road before. Echo, it's your turn.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, like I said, I thought he was trying to help me become a better person, and I guess I
Really?
just yes.
What are their qualifications?
I'm not
Here, let me
sure.
cut to the quick. Susie, how old is the dirtbag?
Vigil?
Yeah.
I think Vigil is part of the 26 Club.
No,
the
he's
an-
25.
The 26
The
Club,
answer
bro, come
then
on.
would be none. No qualifications for this individual. No ability in corrections, in psychology, in psychiatry. The idea these people have of making someone a better person is having happy little Discord calls where they affirm them and tell them, well, you're not so bad, buddy. You only groomed some kids and sexually assaulted somebody. How do you fix that? This idiot probably still leaves skid marks in their underwear because they don't know how to wipe right and they don't know how to do their own laundry. How in the name of God did you buy that as an excuse?
Hey, Lyle. Let's not shame diaper using in a call with Doodletones. That's pretty insensitive.
I can see it's not an excuse.
It was convenient, wasn't it?
I guess.
I'm gonna hit a little low here. And what I said to Heat and Susie, definitely. Definitely if you think I'm going too far. But I do not want to hear dick about your spat with a purple hair cat person when this is the stunts you pull.
Wait,
You understand me?
purple hair cat person, is that Nico Coda? I'm trying to remember. I could just be remembering the wrong characters, but what the lol? Alright, hold on. Let me yep.
Yes, sir.
Because that person's a special breed of stupid and malicious. But they didn't go after kids, and they weren't friends with somebody who went after kids, while somebody like you and other people here looked the other way or tried to find reasons for why they shouldn't tell people.
I didn't mention diapers. I think you're already going senile there, Ace. Yeah, buddy? Yeah?
I'm done speaking to you currently. Tippy, you're next.
Uh,
And I want to be very clear real quick before we start, because like I said, I'm not stupid, and people talk to me. So I want to be very clear about a couple things here. I'm going to hit a little mean. You're not my princess. You don't hold a special...
You're not my princess. Alright, I'll skip back a little bit so I don't clip the man horribly out of context. But yeah, okay. Let me look at what you sent me, buddy. I'm not gonna leak your DMs. I forwarded it elsewhere. Alright. Let's take a peek-see. Okay.
Okay, so Beckett had rewatched all this and whatnot and came to the conclusion this was a gay op, the whole Cloak and Dagger thing. And for a little bit, I disagreed with him until I peeked back on it myself, started remembering some things. Do you know why this turned into an event where people were dragged in call and torn to pieces?
Why?
Because I got involved. Because I demanded that they show up and I demanded actual answers. At this point, I'm thoroughly convinced that Susie would have swept it all under the rug and let them back in and be all, with this is okay if I hadn't stepped in. So that kind of explains now, in retrospect, why you could drop a pin and hurry, here and land in these doggone calls. Because they were all sweating bullets, because I guess they figured sooner or later I'd find out about Cloud Palace, because they were all doing this crap. Good Lord, I hate it here.
Yeah, no, that explains why Doodletones doesn't really talk much, because I'm pretty sure they didn't want you to find out their stuff. But if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet with Doodletones even being like, oh, I can't really blame someone for being associated. On, but interesting. All my ears lie. I'm all ears lie. Yeah, buddy. Fucking hell. Anyways, I'll continue to the call, but I'll also be looking for the tweet I'm referencing.
I want to be very clear about a couple things here. I'm going to hit a little mean. You're not my princess. You don't hold a special place in my hierarchy. So if you're dumb enough to raise your voice at me, I'm a lot louder and a lot meaner than you. I am not here to hear about I'm already beating myself up. Do you understand me?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Continue, please.
So, I remember Vigil saying the exact same thing as they said to Nekos and Mav. In my case, though, I was trying to get Vigil away from V, as I did not approve of of that, and I was just telling him time and time again to not be friends with V. And
cool. That's all well and good. How long was that between you finding out and you trying to help them? How long did that take?
2 years.
Anyways, but have fun, kids. Yeah. Actually, speaking of having fun, I found that one tweet that I was referring to. I sent it in here. Let me show the chat when it actually feels like showing. I closed it. That's awesome. I love life. Life is filled with awesome moments like that. Okay, anyways. Okay. Unironically going on Yen's Twitter. Dude, this is evil. But I remember seeing something like this, which makes it a little bit more painful to hear Doodletones. Even make any points, right? Because we got this. Okay. It's this is beautiful, right? Oh yeah. I would never say anyone cannot be friends with those I don't like or those I see as problematic. I mean, fuck. I still talk to George Raccoon on occasion. I'd be a hypocrite if I said you couldn't be chill with V. Dude, this is interesting. Okay? This is quite the interesting conundrum. See, because this means a few things, right? it's interesting that they're they put V, the confirmed child groomer, on the same scale of problematic as George Raccoon, which is very interesting to myself. So, do you see them as the same level? Hell, they even got compared in the George Raccoon defense video. I think it's pretty interesting. But I'd be a hypocrite if I said you couldn't be chill with V. But that's interesting, because the whole Cloak and Dagger shit, right, is literally you not being chill with people who were chill with V. You canceling people for being chill with V. I think that's very interesting. I think it's very, 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 very interesting. But that part's obviously funny for its own ironic reasons, right? It's very funny. What, Doodle said the gamer word? Yeah, that's kind of funny too. But yeah, no. You see, yeah, Doodletones is very, very hypocritical for this call, considering just this one line. I think the other thing that's just another layer of interesting is just, I mean, fuck, I still talk to George Raccoon on occasion. They were like running defense for George Raccoon, who like drew 16-year-olds in their like nice little kinky situations because George Raccoon's a fucking freaky groomer. Okay. But you know what? They were friends with them. They defended them 2 years late. What? Why not, right? Why not? Fucking hell. But yeah. Not her saying this after calling me a lesbian slur, Lamau. Yikes. Oh, you don't know about the gamer word clip? Oh, buddy. Someone has not caught up with the Doodle lore. I must post this now because you're thirsting for Doodletones content, and who am I to deny an A-Space viewer their request of the gamer word? Hold on. All right, you ready, guys? You ready? This is a compilation of a couple times that they said it. You ready? Here we go.
Great logic. I guess I can
Oh, hold on. That's a little loud. Let's tone down the bass alert.
call black people niggers. Ski hounds and nigger. That ski hound had used the word nigger. Great
TOS, don't play it? Yeah, it's too late, buddy. It's too late, buddy. I've already played it. It's over. It's over. Ace say the gamer word. I'm not gonna say it. Goat, I have had people come on this stream and just say it freely, dude. I'm not really afraid of like the fucking TOS here, okay? Okay. Audio. Jungle. This is extortion. But yeah. Anyways. I'm gonna... Please, the voice is evil. Wow, oh my god, what? Yeah, anyways, we are going to continue the extortion. We are going to continue the extortion. Anyways.
2 years.
I was worried about Vigil because
I'm not. And you shouldn't be either. Go ahead, Heaton. I saw you unmute. Go ahead.
You knew for 2 years?
Something like that.
I was
For 2 years, you knew when you sat on this.
I didn't sign
You try to dox someone for no reason? Ian! What the fuck?
on it.
You absolutely sat on it, telling us
You fucking suicide baited Ian? What the hell?
would have been not sitting on it, Tippy.
All right,
So what are your qualifications, Tippy?
none.
That's what I thought. So in 2 years, you're trying to get Vigil away from V Omega. You fail every single time, and you just think to keep doing it? You just like being around Vigil, didn't you?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I-
don't even.
Don't
I-
even.
Tell me that you didn't.
Don't tell me that you didn't. Lie to me.
I cared about him to where I didn't want him to get hurt.
No, I'm gonna take this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ian?
You know what, Tippy? I don't like it when
I'm gonna take this one.
people get hurt either. He was involving minors in this.
Yeah, you know what? What, Ian? Caden Monroe did grooming tactics to people? What? What? Oh no! This is fucked up, Eaton. How could your partner do such a thing? And you defend them. Anyways.
Okay,
I didn't knew about this.
you didn't need to know. You didn't need to know. You didn't want Vigil to get hurt. But Vigil is out here associating with V, putting God knows who else in danger, telling God knows who else.
And you're associated with Caden Monroe. Putting God know who knows. Putting God who knows else in danger. You know, whoa. Fuck. Dude. Yikes. Anyways.
And like, this is the thing about this that blows my mind, that's pissing me off, that got me so fucking mad in the Cloud Palace server the other night, is that none of you, not a single one of you, has any concept of how fucking bad this could have been. You don't know what he was. What you don't know why he was telling those kids not to tell them. Like,
Yeah, Doodletones? No, I'm kidding. Dude, you know, maybe this was a tactic choice. Do you think Doodletones drew themselves sad because not because they felt bad for their friends they sacrificed to the lambs, you know, but more or less because they feel guilty because they know too, but you know, aren't really taking accountability. They're just hiding. Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
Lio said, he could have been casing the joint. Those kids could have ended up in contact with V at any point, and you could have put a stop to that 2 years ago.
I understand, and to that,
You won't kill for Gottfried?
I apologize. There's no excuses.
I'm gonna...
Tippy, are you familiar with any scripture by any chance?
Lio, no, please, stop.
Now let me impart to you something from it. Do not give to dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to swine. If you do, they may trample them under feet and turn and tear you to pieces.
Lio did not just unironically read a Bible verse. Dude. Come on.
The Sparks notes of that is don't give help to people who reject it. After the first month, you should have wised up. Tippy, you were 24 when that started. Excuse us, Jace.
What the fuck? Yeah, fuck you, Jace.
No, Jace is fine. They're an admin. They're just in here to listen.
My apologies. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe don't yell first and ask questions later. Yikes. Evil stuff.
You were 24 when that started. You are 26 now.
He does that a lot in his videos. Yes, I'm aware, dude. He even did it to that ZV person, like in the call, being like, I'll read you some scripture, ZV. And ZV's like, yes, please let me hear the word of God. It's like, dude, they're so obviously messing with you, dude.
And you thought you could help this person? How many people you've gotten away from dangerous people? You got a tally for me?
I have none except for Vigil.
So let me be. Then it's none, because it's not even Vigil. You couldn't even get Vigil away from them.
Yeah, Vigil chose him over us.
So let me be clear.
Ah.
I have been in this for 5 years. 5 years dealing with child predators and monsters. I struggle with getting people away from them. And I've got a lot more teeth than you.
Dead.
Yeah, Key, we'll come back to you later.
Man, dude, Doodletones is just like looking at this brutal, just slaughter, right? That Lio just they released the lion on these people. It's like, dude, that could have been me. Thank God it's not. Anyways, whew. Dead.
Sorry, Key.
Key unmute.
Key.
I need you to
Unmute.
leave.
Oh,
Right.
he can't unmute.
Key unmute. Say one
Alright.
thing. I want to be very clear.
Okay.
Key, you're gonna have to hop out and hop back in.
Because I've got a
Alright.
discussion. I have a discussion with Key later.
Cool. Key,
Yes.
are you paying attention to me right now?
Yes.
I don't want to hear any white knight nonsense from you in this call. Do you understand me?
Understood.
Mute yourself until Susie is ready to address you.
Okay. Key, look, buddy. You might have had a little bit of a decent points, but it's more or less how you went about it. And we can't have that here, okay? We can't have that here. Actually, I want to see Key versus Lio. This actually would be really funny. This seems like it's going to be really awesome. I'm enjoying. I got the popcorn right here. You're all like, he's dead. Dead. Hey, stop doing the Deca voice. You're giving me... Okay, buddy. Okay.
Thank you. My point was not self-aggrandizement, because it is a miserable job that I do not recommend to anybody unless you have a really, really tough constitution, or, like me, you're dumb enough to keep damaging yourself because you can't stand this type of stuff. Your responsibility, the responsibility of everyone here that was failed, was communication about what's right. How do adults fail like this? I don't get it. And you know what? I don't know who all was in this call, but we literally just had a call with Ephraim about a week or so ago where I went very clear about the stance on predators and how to address them and what constitutes as one. And you were in that call, Timmy!
Jeppy! What the fuck? You were there. I saw you there. How could you not remember something from a week ago? Ah, God. Fuck me.
And yeah, I'm yelling.
It's
What
fine.
your actions, everyone's actions could have done is cause
Yeah,
an
this is
entire
real
city
yelling.
bunch of problems. And we might still have them.
See, when people say Lio yells today, I kind of laugh at them a little bit, because this is real Lio yelling, okay? This is real Lio yelling. But you see, that doesn't really happen much today. It's actually a modern rarity. I've only seen it happen once now, and it's with someone who actually really deserved it, and it was pretty funny. But this is a modern rarity, okay? This doesn't really happen much anymore. This is what real Lio yelling is, okay? Not the stern talking, not the slightly aggressive tone, okay? No, this is pure Lio yell. And you're not going to really see that much because he's worked on it pretty good. But fucking hell. Anyways, that's why I laugh a lot when people say Lio yelled at me, and it's just like the most stern, it's like the softest thing ever. It's like, why did you do that? It's like, dude, you did not yell. Anyways.
And then we have Susie here, who has to deal with enough crap every single goddamn day, from her health to her family to random weirdos on the internet, and you guys all fail her like this? Well, except maybe Dawsmick? What in the world is wrong with you people? Does the internet really just dull everybody like this? Does it make you all think that these type of actions are just oops? Well, maybe he can be better. He can be a better person. You want to know how V becomes a better person? By turning himself into a statistic tonight.
Yeah, Lio? Fuck. That's a bar right there. You know how he becomes a better person by turning himself into a statistic tonight. Ah, that's a bar. He went bar for that one, dude. Fucking hell. Peak convoy, dude. This is cinema. This is cinema.
Hopefully, in a manner that does not cause other people to have to clean up. I recommend a crocodile farm. Pure cleanup right there. They'll get rid of him real quick. Unacceptable behavior. Every single one of you. And because you're adults, you're darn right. I may not know any of you, but I sure would have expected better.
Dead.
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
The thing about this that fucking infuriates me more than
What doesn't infuriate you, Heaton, bro? Like, fuck off, okay? Lots of things infuriate you. You're not real, okay? Fuck off. I wish you could raise the volume of the call. Oh, is it too quiet for you guys? I'm sorry. I could easily do that. My fault, guys. I thought I was quieter than the call. I apologize. Anyways, I'll turn it up for you guys, just for you guys.
And Lionel has no context for this, but Susie and I do. Is all of you for 2 years you sat in a chat full of his victims, people you have had to soothe and people you have had to help and bring through this, and you knew that there was somebody in our group watching them talk about this man who hurt them, and you knew that he was sitting there listening to them and going back to the man who hurt them.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked. Imagine, honestly, Heaton, imagine being associated with someone that was like a creep to kids. That would be like really messed up. Like, if I'm being really real with you, God, that would be super egregious. Oof. Yeah, I can't imagine anything like that though, Heaton. I can't really imagine anything like that.
V's not scared of you guys. V isn't scared of Doll. not scared of
Actually, is the temperature a bit better for you guys? Oh, not temperature. Fuck me. Volume a bit better for you guys.
Mav, not scared of Nico, not scared of Tippy, because now he definitely knows you'll keep a secret. Here's what I can promise you has happened. I can promise you, the vid dork, the pedophile defender, because that's what he is. I can promise you that he sent screencasts of everything all of you have ever said about V to him. I can promise you that. And now it's starting to make sense why that dirtbag thought he could show up under a pseudonym last year before he got in call with me. And I want to be clear here, because I don't know how many people may listen to the call. I think Susie uploaded the whole thing, but I flat out told him if he shows up again, I'm going to do what people keep saying I'm actually doing, which I'm not. I am going to dox him. I am going to let people know who he is, what he's done, and where he lives, because I hate him that much. And he never hurt me. He hurt children, and he hurt people that I care about. That is not okay. And I haven't had the history with all these people. I don't need to have basic human compassion and empathy.
Yeah?
And not playing pretend that I'm a magical internet therapist that can walk someone away from a predator. It's hard enough when it's one of their victims. And now people are making excuses for their friends. If I find, and actually Heaton can contest this, if I find anybody in Senate that is friends with a predator, they're gone.
Instantly.
Gone.
Fucking instantly.
Immediately. Sometimes we might bring them in call and rip their faces off. Either way, they're gone. Gone, gone, gone. Now, I know Tippy sat on this for 2 years. How about the rest of you? How long did you sit on it?
I just found out 5 minutes ago, low-key Lio, but like, I mean, that's okay. I don't know. It's over.
Like I said, April of last year. I said that earlier.
Oh, sorry. Like I said, I told people as early as this year.
Echo?
I think it was sometime last year, I think around August.
That's
You
fun.
know what really chaps me about all of this? With the exception of maybe Dawson making what he is saying is true. If every single one of you would still have been quiet if you didn't get tattled on. There are no points awarded, no thanks given for addressing it after you've been outed.
Actually, you know who else is pretty quiet about it right now? Doodletones. Look at this. Look at this person. Look at this really quiet guy. They're pretty shy. Doodletones quite the quiet fella. Look at them. Look how silent they are right now. Look at them. Look at them. Pretty quiet. But you know what? That's okay. We'll get to them later. Only just by a few years.
After your dirty laundry has been flying on the flagpole, you don't take it down and clean it, and then expect people to act like it's always been clean. That's the biggest problem here. But you know what?
How many victims were involved in this? I'm gonna be so real, right? V Omega is not a person I know an insane amount about, but right now they're talking about a person that they're talking about a person, like these people who have been associated with Vigil, right? Different person than V Omega. Vigil is talking to and potentially enabling V Omega, who's a known child predator. These people just know about Vigil talking to V Omega, but they're being pressed for not saying anything about Vigil's connection. But yeah, that's rough. This is rough. Look at this totally innocent and not at all bad person. Yeah. Dude, they're very sweet. Honestly, very sweet. Very nice person. Actually, let me check art room because J7 just did something really cursed. Dude. Dead. Dead. Buddy. See, we got ourselves a interesting Lio convoy. See, every time Lio says princess, I'm just gonna imagine this now, bro. Fuck me. You're not my princess. God. Fuck my life, bro. Dude. Lio. Very concerning matters. This is messed up, dude. This is what we call messed up. That's real, by the way? Yeah. Anyways. Moving on from this now. Well, just yeah, I like to definitely started a little fire there. Yeah. Anyways,
Susie here, she doesn't ask for much, I don't think. A little trust be nice. Now, whether or not Susie or Heaton or anyone else wants to take the work of trying to rebuild that trust is up to them. And to make it clear, I will pass no judgment on them for whatever they choose. That is their right. I cannot and will not interfere. But to me, I think all of you need to operate in reality. I don't want to see dick from any of you about your opinions on things, what you think someone's been wrong about, any of that, for a good long time. And since I know he's such a punching bag issue here, for lack of a better term, because I think he's due criticism, as even I am, if I see any of you getting up in arms about some stupid take Jar does when you pull stunts like this behind the scenes, shut it!
I don't know if I fully agree with that. I don't know. Obviously, a person could still like fuck up, but still have like the right criticism. But I don't know. It's I don't know, man. Like I don't know. Like that's pretty rough. It seems like it kind of comes off as like sweep for Jar, but no. I mean, I'm gonna give you benefit of the doubt. You're probably just like disgusted by them, and it's an emotional reaction, I would say. But I don't know. This bit rough. But yeah. Dead air.
I like after the fucking Crimson shit, after we had him leave and leak stuff and cause problems and start fires, after we had this whole issue about who in the Cloud Palace we could trust because they were just willy-nilly running around tossing shit out, this, you came in and sat on this for a year to 2 years? Unfucking fathomable. We had this problem over and over again. Constantly we had this problem. Lio has no idea. We had this problem with Crimson. We had this fucking problem with Ray.
God.
We had this problem over and over and over again, where people would come into our circles, leak shit, and leave.
Not a lot of names
Over
I know.
and over, trust has been a problem. Communication has been a problem. Constantly, it's been a problem. And you, like, I know, I'm not gonna get on you about it now because it's fucking irrelevant, but like, I know that people in the Cloud Palace have problems communicating about small, little shit. So, unlike Lio, I'm fucking absolutely abysmally disappointed. I'm not fucking surprised. Like, you guys, half of the Cloud Palace can't communicate that they have, like, a problem with somebody's tone in a conversation about Pokemon. I'm not shocked that you would.
Okay, so like, you could, if you're going to understand that they're all like horrible when it comes to their communication skills, right? Then why are we going to try to treat it like these people intentionally try to get children groomed? Like, come on, be real. All right, these people were probably just. Like, some people had like interesting reasons. It wasn't obviously no one sitting there being like, yes, the children deserved it. Like, I don't know. That just seems really disingenuous.
Wouldn't communicate about something like this, and that's the most disappointing and irritating part of all of it. I went up to fucking bat for half of you to Lio a couple of days ago, where I was like, worst case scenario, they're a little soft, and that's better than nothing. And now I've got fucking egg on my face.
I don't think you do.
I'm
No.
fucking
Not to me, at least.
no, but to myself. Like, I cannot believe that you would be so fucking wildly irresponsible about it. I can't. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Like, being wildly irresponsible about handling things. I mean, personally, right? I feel like just getting someone's docs in a situation just because you don't like them is pretty irresponsible. But hey, or suicide baiting is pretty irresponsible. But hey, you know what? Go off, Queen. Pop off, Queen.
just after everything that all of you have seen, that you would sit here, that some of you have been a part of and some of you have been victims of, that you would sit here and be like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this from everyone else. Nobody else needs to know about that. Like, for whatever fucking stupid reason. Like, come on. We're fucking grown-ups. We're supposed to be setting the bar for the rest of the community. No fucking wonder that so many people have been having issues with the community lately if this is the kind of shit that we just let pass.
And for the record,
Wild.
I want you all to be aware of the grace that Susie's given you. And you might be wondering, well, Lyra, what do you mean by that? That's weird. I'm in call with you, and I'm getting my entire life torn asunder. Whether some of you may be rolling your eyes at me or whatnot, because I sound like an anime villain or whatever. The reason I say that is because we could have had this call in Senate.
Okay, bro. We could have had this call in a more interesting area, Senate, which is pretty hardcore. Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we're doing it here because I don't know if I could contain myself in the Senate. That's why when the alpha likes to come out. Yeah, fuck me, man.
Where you'd be having, at this point, probably about 150 people listening in on. And maybe some of the mods would have come in and taken shots at every single one of you in ways that I wouldn't. But I also wouldn't stop them at this point.
Dead.
Susie showing you that kindness, I wouldn't have. I gave her the option.
It's just really funny knowing what I know now. Obviously, Lio didn't know, so this is not like a dig on him or anything like that, but it's just really funny to like say Susie gave them kindness when they're literally sacrificing them to distract them from the whole Cloud Palace. It's really funny to me. It's really like it's the irony that's like awesome. Like it's funny to me. But God, fucking hell.
And she, in her kindness, chose to have it here. You're getting off luckier than you think you are.
Yeah?
Now, I do recommend all of you stay out of Cloud Palace. If Susie takes a vote and lets you guys back in at some point in the future, as I said before, that is Susie's decision. I will not judge her.
Seconded.
I will tell her, however, to keep an eye on literally every single one of you because you have been willing to hide things about the worst of person. You don't have a person you try to help. Somebody who articulates their points poorly, or might have a bit of a bout of anger or something, or maybe some mood disorders, or I'm not going to be mean when I say this, so please understand that. Like somebody like Nezzy, right? Nezzy's great. Help her when you can, because she needs help. Nezzy is small and soft. It's okay.
No, not Nessie mention. It's so over, bro. Gosh. No. Nessie is great, dude. Lio just gets mogged by vouching for people that, he's friends with, which he has no reason to think are bad at the time. And then just like, the hindsight is horrendous. Hindsight's a bitch. Dude, fuck me, man.
Okay. Not somebody who sits there and says, yeah, I'm friends with a child predator. I'm totally going to help him. He's going to be my first Pokemon badge. Unbelievable. Inexcusable. Unless some of you have things to say, or unless Susie or Heaton have anything else to say, with the exception of, I'm guessing, some Key, maybe Tippy, if Tippy's involved in that, you're dismissed. Unless these two have something to say.
I got one thing I want to say. If people want to leave, that's okay. But it's something that I didn't get a chance to say earlier.
Go for it.
Because you want honesty, and
I do.
I'm already seeing the just the shit that's going on here. I want to go on record and say I did confess to this too, to multiple people. It is in Susie's DMs.
Oh?
But I'm recognizing just how terrible this all is. So Vigil had come to me before about V. This was after I knew, though. Are you? I guess for context for this, Lyra, are you familiar with the furry YouTuber Kit the Soulless?
I am.
So I was looking.
No
I was looking into
context.
information about him, and Vigil had come to me about this person and gave me some information about the situation with Joni, and I corroborated that with Joni, and it seemed to be good. And I think last year, I don't remember exactly when, it must have been in June, Vigil came to me in a panic because V was apparently having a fucking tantrum about being claimed to be neat. And apparently V wanted to talk to people, so I did extend that, mostly because I was curious when they asked me, and I wanted to get some more information on Kit. And I did get into contact with V, and I learned that they were very upset about it, and I offered, hey, I'll clear up that allegation for you. And then I got a little bit more context for some of the Kit stuff. Not that I fully trusted him, but it was still an opportunity to learn more about that. And pretty much right away, I just regret even doing that.
Good, because you want to know the one response you should always give somebody who you know is preyed on children that comes to you for help?
Absolutely not.
No, it's, why aren't you dead yet?
Okay.
Definitely better.
Yeah. And I know this is a problem in wider commentary as well, because they had to get on freaking Lagovert for the same nonsense.
Lagovert?
There's one reason why Coyote is no longer in our circle. The whole, I'm going to talk to the weirdo. I'm going to talk to the child predator. I'm going to get information. Screw them. If you know what they've done.
I'm going to be so real. I'm sure he's talking about the Coyote Lovely thing. I don't have every bit of context for that. I have, like, bullet points for that, but, like, that was definitely... Coyote Lovely was a very interestingly weird individual, okay? Like, they were trying to raise up Hypnotist Sappho and were, like, really fucking weird. Okay, like, they're... Ah, God. I don't know. Gosh, disgusting person. Disgusting.
They've been outed already. Don't talk to these people. Don't show them basic humanity. The only basic humanity you should show them is when you speak about them, you use their proper genders. That's literally it, and nothing more.
Well, that's why I'm telling you right now, because this
I appreciate the honesty.
This was eating away at me for a while, and I did confess to people. It is on record in Susie's DMs that I confessed to that, so this isn't just like a hearsay. There is evidence of that. You can take my word on the other people because they're saying they don't remember, but I am putting it on record now. I just want to say right now, so that it's on record too, I don't know if you're recording or not, it doesn't really matter to me, that my softness, weakness, and just not great response to any of the stuff that goes on. I'm taking your advice. I've told Susie I'm not going back to the Cloud Palace. I have gotten rid of basically every server that could be affiliated with commentary, drama, and all of this, with the exception of the server because I'm just leaving. But I was honestly expecting you to say worse things to me or have worse propositions. But my solution to this is just never come back to any of this. I'm quite frankly, like, I realize that I'm just not mature enough to handle it. Sorry, go ahead.
If I found out you were aiding and abetting this individual directly, if I found out you were doing that, my response would have been for you to find the nearest bridge and jump. So if that's what you were expecting, that's what would have happened if I find out that you were collaborating with V. And I don't mean just a conversation you admitted to having. I mean actually collaborating with this dirtbag. So, the fact that you have been honest, to the best of your ability, telling me things I did not know, is appreciated. So, does anybody else have anything to say to Dalsmic before he is dismissed?
No.
Nope.
All right, you're dismissed, Dalsmic. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, of course. You guys
Take care.
have a good one. And I am sorry.
Mav, you're up next. You got anything else to say?
Yikes.
No, I don't. I'm trying to work this right.
You're an adult. Put your heels together and talk.
Dead. But yeah, but this is a really stressful situation for them, Lio. You have to be considerate. You have to be considerate. Dead. Fuck they. God. It's over. It's over.
Susie Heaton, do you have anything else for Mav?
I mean, my last thoughts for all of you in general, which is Susie's gonna be more charitable, and honest to God, Lio's more charitable than I am. I don't fucking...
Yeah, because you're a fucking schizo bitch. You come to the craziest conclusions with, like, literally no reason to. Of course you... Oh, wait, so, yeah, you're admitting that other people are going to be more charitable than you? That means you're not very charitable at all. Like, look at you. Especially if you're considering, someone like them. Oh, my God. Oh, how could you? No charitability, Heaton. Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch.
I think any of you should be allowed anywhere fucking near the Cloud Palace ever again.
I want to be clear. That is my value as well, but I'm just telling this very bluntly because I'm not going to put that on Susie.
No, I'm not going to put it on Susie either. But far as I'm concerned, I don't think it should have... my props to Susie's generosity and grace is that there wouldn't have been a conversation in that chat. It would have been, who knew? You would have answered, you would have been banned.
Actually, interesting thing interesting thing to think about, right? So, it's kind of odd here, right? It does, like, just another point to show that it's staged. Like, it's just so Doodletones can try to protect themselves, right? These people, right, like, this fact, like, these two were roped in, 100% is performative. 100%. And you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Lio and Heaton were pretty prominent creators in the community as well as Doodletones. These people were practically nobodies. If this was only just done by Doodletones, like a very civil conversation, this would have, like, only maybe got, like, it would have not got as much attention as it did with, like, getting Lio and Heaton roped into this. But getting these two people roped into it, right, that definitely puts lots more eyes on it. And that's exactly what Doodletones wants. They want as much eyes on it as possible, so that the Cloud Palace, what actually goes on in there and happens in there, no one has to look. All right, so no one has to know. But these people were the scapegoats for it. Makes a lot of sense. I think that conclusion makes a lot of sense to come to, right? But God, fucking hell, it's just really scummy. These are only things that you would be able to realize in hindsight, though. No one would have picked up on this in the moment. But it's very interesting. So Doodletones is a very conniving individual for them to consider a lot of things like this. This is very interesting. That means, right, they're not just like, a little, so me, don't be too hard on me. No, this person is a genuine, not to give them too much credit, right? But they planned this. They planned so much ahead, right? They considered everything. And I don't know. I don't want to give them too much good faith going forward. But that is actually fucking insane. Because they considered everything, every aspect. It was executed almost perfectly. The only reason why it's coming out now is because someone found an archived video of theirs. But if no one found that George Raccoon video of theirs, this would have been the most flawless, executed gay op known to man. And this server would have not been found out at all. And that's a crazy thought to think. Genuinely, that is a really crazy thought to think. But you know what? Glad it was found, because holy shit, there are some pretty fucked up stuff in the Cloud Palace. Fucking hell.
The fact that you had even the slightest opportunity to air a secondary side is grace that I am baffled Susie had the patience to provide you. I'd have given you fucking nothing. There wouldn't have been a conversation because as far as I'm concerned, there's no conversation to have.
And you know what? The only way I would have accepted any sort of reason is if one of these people had directly threatened your families. But I do have some grace for that. I do understand that. Everybody on the internet, for the most part, who doesn't have a well understanding of how things work, are terrified of being doxxed or their families threatened, especially when they've never been in that position before. That is the one grace I could have given any of you if that's what you had told me. But you know what? You didn't. None of you were threatened. I can understand somebody making bad decisions under duress of their family or themselves being threatened, but that's not what even happened here. And you know what? Now that I think of it, even if it was, I still wouldn't have in this case, because it's V freaking Omega. The dude all but wets himself if he hears my voice. That's the guy anybody be scared of? Are you kidding me? So no, that one caveat even wouldn't have been applicable here. I rescind that statement. But
I don't know, Lio. I look. I mean, I guess it would have made sense if they came to you, but I could still completely understand. If your family's being threatened, you're not thinking rationally. I don't know. I don't alleviate that good faith. Oh yeah, but also, look at this awesome art. This is good news. Look at this. Become part of the Hive today. Join the B team, as opposed to the A team. You see, this is the Ace Hive, the Hive space, okay? I'm the king! Yeah! Look at this! Evil stuff happening. Evil stuff literally happening right now. Honestly, though, good drawing, nah. Good drawing. Good stuff happening. Big stuff happening, even. But yeah, let's go back, because there's only 30 minutes left of this one Doodletones video. And then we'll make a dent into the second video, because we're not going to finish it all. Let's be real. This video has been going on quite a bit. I did not expect it to be this interesting, okay? I'm analyzing a lot. It's awesome.
well, since we're done with Mav, you are dismissed. Neko, you have anything to say?
I would just like to say that after the Bejo stuff got outed yesterday, like I was not aware at all of the shit involving the miners. And then after that was outed, I realized the gravity, at least part of the gravity.
Stop.
Uh,
You knew who V Omega was, yes?
Yes.
You knew what V Omega did, yes?
Yes.
That should have been enough.
It's over.
Well, I guess just to cut to the chase, I confessed to Susie of my own accord. It's on record in our DM, so.
Good.
Yeah,
That shows at least a little bit of
would.
character.
Yeah, I actually would not. This conversation would have been one less person smaller had Neko Shadows not come to me at DMs about it.
Neko, did you do it because it was the right thing to do, or did you do it because you knew you'd be named eventually?
I knew it was the right thing to do.
Okay, be so for real, Lio. I know. You need you're getting clarification, but be so for real. They unironically just could have said nothing, just like Doodletones, and been fine. and moved on. That DM definitely, they went to them like, I read it right. There was no reason for them to go. Like, they literally could just said nothing and been like perfectly fine, just standing by the side. But you know what? They did it. They did it. They outed themselves. Fucking hell.
Well, I suppose time will tell. But unless somebody else has anything else to say to you, you are also dismissed. I'm not hearing anybody say so, so you are dismissed.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be out.
Now, Susie, do you need Tippy for your call with Key?
No. Key, I've got words for Key specifically just on my own. Tippy, I don't think I'm gonna need for this.
Tippy, do you have anything else to say?
Looking back in hindsight, I wish I could have informed sooner, but my naiveness, carelessness towards the situation got the better of me. It was irresponsible, and to that, I am very sorry, and there is no excuse. And I am gonna work my way to just learn and improve.
We'll see. And by we'll see, I mean we will not see. Because that is not what I'm going to keep an eye on you about. If you improve, it's on your own.
Okay.
You're dismissed. Susie, are you sure you want to handle Key all by yourself?
I mean, this is not the first time that I've done it. But if you guys want to sit and watch me get mean, I guess you guys are free to.
I'll stick around. I'll keep you in line, Sue. Don't even worry about it.
All right, well,
yeah, Heaton? Yeah? Fucking hell. You guys better be sidelined, bro. I want to see a 1v1. No, actually, I want to see Lio versus Key, bro. Like, this would be funny. I don't believe Doodletones could be that mean. Let's. But you know what? I could be proven wrong. Let's see it happen.
if you need anything, like, do you take issue if we interject or something gets stupid?
No.
Okay, cool.
It'll be fine.
Real quick, Key, unmute.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm 22.
Then I expect you pay very close attention to my words.
Yeah?
I expect you to show Susie respect. You will not raise your voice to her. You will not make excuses. You will not lie to her. And you will show her the kindness that she is owed for even having this conversation with you. Do you want?
I don't think anyone's owed kindness if they're having a confrontation call. Let's be real, okay? Be fucking for real. That is such an... you could be... Let's be real, alright? You just want them to be kind because it's your friend. Fine, I get it. But, like, dude, it's not owed, okay? It is not owed. Fuck me.
Understand me?
I understand.
Good, because if at any point you get stupid in this call, even if Susie gets mad at me about it, I will find where your throat is. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Good. You have the floor, Susie.
So, Key, what is this I'm hearing about you wishing death upon Ellie?
What?
Fuck me, man. Heaton, shut the fuck up. Heaton, no, you're already getting involved. It hasn't even been 2 seconds, bruh. Fuck off. Heaton, I'm gonna let's take a guess. Do you think Heaton is gonna not say anything and just that what will be it? Or do you think she's gonna chime in? I have a feeling that she's gonna chime in. Let's see if I'm wrong. Fuck me. Ace, this dude talks like an anime character. Yes! Yes!
I said that in a private server. No, there is no excuse. I was out of line. I genuinely
Okay,
said that.
that's well and good enough, but why do we keep having this kind of conversation? Because didn't we have a very similar conversation? Not exactly point for point, but didn't we have a very similar conversation surrounding Avi, just last year or the year before?
Yes, we did have that.
Yeah?
So, why are we back here? Why are we back at square one?
Because you asked for them to be here. Oh, okay. Why are we at square one? All?
Well, I don't...
I also want to stress...
No, hang on. You just
Heaton.
what?
Heaton. Shut the fuck
was-
up.
I was no.
No.
You better
Then-
gather. You better gather your gut dang thoughts and answer these people before you piss me
I was
off.
just I was just upset. I was just furious, okay?
Furious about what?
See, notice.
Were you?
Do you see how this shifted into like more Heaton and Laya rather than Doodletones? I'm not surprised.
Pissed at her that she put Tippy in her fucking place? I'm so fucking weary of hearing about this bullshit from you. I'm so tired of it. I'm so fucking exhausted of constantly hearing about you doing fucking closed door bullshit behind other people's backs because you're too much of a fucking coward.
Ephraim, excuse us.
Yeah,
Okay,
maybe not right now.
You are too much of a fucking coward to actually confront people to their fucking faces, Kate.
The people with anger management issues took over. It was all part of Doodletones' plan. This is why they had them here. Key was not strong enough, and it's now over. And to be fair, that's not really a defensible position Keem could have. To just randomly be like, I have this person fucking guys! Fuck me. Fuck me.
Right. I am one.
So, and I'm really trying hard not to take away from Susie here because I think she's on the right path. Key, how tall are you?
Why? Why is that important?
Around 6 feet.
Dude.
What's your general weight?
Dude. Why does this matter?
254 pounds.
You got any training?
I take walks daily.
I just tore Tippy's face off in this call. You want to try taking shots at me, big man?
Oh, no, sir, I do not.
I didn't.
What the fuck? What was the importance? Did you just challenge them to a fight? Did you just fucking challenge them to a fight by asking their physical weight? Yeah, you know, I happen to be like 6 foot, pretty average weight. I'm kind of ripped actually, Laya. I'm pretty jacked. I'm actually, fuck. What would be a good example just for you to see it? But you know those like gym builders, like that's kind of me. Like that's me, dude. That's me. Like the strongest guy in the world. That's me. Okay, that's I kind of see myself in him. Like, what the fuck was the point of that? My God. But yeah. Anyways,
Then don't ever be dumb enough to run your mouth about other people. Ellie is a very sweet individual from what I've seen, and to what I know about Ellie, they don't tend to tear into people unless they are pushed in a goddamn wall. So let me be very clear here. If I catch you running your mouth like this behind the scenes, I will be your problem.
Okay. So again, we can put aside the fact that we've been here before, Key. We can put that aside. You don't realize, like, Ellie has very recently attempted on her life, right?
God. It's not looking good for Key here, guys. Not looking great. Fuck, dude. It's horrible. The worst person you know made a good point. Fuck me. Fuck me.
So you going into, I guess this was either a chat or like Neko Shadows' DMs or something like that, because they somehow fell on my lap. Looking at Ellie's Twitter and saying, and I quote, "I hope you kill yourself, you fucking whore." I mean,
I wonder if Doodletones didn't brief Heaton and Lio about this because they, actually, I wonder if this was another planned thing. Because why is it that Heaton and Lio were briefed on everything else, right? Like they already knew about V, they already know about Vigil, they already knew about these people associated and their actions in Cloud Palace, right? Why were they briefed on that? But Key, I mean, it came off as a shock to them. I think that was intentional from Doodletones. I think Doodletones intentionally didn't fill them in on Key just because they know that Heaton and Lio could have emotionally driven reactions so that they didn't have time to react. This is the first time they're hearing about it given their reaction. And boom. Boom. Just like clockwork, they took over. They took over for a good segment and terrified Key. Lio literally just threatened to try, fucking fight them. Threatened to fight them and said, "I will be your problem." Heaton got on their case. Now Key has had all their confidence shaked. I think this was intentional. I think Doodletones is like an evil mastermind here. Unironically. Too much of this stuff falls way too in line for it to be coincidental. I think that, yeah, a lot of this stuff had to be planned. And I think Doodletones is such a weaselly little snaky, conniving liar. Fucking hell.
Oh, you scrawny fucking piece of shit!
Exactly.
What the
Clockwork.
fuck is the matter with
Clockwork.
you? First,
Clockwork.
you motherfuckers sit back and do this bullshit on her. When after her fucking
Clockwork.
father passes
Clockwork.
away, now this.
Clockwork.
Yeah,
Clockwork.
I just don't understand. And apparently, according to Umbris, like, you were also, like, under this presumption that, like, I had ill will against all of these people, too? Like, I was out to cancel Tippy and Neko Shadows and Dulsmic and Mav, like, that I was out here trying to make this a public spectacle? Like, how low do you think of me, buddy?
Buddy? Don't steal my word, you fucking bitch! Buddy is my word, okay? Buddy is mine, okay? I created the word buddy. Alright, I am the one that says, yeah, buddy. Do not steal my words, you fucking bitch. Also, I'm gonna check art tab real quick, because something evil was made. During that one doodle clip. Dude, I was Tanamangu, bro. This was evil. Evil stuff happening, bro. Anyways. Moving on. Fucking hell. Heaton, shut up. You're not even intuiting. Your voice is annoying. I concur. Heaton is not cool. They're gay. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, it's over.
You what?
If you don't stop stuttering, I will find your tongue for you.
Exactly. Emotional reaction, clockwork. Fucking hell.
Okay, I don't. Look, I was just.
Hold on. I want to address something. If the only time you find your tongue is when the man is speaking to you, you got some issues to address. I told you are going to respect.
Do not make a sexism argument out of this, Lyle. That is such a reach. Fucking hell.
Susie, the same way you respect me. Find your tongue.
I will.
I will. Please, Lyle. Please. Give me a chance, Lyle. Please. Dude, this is so bad. This is so rough, bro. Key, you were hyped up, Key. You were hyped. I saw those DMs. You were supposed to be the anime hero that nobody asked for, but didn't realize that we needed. And look at you now. Losing to Susie Doodletones, Heaton Mitsuri, and Lyo Convoy. How could you be doing this? You have betrayed our trust. This is rough. This is the worst display of, fucking SJW I've ever seen. You're not winning here. You're not winning. But you know what? Maybe you will. Maybe you will.
Look, Doodle, I wasn't doing okay. I had a lot of stress was pushed on top of me.
And I on the one hand, I understand that, but on the other, like,
No, you don't.
would it not have been better to, like, step away or something like that, and like you usually do, instead of going into a chat and wishing Ellie would fucking kill herself, or go around and again, like, give these weird conspiracy, this weird conspiracy, or like throwing around these rumors that I'm out here, like, ready to throw people who I also consider friends under the bus at just like because of this situation.
I didn't. It's like the whole thing. Just I was very upset by the whole thing, and I just assumed the worst. And when I shouldn't have. In fact, I should have not said anything. Since
Excuse me. I'm gonna step in again here.
See, this is exactly again clockwork. See, Susie Doodletones, the innocent angel who gave these people a chance to speak. All right, Nut could do no wrong. So Heaton and Lyo, right? were wanting to help Susie because, oh, she's just a defenseless, innocent individual. No. No, she's not. This is all clockwork. This is actually really, really interesting. I did not expect the Cloak and Dagger shit to be this interesting. But holy fuck. Yeah, she is unironically like an evil mastermind here with how she got these to go. She put more attention, right? There was Vigil, who was talking directly to fucking V Omega, which we clearly saw her take on, right? We clearly saw her take on. She said that she would be a hypocrite if she like gave anyone issues, which would include Vigil and those people in the call. She would be a hypocrite, right? But you know what? She still did it. So obviously, she didn't do it out of the kindness of her heart. We know that. We know that. But you see, right? She wanted to protect the Cloud Palace because she said some pretty interesting choice things herself. She said some very, very messed up things and has allowed pretty messed up things to be said, as we've seen in the previous time when talking about this with Jace and like what Jace was even saying. And Heaton literally like fucking, attempting, like not even, it's like trying to dox someone in there, right? We have seen some pretty fucked stuff. But you know what? This is all planned. Because logically, it doesn't make sense to really go after these people. Not as much. Not as much as Vigil. Vigil apparently ran. But you see, they put more attention on these people. But it would have made more sense to make a call out on Vigil for enabling and protecting or, being in contact with V Omega. But she didn't do that. Again, we saw her true intentions. Here. She didn't care. Alright? She didn't care. But it was only sooner, and then later, that the Cloud Palace would be looked into. So, these scapegoats came in handy. Alright? The 4 people that were associated with Vigil, that Doodletones knew. Because Doodletones also knew about Vigil and V, but did nothing. In fact, they conveniently forgot when one of these people went to her. But these people, Doodletones is very aware how she even began, before this call even happened. They went on to say that these people were not really well equipped for moments like this, and she always goes on about how the SCC, normally the arguments are what Pokemon is better. These people are not at all capable of defending their ground when it comes to a guilt by association claim, and she knew that. Because she was basically the go-to person for the SCC. All these people would normally go to her when they would have an issue with something or there was an issue. But she recognized these people and used them as cannon fodder because the Cloud Palace was a horrid place, a really fucked up place. And she knew that if Lio or Heaton, or not as much Heaton, but if Lio went in there, she would have been fucking cooked. She would have been burnt to the ground. And she could not handle a one-on-one confrontation if Lio was acting the way he was now. In fact, she can't even talk over Lio when he's being aggressive with other people, as we could see. And Susie knows that. Susie knows that really well. So she gave Lio different targets to protect the Cloud Palace, to protect her reputation, and to protect everything that she said in there. Alright? She did this all planned. Which is why she had these people on the focus, so that Lio had people to yell at. That there's more of a focus put on these people than Vigil and V Omega. Because let's be real, if more focus was being put on V Omega, I'm sure the Cloud Palace would have had been looked into. But no. These people, where it makes sense for Doodletones to put focus on these people. And that's why, when it also came to fucking Key, she didn't brief them on Key of what Key said or did. She, right, came to the conclusion that if she didn't tell them, they would have such an emotional reaction, because Key said that they wish that a good friend of both Lio, Heaton's, and, as we'll also throw in Susie, right, they wish for them to kill themselves in a suicidal era. There's no defending that from Key. And these people are very emotionally driven. Susie knows that. So she didn't brief them. And as we could see, that was her first reaction. The amount of planning that this had, and careful consideration for each thing to be executed carefully, it's actually pretty impressive. It actually really makes sense why Susie lasted so long. Why nobody really traced it back. But looking at this in hindsight, it's very interesting. It's very impressive to see this all unfold, right? But no one would have known unless the major the fucking George Raccoon video was seen. No one would have known. And to think that if no one knew that, Susie would have been perfectly fine. Susie's been protecting herself for a while now. She's been on the platform for about a decade. This is how she got away with it. When it came to something as simple as the doodle diapers thing, right? Oh, Mr. Medicare's making fun of my kink. She lied about that. Doodle diapers was an alias that she went by, but she knew that she was in a community that wasn't too fond of kink shaming, and she was the likable one. It's such an innocent fly. They wouldn't hurt a fly, you know? Such an innocent butterfly over here. But so they believed her at face value, and to be fair, why would she lie about that? It's very interesting. She's very, like, prone to victimize herself in situations, and it's very clear as to why she does that. It's interesting. It's very interesting how much she lies in. Or whether it's the FCK, right? Where she lied about, Slimmers. She knew Slimmer's age. She commented under the video, Ponder's video that was about it, which addresses Slimmers as a minor. She knew Slimmers was a minor. She joined the server that was literally about Madame and Slimmers. All right, she was active in like the Slimmers NSFW chat. She was 100% aware of who Slimmers was. Had they literally talked in the server, right? She knew their age, but she lied about it to protect her reputation. And that, honestly, I thought was going to be the final stone. But I didn't know that this would be unfolded. This is interesting. This is very interesting. Doodletones is actually pretty decent at lying, to her friends at least. Some people could see right through it, but Susie had a counter for that too. Susie would use her identity. In fact, when it came to the right-winger side of commentary criticizing her, oh, she's just an autistic transgender. That's why they're hating on her. They're just reaching for straws to hate on her. And of course, her friends are going to defend her because that's fucked up for a reason to hate her. She didn't even do anything. I hate transphobia. Why would they do this to her? They just believe her blindly. Susie had all these people wrapped around her finger. The only way for her to be outed would be from within the house. And that George Raccoon thing was the first domino to actually unfold everything that Susie's done, which is how she officially got out. And I think that is why, personally to me, why Susie is very, very, interesting to me. Susie is not just a fucked up person, right? They're not just an innocent person who didn't know that they were doing wrong. No. They have carefully plotted every little controversy that they've been a part of. I just think it's very interesting to see how it was executed. It is very, very interesting. And obviously, it's not a good thing. It's fucked up. But it's kind of impressive. I can't lie. The amount of careful consideration for this is actually fucking mind-blowing. And the fact that it also worked out is mind-blowing. But yeah. I think I've derailed a little bit. Yeah. My apologies. My apologies. But yeah. He's type 1 is dangerous. Yeah, anyways. I'm just glad that she's out now because she had way too much control for her own good in this community. But yes, we'll continue.
And the reason I am isn't because I don't think Susie can handle you. I think Susie could handle you blindfolded with one hand behind her back. But because there is a thing you keep saying that I am tired of hearing. I was in a bad place. The log off button was easy to find. We are not here to hear you self-immolate yourself. We are not here to hear you talk about, woe is me, I should have known. You don't get to throw the lashes on yourself. You will sit there like a man and you will address things properly. And again, you will show these people the same respect that you are clearly showing me, because I am also tired of people only listening when I talk. Yeah, I got the deep, scary voice, but you know what? These are people you've wronged. I know Susie well enough, not as well as Heaton does, to where when people came to her about Medicare having cancer, asking if she thought it was a good thing, for her to look at them flabbergasted. And that's somebody who actually hurt Susie one way or another. And your response to this is, I thought you would? Don't give me that crap. Just be honest for once in your life. And just admit you have piss poor impulse control. You run your mouth. And you don't know when to shut it.
I'm also gonna tag in here for a second.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Clockwork.
I bet you were in a fucking bad place, Key.
Clockwork.
You know who else was a fucking bad place? Not that fucking long ago? Ellie. She was in there twice because of you motherfuckers.
Clockwork.
Because you shitheads in the fucking Cloud Palace ganged up on her ass.
Notice how much Susie's not talking in her own confrontation one-on-one with this person. It's Clockwork. It is really interesting. Oh, thank you for the 5, Pookie Peach. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yes. very, very interesting to see this. But yeah, we'll keep it going. Keep it going.
And now you're pulling this stupid bullshit because she put your fucking work wife in her place?
And we talked about this. I want to say we did talk about this literally yesterday. I don't remember if you were in call or not, but I literally brought up the fact that I was, like, concerned over how people treated Ellie in the vent chat. When she was grieving over her father, and people like Buggy and a few others were telling her to pick a better time to grieve.
I was there for that, as a matter of fact. I'm fucking weary of it.
I was telling that to Key. Like, we brought that up in call yesterday because everyone was in the I'm screening chat.
I'll thank you for the 5 yen, dude. Thank you for the donos randomly, guys. I appreciate it. This guy is pretty epic. Yeah, thanks, Yen. Thanks, Yen. God. Sending other people to fight the battle right in front of her. Yeah, no, it's like, that's why it's planned. It's articulated. Like, why else, right? Why else would you... Like, Lio can make sense, right? But why'd you need to drag Heat in here necessarily? That doesn't really make too much sense. Like, why did you need both? That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. But you know what? I digress.
Was literally something that I brought up and other people kind of reflected on and realized was wildly inappropriate. In fairness, some of the people who were involved were at the time were kids, but still, like.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Susie. No, go ahead, Susie.
No,
Sorry.
No, I think that's more or less the end of my thought process. I might start rambling if I'm not cut off a little.
Yeah, see, now she's cutting herself off because Lio's gonna strike again. Shake Key, destroy Key's core. Susie's a fucking evil bitch, but it's interesting. At least Key, I could say, did something that's really that's pretty fucked up. Where it's like I don't really feel too bad. It's just interesting to see a plan executed so flawlessly, if you will.
Key, you're on the spectrum, yes?
Yes.
I'm not saying that to demean you. I'm saying this to make a point. What is your special focus thing?
I really enjoy video editing.
How do you split something on the timeline?
Oh, well, you just press the C button on the keyboard, or just get the razor tool and your mouse on top of the video clip and click it.
Isn't it interesting how you know that off the top of your head, but Susie has to come to you twice about your piss poor behavior towards Ellie?
Okay, you're comparing a hyperfixation to an irrational decision made off of like mental illness. Okay, that's not exactly the same. That's not really the same at all.
Ellie, it's like Ellie, Avi, pretty much anyone who has stood against, honestly, Tippy or Donnie at any given point.
So if I were to... Go ahead, Heaton.
I was going to say one sec. If I would also like to recall correctly, because I'd like to make sure that I'm remembering correctly, I do believe you also got caught back-talking me some time ago.
Yes.
Yeah. I will also point out and notice that this is something that I think is very fucking telling, because Ellie pointed this out last night, and I would actually like to elucidate if we're here and this is the situation, is that much like with Lio, where you motherfuckers will shut up the second he speaks, but not when Susie speaks, I've also noticed that you will shut up when I speak.
So maybe it's not a sexism thing, and more of a, I don't know, an aggressive tone that you guys have? I mean, come on. Any logical person can deduce that. Be real. And you know who else deduced that? Susie. But yeah, anyways, I'll keep it going.
I find it very telling that the person that you went after for going after Tippy was Ellie. When I came after her just as hard, I just didn't raise my voice to her physically. But there's no manifesto in my DMs. So I am noticing very particularly, and this is why I'm not totally willing to buy that you were in a bad place and that's why you did it, because you picked a fight with a person you knew was vulnerable.
Bro.
Because you know, after last time,
okay,
that you are
this
not
is schizo.
going to fucking step to me.
This is schizo.
Are you and Tippy in an actual relationship?
What?
No, we're just friends.
That's such a personal question. I know why he's asking it, is to assert to see if there's any, like, you know, defensive bias. But, like, God, that's such a... But yeah, I don't know. Heaton is just so illogical, dude. But, you know, it doesn't have to be illogical. It just has to be loud and aggressive. That's all that matters for this. But fucking hell, they are so schizo. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
What do you mean, oh my god?
In fact, every morning, subconsciously or consciously, I pray to God to give me patience. The reason why I don't pray to him to give me strength, because I'd use it to kill people like you at this point.
Bro, be
You
real.
want to know why I'm saying that? As LARPy as it might sound, because I am just pissed at this point. Is half of me wants to get Tippy back in here so I can make her cry, and you sit there and do nothing because you're not about to open your mouth to me, are you?
What? Lio.
Pick that fight. Or do you only do it when people can't see it, you gutless coward?
Because he did it to Avi too. You went in his. I got shown the fucking bullshit you sent to Avi.
Yeah, we've had the conversations about the manifestos before.
I would presume we've had them twice. We're gonna have a quick one a third time because this is a recurring fucking pattern with you, and it's pissing me off. It's partly why I'm not willing to buy the I was in a bad place excuse, because I've noticed you do one thing very consistently, and it's you try and keep it behind closed doors. You post it in private servers. You post it, in my case, behind a private account. You do it in Avi's DMs and ask him not to show people, because traditionally, I have found that when people think they are doing something wrong, they try to hide it.
Interesting, like how you try to dox someone in a private server. This is very interesting, Ian. Thank you for that.
And that happens every time. Every time we have a problem with you, it's because you are doing it someplace where the person you are talking about cannot see it. I have had problems with Avi. I have gotten into fights with him about things. And when I got angry with him, I said those things to his face when I was upset. I then went to him afterwards and told him, hey, I'm sorry, we got heated, that was too far. I do not talk about people behind their backs. I do not like to take the back door. I will come right up front and knock. Because regardless of how I feel about something, regardless if I am in a bad place, regardless if I am upset, I will bring up that problem to them. What you are doing is duplicitous, which is why I don't believe that it's a heat of the moment issue with you. I think you're just a fucking coward.
Yeah?
And I'm going to back up Heaton on that.
You're also a coward,
One thing
Heaton.
I noticed about people online.
Confront
they
me,
really
bro.
don't like their DMs being leaked. Now, I understand why some people don't, because they like privacy. But whenever one of my DMs have been leaked to anybody, you know what my response is, Key? Okay. Because there's nothing I'm going to say in private that I will not publicly. So I'm going to get a little crass here. Hey, Key, you got a pair of balls on you?
Dead.
Yes, though at this point they are going to die.
Okay.
I don't need your self-deprecating humor. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Good. We're not here for hee hee ha ha time. This isn't a Family Guy cutaway joke. You have dicked up multiple times now and been given more chances than I would give you. And that's saying something, because I'm the moron who keeps giving clowns like Coda chances. Not that I do now, but I gave way too many then as well. If you're not using them, if you're not being an actual man, or heck, let's take gender out of the equation, somebody with integrity, donate them. In fact, donate the whole getup. Plenty of trans people will be happy to take it. You're certainly not using it.
Dead.
Absolutely disgusting behavior.
You got anything else, Susie? At this point, we're just stuffing the locker in a hole.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing I want you to genuinely thank Susie for. Right after I say it, I want you to thank her profusely.
What, the Senate thing?
This wasn't in Senate.
Yeah, fuck
You know what would
it.
have happened if you were in Senate, boy?
Dead.
I know you don't live by yourself. You live with
Dad.
your mom, don't you?
And Dad.
Guess who we would have gotten on this call?
Oh.
Yeah, your testicles just went right up inside of you, didn't they? How do you think he responded the way you act online?
He'd be very...
He'd be very, very angry. He'd probably take your internet from you, if not worse. I want you to genuinely lavish Susie with things for the fact that she didn't choose Senate for the venue.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you.
Yeah. I thought I had more to say, but it seems like Heaton and Lio kind of said everything that I was going to.
This is interesting. This is really interesting. See, I already know this. I already did like an analyzing, but like, see, look, oh god, yeah. Looks like I'm kind of done with Key. I mean, if you guys want to keep bashing them in. See, they didn't really want to talk to Key. They wanted to scare them. They wanted them to know that not to fuck with Susie Doodletones. God. And Lio and Heaton were just useful idiots in this situation. Fuck. Heaton, like, fuck, dude. Fucking hell. Like, Doodletones literally just used them as pawns. This person's fucked up. Fucking hell, dude. God. But yeah, I digress.
Do.
I am sorry. I am angry. I do not like people like this. And frankly, I am tired of people trying to use you as a freaking wiping pad. That's also why I get irritated when people constantly talk over you in calls, which is why I try not to. So here's what I think needs to happen, Key. Here's the truth of the matter.
Yes.
You are going to apologize. In fact, Heaton, is Ellie around?
Oh,
You know what? Let me go
oh
see. I
God.
will see if I can retrieve her. Give me one moment.
Are you sure?
Because here's what's going to happen. If Ellie's able to come in here, you are going to apologize to her. And I want a genuine apology. I do not want to hear an iota of excuses. I was in a bad place. And then you are going to apologize to Susie. And if I, Lio Convoy,
Yeah.
find out that you are pulling this scumbag crap again, you will be my problem. I won't involve Susie. I won't involve Heaton. I will do what I do. And I'm a lot meaner. I do not play by all the rules these people tend to set up because they are far
God.
better natured and like dealing with basic nice things. They want to have conversations about their thoughts on One Piece or Pokemon or their OCs. I'd imagine by now they're tired of dealing with Cloak and Dagger dorks like you. Do
Dude.
we have an understanding?
Fucking hell.
Yes.
Good. So we're going to wait for a few minutes and see if Heaton brings back a friend. And you're going to sit there with your head in your hands until she shows up.
We're not gonna wait a few minutes with dead air.
I believe
are we?
she is at work.
She's at work.
You are going to apologize to her right now, and it will be passed to her. Do a good
Alright.
job.
Ellie, I am sorry for ever telling you, for ever saying you should kill yourself.
That sounds
It was
performative. Is Live gonna catch it? Is Live gonna catch it?
I was
Oh,
impulsive.
Yeah, you're remembering what I told you, didn't you? I don't want to hear this excuses. I don't want to hear impulsive. I want an apology from you.
I'm sorry, Ellie. I'm sorry. I never told you to kill yourself.
Dude.
Sorry for talking behind your back.
That's not.
And now to Susie.
Dude.
For telling you. I'm sorry for spreading rumors about you.
Look at that. Look at that sick bitch. They forced Key in a position to apologize to them, essentially begging for their forgiveness. Fucking hell. This played out way better than I thought it would for her. Dude, this is just embarrassing. God.
I'm sorry for doing this Cloak and Dagger crap.
Yeah.
Susie, are you satisfied?
Sure.
Sure? No.
I'm heading to my chat. Fuck this noise. I'm done.
You're dismissed.
Thank God he in. Get out of here.
We go join Heaton.
Holy shit. What a call, Jace.
Dude, do you hear her smile? God, what a conniving bitch. She's smiling. She's smiling in her voice. Stop him in the bathroom again. Yeah. Dude, she is smiling right now. Do you hear that? You could hear the laughter in her voice. Innocent little Susie, look at this.
Holy shit. What a call, Jace.
She giggled. She giggled. Dude. I mean, I would be too if my plan just worked that flawlessly. Holy shit.
I don't have my headphones right now, but I have been sitting here just listening to this.
And Jace is their partner, by the way, but it wasn't known at this point.
Like, holy... Lio is fucking terrifying.
I understand why people find him terrifying now.
Interesting sentence. Interesting sentence, Doodletones. I understand why people find him terrifying. Interesting sentence. It's almost like you knew. It's almost like you knew what he was like and used him in this situation just for that specific, just to get your own little personal gains, you fucking bitch. Dude. And
yeah,
whoa. Was that a little laugh?
I understand why people find him terrifying now.
Oh yeah, it was a laugh. It was a laugh, dude. This is literally she got away with it. She got away with it. She won. She literally, her goal was achieved. This is, dude, the villain won. God, this is interesting. Like, why even include this part in the video? That's interesting. She's just victory lapping right now.
Yeah, no shit. Jesus
Laughing?
Christ.
Well, so, what do we do now? Well, personally, I wouldn't say that anyone has to cut off Tippy Neko Key Dollar Math. Personally, I'm not really a fan of the isolationist route myself, having it had to happen to me, but
Yeah?
I will mostly leave that up to you guys. Barring Keyblade Master, everyone was, well, straight up told to quit commentaries, and Dull Neko and Mav all agreed. Tippy thought it would have been a good idea to think of
I'm only hoping for the best for him. As for me, while I'm not quitting, I'm going to focus my energy on other things in order to help myself through. I'll be focusing on the server that I'm making with other SCC members and try to do the best for it. It's important not only for me, but for my friends as well as the people around me. I will live with resentment and guilt, but I know I'm strong to be able to pull through. And I trust those that are friends with me to help me out, and I will help them in return. I don't expect for forgiveness, and quite frankly, I completely understand what I did was careless and irresponsible. And no matter how much I would explain myself and how much I felt wronged, it doesn't excuse anything. I'll focus on putting my energy on other things and to essentially amend things on my own time and accord. Only time will tell. Dude. Yeah, extortion. Unironically. Unironically. God. It's evil. It's actually fucking evil.
about starting a new commentator group, and that was a whole ordeal.
After everything that happened these past 2 days, you keeping the fact that Vigil was haha he-ing it the fuck up with a known groomer and serial abuser after everything that happened in that fucking shit show of a call. You have the fucking temerity, the fucking audacity to think about creating a new slideshow commentary group. I don't think for a fucking second, a fucking iota of a millisecond, that you actually have for a moment actually processed or internalized a goddamn fucking thing. Interesting, Doodletones. Interesting. Someone even thought about coming back. You're wanting them silenced. You're wanting them silenced. It's evil.
In the courthouse, but eventually she dipped after being chewed out about it. What's to come of her? I don't know. Same goes for Keyblade. I have no idea what to do with that man. I haven't even removed him from the Cloud Palace members list as of writing this because I'm just that confused as to what the best course of action is here. He's probably going to get removed.
As of editing, he is removed, being basically blacklisted from ever coming back.
But I'm still kind of processing everything fully. For those outside looking in, I promise we're not usually this messy. I know it's kind of hard to believe given what you heard today, and
Oh, messy. No, this was perfectly perfectly executed for you, buddy. This was perfectly executed. Oh, but no, it was just a little whoopsie. Yep, little whoopsie.
That's fair, but I just figured I'd remind you all that this isn't something that we usually have to deal with. The SEC is full of marshmallow people. We're very soft. But that unfortunately means that some of us lack a backbone. Keyblade in particular was worried about this going public and canceling everyone in the process, and, well, again, I hadn't planned on it. Had this just been the first part of the call, I don't think things would have nearly gotten so bad, but now that this video is out there, obviously, my opinion on this has begrudgingly been swayed. Not by Heaton, mind you.
Susie did specifically say she doesn't want the four to be isolated or shunned, but my opinion of all of them hasn't changed. I still consider them good people. FYI, I'm not upset at anyone here for earlier. I highly doubt Susie's going to keep her word. I'm sure she'll get strong and armed into making it public by Heaton or Ellie. Key, stop being so pessimistic. I don't really know why it would be make public. Let's not assume the worst. Why? There's nothing to be optimistic about. This is human nature in play. You're making a big conspiracy over something you can only back up with negative feelings you have about certain people. Humans are inherently evil. I'm just making the logical conclusion. Key, I really think you should take a breather. I understand you're upset, but let's calm ourselves. I breathed quite enough yesterday, and I was lying under that tree. You know, they were right about one thing. Susie did make it public. This is a public video. Fucking hell.
Before you go around blaming her for this going public, Key, it wasn't her idea. It was mine. So maybe you had a right to think.
It was nice knowing you all, but it's over for me. It's not over for you. Please don't say anything rash. I don't know. It looks pretty over for me. Not really. What makes you say that? Soon my name will be dragged through the mud for shit I said while in a bad state of mind.
So lowly of me after all. But after concern was raised, not helped by people's
I'm mood right now after having to watch a heartbreaking drama occur in the SEC. Bro, what's the relevance of this? It's literally a 4-like tweet.
Posting on Twitter for making a big mistake as they did, or just generally their discomfort about all this.
Yeah, to any Discord peeps due to things happening, I'm logging off for the time being. I'll probably be back within the month, but if you need me, I'll turn my DMs open. And if anyone wants to share this with any servers I'm in, like, do one like. they're just expressing disdain, sadness that how impactful this was.
Shutting down their accounts after posting concerning tweets insinuating that
Keyblade disappeared from the servers. I was in. I think it's because of how our friend Vigilco realized that he was supporting blank for some time and left his SCC and preferred. What the fuck? Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Doodle has screenshots if you're interested. Daisy has said that she's going offline for the time being. Tippy put a concerning message on Twitter. They've been so great to me, but I'm worried about them. It's probably going to be the last post because I'm at the point where I'm close to just wanting to just disappear. Nothing has gone well this year, and these past couple of weeks has been the tipping point. Tippy's at his tipping point. Oh, that's fucked up. Sorry. Where I can't stand it anymore. It's too much.
that they would kill themselves.
Maybe. I can see how it's persuasive to that.
Tippy, and everyone leaving comments.
I've been writing and rewriting this a few times now. I think it's important for me to say it now so everyone is in the loop. What I've done is negligent, unconscionable, and I failed everyone. So I'm no longer going to be in the commentary spaces. As of last night, I left every server I could possibly think of that's dedicated to commentary. I'll be leaving this one too. This is, first and foremost, important for everyone in here that I'm no longer around the community or engaging with it. But it's important for me too. I'm not mature enough to handle this, emotionally or otherwise. I need to be gone. So this is the best decision for everyone. I'm sorry I don't ask for forgiveness or anything of the sort. I accept any decision you guys make in relation to association with me. Once again, I am sorry that this isn't enough. But you are all owed that from me, along with the consequences. Dead. We're going through the Guryu suicide route. Yeah, dude, it's really funny with the suicide baiting route because it's like Heaton did the same thing later, so it's just really interesting. It's really interesting. So they made it public because he was scared of it going public. What the real fuck? Real.
Commentary so publicly, I figured transparency is needed in this situation. Again, I didn't want to make this public. I would have been fine.
Oh, no, you did. You did. I want to make it clear for those who were not here. Well, yes, I did ask Neko Shadows, Tippy, and Mavasation to leave the group. I'm not asking them to be removed from anywhere, and I'm not asking them to unadd y'all as friends or anything. I'm not even saying there isn't any chance at all that they couldn't theoretically come back when or if they earned that trust back. This goes with Dalsmic too, who left on his own accord. However, I can't in good faith just give them that slap on the wrist without any consequence at all. I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel great about it all either, but a good point was made, so something needed to be done. Interesting.
Y'all doing whatever you do within your own private chats. It would have been whatever to me. But the Streisand effect hit hard here, Key. So now everyone knows. I think I'm angrier now that I've had time to process it even a little bit than I was when everything was happening. Fucking hell. Anyway, now that this is out there, I can stress over it being out there, but I figured this would have answered the lingering questions over the Cloud Palace's sudden drop in members, for those who pay attention to that, and to answer the lingering questions from the SCC as to what happened that day. I know this is a pretty heavy video to say this on, but at the end of the day, I hope you have a good rest of your days. Take care of yourselves, and just generally, take care.
Oh, look at them being such a nice
Trigger warning.
individual. Yeah, nice and considerate individual. Aw. Dude. This is interesting stuff. Genuinely very interesting. Dude. So, yeah, I was not expecting that, honestly. This video has been very interesting, to say the least. But I don't know. How do I put this? It's just, I don't know, it's just very, very interesting to me. Because I don't know, like, we're going from seeing like a person who framed himself as like an innocent, sweet person that would do no harm to anyone. And they just perfectly executed something evil. Also real. What the fuck is that meme? Lol? This is extortion of their grace. Yeah. Honestly, weird place to rely on. But yeah, no, literally. It's very interesting to see, like, what we have now. It's very interesting to look at this in hindsight. I don't really blame many people for, like, not really knowing, right? Because it's like, it happens, okay? I'm not gonna get on I'm not gonna get on their case either. It's like, it's whatever, it happens, right? But fucking hell, it's interesting. It's very interesting how this all went down. But yeah, I mean, I already kind of gave my thoughts in like a pretty long tangent of how I felt like how this is all executed, and like the call kept going on and just kind of proved my point. It's very interesting to me. Very, very interesting. I just think it's crazy that they even got like a begging apology or like begging for forgiveness from the person that they disliked. It's interesting. Doodletones didn't even have to say much. But yeah, now this is a ludicrous tweet though. Fuck me, man. Fucking hell. But hey, what can I say? I still have some energy in myself, you know. I would end the stream around now, but to be honest, I'm kind of like cooking right now. I'm cooking. This video is 6 hours. I gotta make a little bit of a dent, you know? Fucking hell. Let's try to make a little bit of a dent in this. This will definitely become like the focus of like another stream. The price of silence. Let's hear it, Lio. Let's hear it.
Hey guys, this is going to be a completely different thing than you're used to, mainly because this isn't even a video I made. Context will be within the video itself, but the person who made this video, Doodletones, released the first call I was involved in with this situation. As we discussed it, and the situation got dumber and dumber throughout the calls, she decided she wanted to do a follow-up to make sure the public is fully aware of all the moving parts here.
First call? Dude. Why? Doodletones, it was perfectly executed. Why was there more calls? See, that tells me, right, that the publicization of the other calls, right? That definitely tells me that they really wanted a lot more, like as much attention on these four than I realize. This is interesting, really, really fucking interesting. But let's hear it out. Let's hear it out.
Decided to do the primary upload on my channel, as though our subs are comparable in numbers, I can usually get more views. This video is filled with the calls, and in total is over 6.5 hours long. So, artists, get your gear ready as we start. I'd like to personally thank Susie for being not only willing, but capable to hold her people within her circle accountable for their actions. It's a rarity these days, and a skill that specifically the slideshow commentary community has that other parts of the community seem to be lacking. That's enough of my rambling, though. Let's go.
Content warning for mentions of suicide, grooming, and rape. And because of how often it happens, content warning for yelling. Lots of yelling. So hey, hi, Doodletones here, slideshow commentator, and usually I don't make follow-up videos. Usually I like just covering everything in a situation in one big swoop, cover all of my bases. Be as thorough as possible, because making follow-up after follow-up kind of feels like milking a situation, and I've never been particularly a fan of that play. Hence why this video is several hours in length. Though I know my audience likes that, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem, but I feel like this one might be more justified for a follow-up than usual, because I've had a hectic 168 hours, and so has everyone else involved. There's a lot of ground to cover and elaborate on, and frankly, as pretty much everyone's been saying for the past couple of years now, boy do I need a break. Anyway, I'm gonna try not to waste more of everyone's time. I don't know if this is going on my channel or Lio's channel, so let me just get into it instead of doing my usual futzing about. So if you didn't see the last video talking about this, first and foremost,
Actually, it just clicked with me too, right? 119k. Lio said like he would get more views, right? He, yeah, he said that earlier in the beginning of the call. Doodletones 100% wanted this as a public stunt. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Also, 13k in 2 days. That's crazy. But no, 100% wanted this as a public stunt, especially with Lio just saying like it gets more views on here. Yes, they wanted to put as much attention on this as possible. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
You should. The call was a lot more cathartic than I thought it was going to be. But the context of everything I'm going over really amounts to, I have a slideshow commentary community group called the Cloud Palace.
Yeah?
It's got a very storied background. There was a user by the name of the Omega who used to be a part of it, but was removed because he was abusive and a bit of a dumbass. V then went on continuing to abuse people and even went as far as to groom minors and attempt rape.
Yep.
He was outed for this behavior in 2020. During the initial allegations coming out, one of the members, Vigelsio79, initially defended V, which is fine, actually. People can be skeptical, especially at first. But after everything was all confirmed, you'd expect Vigil to maybe cut V off, yeah? Yeah. We did too. Some of us even remember conversations where...
Hold on, let me read these DMs.
Yeah. We did too.
Like, I knew he was defending V, and we definitely got onto his case about that, but I didn't know he was still friends with... Okay. Oh,
Some of us even remember conversations where it was...
Yeah, we saw these.
...brought up that Vigelsio did cut
Yeah, we
V
saw
off.
this.
But in reality, not only did he not do so,
Yeah, okay, yeah, we saw these.
but had also forced minors to stay quiet about it, which was brought to our attention by Pink Robot, who had it brought to her attention by a user named Buggy Boy. I pressed Vigil on it and he folded like an origami crane and flew out of the community.
So, would you mind talking about this in BC? Because I don't want to just chuck you out, but if this is becoming a thing, we probably should discuss. You don't have to chuck me out. From what I'm seeing, someone else has a problem with me having been friends with someone who left the community after negatively impacting it. I will be honest, I think it's better to have me show myself out. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer or grievances because of my decisions, even though I knew it would become one day. That doesn't make it any less sad for me. I wish this could have been different, like truly I do. But I think it's best I bow out and no one goes through more controversies from this distance. Interesting. Interesting. Thanks for the 5, Goat. Fucking hell. I'm not reading that, though. I'm not reading. I'll just say oil. Alright, I'm not reading that, buddy. I'm not reading that. I'm not getting that clip for everyone, okay? Fuck off. Fucking hell.
Choosing the child groomer over the rest of us. That's when we learned that 4 other members of the Cloud Palace, Bummer Patrol, Neko Shadows, Map Station, and Blazing Hope, not only knew of this information, but sat on it for years. The 4 were then removed from the group, which caused a bit of a stir within it. This led a user by the name of Keyblade Master to get upset at everything, and
Oh, that's why. Hold on. My quality. I already read this, though. I'm just gonna raise it just for you guys. Just for you people. Because I love my fans.
started talking shit behind the scenes. Notably, Keyblade told another user in the chat, Ellie Momilli,
You know what? Fuck you, Kalu. Fuck you, Kalu. You know what? Yeah, Goat. Yeah, Goat. I'll read your message, buddy. Oil up, sugar tits. There you go, buddy. Hope you enjoy that. Hope you enjoy that.
to kill herself. And that's notable because Ellie had attempted to just a week or 2 prior to this situation happening, and Key knew this. So he and the 4 others were dragged into a call with Laya where they were promptly chewed out for an hour, and that's what my previous video details. So, what happened after the fact? Well, let's go down the list. As I was working on my video, we bullied a vulture. That was fun. But after the video was...
Let me
As I was working on my video, we bullied a vulture.
Let me see this. And we got the... alright, let me get the popcorn. Oh, I don't think we... Oh, don't think we don't remember your skeletons either, Jorm. Susie, how are things? Not well, dealing with health issues, burnout, and how you're looking for anything you can to take shots at the SEC again, and don't think for a fucking second I don't know you are. Your abuse still scars your victims, I haven't forgotten. I just want to see what the fuss was about. No, I don't believe that for a second. You've always been opportunistic when it comes to continuing your petty grudge against us. I remember the last 2 times you've done so. Don't play coy with me. I wasn't born yesterday. Dude, emotones, dude. God. Evil stuff. Evil stuff.
Vulture. That was fun. But after the video was where things got really interesting. So we'll start by talking a little bit more about Vigil. Apparently, Vigil was a lot more like V Omega than we initially thought, telling a minor that the minor could have...
I should have probably seen the signs about Vigil when he once said I could rape him if I wanted to when I was 17. Him being a creep was aside. What the fuck? This whole situation's disgusting. Yeah. Sorry, but I need to ask one question, not as a way to grill you, but because I need to know how worse this gets on Vigil's end. Do you know that you were 17 at the time? He said this to you. Either way, and then they say, yep, yeah, they don't actually confirm much.
their way with him some years back. Alright.
Okay.
Hello.
So, I
had a very shitty dinner. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so Beetle, Taku wanted me to go ahead and set up a call with you because he wanted to clarify some things about the comment that he left in the Cloak and Dagger video.
Sure.
Which I know this might not be the this might not be the best thing to say, but I can't watch the final half of that video without a very strange look on my face. I'm not going to elaborate further. I'm not going to elaborate further. No, but just I kind of assumed like I know MTR mentioned to you that mentioned what I said.
Yeah,
and
apparently Vigil was going around saying creepy things to you or something, like wanted to non-con or... I had to go back and look at the comment again, but
If it's all right with the both of you, I have the comment up. I can read it if you want.
yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Taku have went ahead and said I should have probably seen the signs about Vigal when he once said that apparently Taku could rape Vigal if Taku wanted to when Taku was 17.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mentioned this to MTR like a few minutes ago. Like this was back when I was in high school, so fuck. No, the issue is I don't know because like there's like a chance he could have said this like before or like right after, because I know this happened because I'm pretty confident this happened like right before my birthday that year. It could.
Can we know what your birthday was for clarification?
It's May 10th.
Okay.
So if it was around then or like before then, like because I don't think it was on my birth. I was after that because I don't. I think a point. No, I think because I was working on a video with Mav at the time on one.
This is very interesting. Okay. This actually is very, very interesting. So now Doodletones is digging into this, right? There's literally no basis, and I doubt, like, from how it's sounding, there's not really much evidence, unless they get a screenshot. But it seems like Doodletones is also trying to frame Vigil as a pedophile off of an allegation with no basis so far. This is interesting. This would definitely get a lot more attention off the Cloud Palace and more onto, like, these weird people. Very, very interesting.
One of Guru's I think one video Guru did about the CC.
Oh yeah, this.
And I think like.
Sorry, don't mind me.
Yeah, no, I don't fucking remember the video, so I don't really care. But no, that went down, and I think it was around that time because I was like relatively cordial with him and V at the time. But yeah, no, that's what he said to me.
Fair enough. So that was a little concerning to learn that we just had that in the group and no one telling me until now. And personally, I am floored. Like, yo, we dealt with V. Why?
Dude, there's literally no basis to it, though. That's a fucking reckless thing to just throw in there. At best, that was just testimonial evidence. They just said that, like, there was no proof for that. What the fuck? Dude. Did you at least get Vigel's side of it? Did you at least get their side of it? Because, like, there was literally... Even the person that's telling you is... They didn't even know if it was before or after. Like, they turned, like, I don't know, 18 or whatever, 17. I don't know. Like, that, or before or after they knew their age. Okay, that's what they said. Before or after. They don't even know. They don't even fucking know. Dude. That was, like, the worst thing just to throw in there. Because it could potentially, like, frame the guy as, like, a weird fucking, like, predator. And it's, like, or just, like, a really reckless. But, like, dude, you just had nothing. You had nothing. Literally nothing. That was nothing. We have nothing to go off of. What the fuck was that? The hell? God.
Why would nobody tell me this? Furthermore, if you have watched the previous video, that boyfriend Mav Station mentioned in the last call, the one that basically told Mav not to say anything, they reached out to me to give me some new info too.
This is Mav's boyfriend. I'm the one who told her about Vigil, at first hoping she could figure out a way to tell the Cloud Palace. I'd appreciate it if you could keep the identities of my friends, but let's see, I can put you in contact with them if necessary. They were both groomed by V as minors, and my friend who first requested that this not to be spread was very, very close to Vigil. I will still share screenshots with you to prove that this isn't fake. Alright, sure, send them over.
Too, and I got a lot of information about V, but I'll keep that off to the side for later. V is only vaguely important to the situation after all.
How is V only vaguely important? Dude, this whole situation would not be happening without V. They're the core root of it. What do you mean they're only vaguely important? Be so for real.
However, this boyfriend also gave me insight to the fact that Vigil was previously told that there are so...
Okay, you're more than welcome to. Why? I'm just still trying to process this. I was getting excited to work with you, and future because your art fit my vision for a project, and then the news comes flying to my face when I never talked about him. I don't even mention him these days because our friendship isn't important for people. But apparently you could just guilty by association when I have done nothing wrong. Yeah, you could guilty by association if he wanted to. Sky could use to get information about his victims. I'm sorry? I can't keep going with this. I don't even know why I told you the truth of what I wanted to say. It's not worth me saying anything when I'm past going to be guilty. Well, I'm just going to be guilty.
Association with V was dangerous to the minors in the group, and this fucking dumbass just shrugged it off with, "Oh, I want to say something, but I don't want to be."
I'm thankful for your advice. Yeah. Oh gosh, I just want to say something. I'm afraid of coming off as rude. I'll just take my leave. Goodbye.
Wooed, ooh woo. Like, what the fuck?
Did you just say ooh woo?
Shrugged it off with, "Oh, I want to say something, but I don't want to be wooed, ooh woo."
Doodletones. Dead. That was so gay. Fuck me.
What the fuck does that mean, Angel? You were warned of this shit beforehand, and you didn't care? Now, sure, that should be unsurprising, given that, 1, he's still friends with V, and 2, he told the minors in the SEC to stay quiet about his friendship. But to see him actually brush this shit off as passively callous as he did, pisses me off in a way that I cannot properly articulate into words. Then there's the dynamic duo, Tippy and Key. Blazing Hope, for those who don't know who Tippy is. The both of them dipped into alt accounts, and boy, that was a fucking headache. Starting with Tippy. Poor little baby Tippy.
Look at how they're describing this like little lamb they sacrificed. Salutations! What's up? I wanted to reach out in reference to something I know for a while regarding this whole recent Cloud Palace fiasco. Like 2 years ago. Vega had also told me that he was in contact with V. After some contemplation, I cut the fucker off, and I haven't spoken to him since. All I have is my word on this, so whether you want to believe me, completely up to you. But maybe a few weeks after that, then when I was talking to Michi, I brought that up, and she not only knew, but she had asked me not to share said info, like an idiot. I didn't. There's no excuse for that. I'm not looking to justify it. I told a few people here and there, but obviously that's not enough. I mentioned this to a friend, but after hearing about your video, I suggest I come forward about it, so here I am. I'm so sorry for all this bullshit. These people have accused your group, and I'm especially disappointed for Michi and Kenny. I mean, considering everything else that's been going on, I don't have much reason not to believe you. I really didn't know what many people not only knew, but still kept contact with it. Please don't tell me this is just going to be another thing you take at face value with no evidence. Dead. Fuck me, man. Fuck my life.
User by the name of Degenerate reached out to me about her backdoor behavior. Apparently Tippy was also doing the Vigil thing and silencing people who knew about Vigil's relationship with V.
Apparently.
The biggest...
That's a pretty big apparently, Susie. That's a very, very, very big apparently. What are you on about, bro? What are you fucking on about, dude? Holy fuck me, dude. Fuck my life.
Difference was that Degenerate cut contact with Vigil, whereas Tippy didn't until it became an issue.
Dude, what? You're just taking this at face value. And like you even said, like, considering everything else that's been going on, might as well. Dude, that is so stupid. That is so fucking stupid. Holy fuck me, dude. Fuck my life right now, dude. Holy shit. You're just platforming some random person what they just said to you and just taking it at face value, and it got over 100,000 views. You suck. Genuinely, you fucking suck. God, anyways. We'll keep it going. Dad.
Also, after my video, Tippy reached out to New Metal Slayer to reach out to me to get me to take...
Okay, Slayer, I need to ask you something, but can you tell, like, Susie to perhaps private the video, or at least mitigate the issue? Me and Key are fucking scared right now for our lives. We do want to take accountability, and we do want to apologize, but with the way things are going, I don't think any one of us could be able to do so without the fear of being chased after. All we want is for the both of us to move on with our lives after this. Dead.
My video down. Obviously, that's not happening. Less so now. And if it wasn't him, then it was a friend of Tippy's and Key's by the name of Zephy, who caught wind of Umbrus, another...
Dead. Yo, is it okay for me to ask, what the heck are you doing? I just heard from the grapevine that you intend to make a doc or something about this week, and I want to confirm if it is even true, and ask why that would even be necessary since they're already gone. That's not true. Who told you? It was because of this tweet? Cat's out of the bag. We'll type my thoughts about it tomorrow. If you know, you know. But then I have thoughts. That's fair, but with it already being a rough week for everybody, why pour more gasoline on the fire? It just doesn't make sense to me. See, I just wanted to explain why I was locked, since I want to inform people why I was locked. Key and Tippy are talking shit about me. Trust me, I'd love to hear about it. Say it's not good to call a throw. Okay, whatever. This guy.
SEC member who used to be friends with those removed, doing a video about this whole ordeal and came in to interrogate her into stopping production on that video.
They weren't even making the video. The fuck?
Removed, doing a video about this whole ordeal and came in to.
Okay, so like, can you not damage control the situation as Key, Nekos, and Tippy did? Yes, you are aware of what they did was wrong, but I do believe for a second that they've learned from that courthouse call if they're continuing to go around spreading lies, talking shit, and trying to get that video taken down. And also, disproportionately large consequences. Are you fucking kidding me? Where's the lie on that one? They're already out of the public eye with everyone hating their guts, and rightfully so, but also at the detriment of having their safety risk with some peeps wanting to go after them after the video was up. You could say whatever you want about me, but I'm just looking at things practically here.
To interrogate her into stopping.
Then they put their safety at risk by talking shit and rightfully getting hit dead. They're actively making the situation worse by continuing to talk shit behind people's back, which is precisely what Lio told Key not to do. They're human. They're going to do that. When it comes to glass houses, Tippy and Key should really take pot and kettle on a double date. There is too much focus on poor little Tippy and Key being put in danger. This just sounds unhinged. When Tippy was the one who actively withheld information about Vigil for 2 minors and thus put minors like myself at risk. If I may ask, what did Key and Tippy say in detail about me? I'd love to know. I'd also like to know what proportional consequences you'd like to be taken, because to me, these guys are getting the ramifications they very much deserve. I'll answer your questions if you can answer one I have. I figured that would be fair to propose, and we both seek some clarity here. You know what? Sure thing. Fuck me, dude. Okay, what do you want to achieve out of this? You know they're already vilified, and about everyone we happen to know is heartbroken, and the likeliness of either of them being back on anyone's good grace is less than slim. And you're already in a nice spot, you don't see them again, and that works for your benefit, and you don't want to ever see them again anyways. So what's the end goal here, and your exact intentions? This is just the impression I'm getting, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you want them to just not exist, period. Like the fact that they're already out of the picture and nowhere around near you it's enough. They need to be blank without a trace. Can you enlighten me on anything here? I mean, I guess if it's a little redundant to make a video, but like everyone's free to make their own video, but it just sounds a little unhinged though. It's like they put themselves at risk. Fuck them. It's like, dude, that's gay.
Production on that video. Nezzy Monster wanted to talk to this one, and things I think worked out. Hopefully. Right, I'll start up the recording. See if.
No, you did that. Yeah.
Hi. I don't think I ever expected to get called here.
Yeah, you have.
What?
So, Nezzy wanted to talk with you specifically, but there is the 3 of us here as admins. And we'll either chime in if we've got something to say, or we'll reel the conversation in if it gets too off topic, I guess.
You want to know why I called you in here?
Lay it on me.
Your messages to Umbris.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was.
What about them?
Yeah, curiosity got the better of me there.
The curiosity includes confronting her by saying, "What the heck are you doing?" and then proceeding to downplay the damage that was done.
What? Where in the messages did that happen? What are you talking about? Nezzy, are you retarded? Did we read the same messages? When did they downplay what happened? They literally said that they were rightfully called out for what they did and it was bad. They were just asking what, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Obviously, right? Doodletones already did their job and like the video is already like they're out of the community, right? They're already out, like they're vilified, right? Like there's technically, if we're talking about like in the sense of productivity, like there's no reason to like any more coverage on this, like with them. There's not. And yeah, so like what is the point here? They didn't downplay anything. They had like a decent point. The only thing I'll give the other person is they can make a video on whatever the fuck they want. Obviously, you don't have to make a video if it's not productive. You can just cover something because something happened. But, like, when did they downplay? The fuck? Are you retarded? Holy shit.
That curiosity?
Yeah.
So, explain to me, how is the consequences exactly disproportionate?
Well, let me ask you, do you think someone should be fucking, like, swatted for a guilt by association, Nezzy? Do you think that that's logical? By any means necessary? Like, let's be fucking real here. Like, obviously, like, if they're talking about people, like, they're trying to, like, find them and get their docs information because of, like, what's happening, right? Do you think that's a fair in turn of what happened? Because they didn't speak on somebody else's friendship that existed? Be fucking for real, man. Holy shit. Nezzy is so fucking dumb.
Okay, alright, I'm just gonna let it be known that. Okay, so I hate that. Okay. Alright, I need to make full disclosure. Okay, so I hate
And this
how
person's
he
probably gonna
conducted himself before. It's like,
this person probably gonna
yeah, he was a
concede
complete asshole there.
because of this
Yeah, and
community.
like even today, I still like want to like smack him, being like, "What were you thinking there?" And with Tippy, you know, I just learned yesterday that the person that she was in touch with that happened to be still secretly be friends with V just happened to be Vega. Like, I regret not knowing about that sooner, so I'm ashamed of me Tippy there. Okay, so it's like,
Why is this even a call? Why does, like... They're acting like a dictatorship. It's really fucking weird. A creator goes into another creator's DMs and just asking, like, what they're doing and why they're making a video and, like, what purpose it has. And this gets turned into a confrontation call with fucking Nezzy Monster? Why? Why? Can't these people just settle it out on their own? Why do we need to drag this guy into, like, a courthouse call? Like, they didn't really even do anything that crazy. They literally just went into another person's DMs and asking why they were making a video and if there was any point to it. Like, at this point. What the fuck was the point of this call? Genuinely. This is so infuriating.
it's like, all right,
Get to the point.
okay,
Now.
so,
Shut the fuck up, Nezzy. You slandered a kid, dude. Fuck off, dude. You called Akumu a doxer and lied about it, and you only called out fucking things in the FCK, like, you know, fucking Toasty Biddle having, like, a porn chat because you were afraid about your reputation being shredded. You fucking, like, slandered someone for being a sexual harasser or sexual assaulter or whatever because you're a fucking bitch. And then you suicide bait when pressed on it. Okay? You are a fucking bitch. You are not a moral arbiter of justice. You are a little bitch who only cares about her reputation and is only, like, trying to do everything you can to keep it intact. You fucking suck. You don't care about the safety of minors. It was very clear. You cared more about your reputation when it came to it. Don't fucking act like a fucking moral arbiter of justice here. You fucking suck. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ah, Dan. Ace Ant is harassing me. Ace is hiding from his VC. Why? What's Ant doing, bruh? What is Ant doing, bruh? Anyways.
oh,
I hate to inform you, Ace. Ant went live at the same time as you to steal viewers. We know. We know.
it's like they're already out, which that's fair. You know, yeah, everyone like hates their guts, which it's like, yeah, that's also fair.
Mm-hmm. You have yet to explain why the consequences are disproportionate. Explain that now.
Okay, all right, so it's like, I heard that. Okay, it's like I already heard. It's like I heard that like Umbers wanted like sound off her thoughts about it. I don't know if it was through like a longer.
What is disproportionate? Just get to the point.
Shut the fuck up, Doodletones. Holy shit. All these people acting like moral arbiters of justice are fucking insane. Doodletones, you're gonna, like, sweep for a groomer, which you did. You downplayed a fucking grooming story. You suck. You suck. Everything about you is a fucking joke, dude. You suck. None of these people are good people. and that they try to like they wear a mask of like a good person. They try so hard. They are what they think a good person is. But like even what their perception of a good person is isn't even a good person because that's how fucking flawed they are. They don't know what a good person is. So they have to pretend to be like their perception of a good person, which even fucking fails, which is why we can see through the cracks. You are fake people. Nobody loves you and nobody likes you and fuck off. Holy shit. But yes, I'm still here, Ace. Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Okay, so
This is like the 7th time you said okay. Say it now.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Holy say it no, please. Explain to me why you confronted another person about something super fucking irrelevant in their DMs. Fuck off.
it's like when I heard she was gonna like talk about it like more. It's like I thought. I remember thinking, isn't that like pouring more like gasoline like on the fire there?
So I want to explain something to you.
Oh,
Zippy,
please, please,
because I
buddy.
have a feeling that 1, you're being incredibly biased because you dated Tippy. 2, we have no.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah? Yeah, you want to like talk about dating people, Nezzy? You want to do that? Because Avi Haltman's sitting right there. We could talk about like guilt by association with dating. Oh, I'm sure you would love to talk about Avi Haltman. Ah, yeah, that wonderful, great of an excuse of a person. You want to? We can talk about dating. Oh, we can. Fucking hell, dude. This is so annoying. God. Anyways.
Known that she has infantilized herself in this chat. And 3, that she may have not told you the whole thing. So I want you to listen to me right now, and I want you to understand every fucking word I'm about to say. You got that?
Yeah.
Tippy chose a pedophile over her friends. I want to.
Holy fuck, no they didn't. Fuck off. That is not what happened, you little bitch. Holy shit, that is the worst way to frame what happened. They knew about a person being a friend with a pedophile. Fuck off. What do you mean chose a pedophile over their friends? Dude. Dude. Weren't you in the FCK? No, fuck me, dude. Like, the amount of things I just want to, like, bring up against these people whenever they try to, like, act like a moral arbiter of justice, it's insane. It's insane. Weren't you in a server where a bunch of kids got groomed, Nezzy, and did nothing about it? Interesting. Interesting stuff. Dude, fuck me. Fucking hell. Is this like the female version of Lyo? No, Nezzy is, I mean, they could try to be, but they're unironically a fucking little lying schizo who has a convenient art amnesia. They will forget about anything they're being impressed with. It's really fucking stupid. The Lyo call with them was really annoying. And, honestly, just proved that they care more about their reputation than the safety of others, so they could fuck off.
I want to make that fucking clear right now.
That is not what happened. Fuck off.
V was in contact with Vigil, Tippy for 2 years, and allowed this motherfucker to be around a bunch of minors. And you think that someone, Umbris, who watched all that happen...
Oh, are you trying to call Vigil a pedophile? Someone with no fucking basis to even say they are one? Because what, some random comment under a video said so? Because if we're talking about V, that's crazy. But like Vigil, there's not even anything there. That's even worse. That's even worse. It's just annoying.
Who got told about this, who just turned into a fucking adult, should be quiet about it? I want you to answer me when I say that. You think they should be quiet about this? Right fucking now.
Who are they silencing? They just asked if it was productive to make a video because it's already been called out. They could be free to make whatever, but what the fuck is the point of this video? This is so stupid. Look, you were unironically taking like the most minor thing and just throwing it in the air to show, look how good of a person I am. Look how good of a person I am. It's like, fuck off. Holy shit.
I don't think they should be quiet about this.
So what the hell were the DM messages saying, oh, I don't think you should do this? And what about, well, haven't they gone through enough?
Yeah. They were already like vilified and ostracized. What more do you expect? Really, right? Really. That video doesn't really do anything. I'm gonna be so real. Everything that could have happened to those people, like, you know, for the basics, already happened. So if you want to make a productivity argument, it literally does nothing. So you could argue, what's the point of like showing an issue? But really, honestly, People can make whatever videos they want, but they're just saying, like, is there really any productivity in it? Everything that is already going to happen already happened. Like, there's really no point. There's not really any point, though, but it's whatever.
Well, what about Tippy? I know that Keys, oh, fuck him, but Tippy. Oh, poor little ooh-woo baby Tippy. What about her?
Don't say ooh-woo.
Huh?
All right, I'm just going right through the messages again for reference, and it's like,
No, I read them.
No, I read them. I read the FCK logs.
Oh, I read them. I read them 10 minutes ago, waiting for your ass to get in here.
You should read the FCK logs again, Nezzy. You should apologize for that.
What are you doing messaging Umbris to stop talking about it?
You know, not to downplay anything, but, you know, it's this whole confrontation call really is just because another creator had DMs with another creator. That's really, there's a confrontation call about two other people that are unrelated to this call, just having DMs. This is so parasocial and control freaky. Like, these guys are unironically acting like dictators. It's actually fucking insane. Like, why would a confrontation call need to spawn because of two people that happen to be in the server are talking about something? Why? Why? There's really realistically nothing. It wasn't even like anything important either. It was just about making a video or not. They already had their conversation. They already said their differences. What the fuck's the point? What the fuck is the point of this call? There is literally no point of this call. It is actually embarrassing.
When it just fucking happened. And not only that, I want you to understand this right now. Not only that, but the fact that Tippy went around and lied about what happened in numerous servers.
Proof? Because your proof for that was just some random person saying it and you just believed it at face value. Fuck off.
And then proceeded to make a separate server after being talked about to Lio.
Proof?
Lio and Key. Lio sat down Key and Tippy.
Can we see
told
proof?
them, hey, if you start spreading more shit, things are going to go down. And you're going to...
Can we see proof? Because your proof cannot just be some random shitter just coming into the server saying something and take it at face value. Like, fuck off.
Be my problem. And guess what, motherfucker? You're about to be my problem, too. You need to understand...
You're not scary, bro. You're not scary, bro.
You're about to be my problem, too. Just please don't mention the FCK when talking to me and me slandering kids. Please, don't do that. That'll absolutely ruin me.
That they made another server and proceeded to talk more shit, lying about the situation, enabling one another. Because Key told a friend of ours, who's already suicidal, had the grippy socks in her motherfucking hand, to go kill...
They didn't even defend Key. Fuck off.
Herself, and Tippy also locked that down under wraps. The only reason any of us know any of this happened is because of Umbris. So I want you to tell me why. You're telling
My
this girl,
God.
hey, you know, maybe don't say anything because the fire's gonna get worse. The fire got worse, motherfucker, because they wouldn't shut the hell up. Because they never left. They stayed.
Yeah.
They're on alt accounts, wandering around everybody, trying to see if they can weasel their way back in with a second CC, even though they didn't learn jack shit, and who knows, they're still in contact
Yeah.
with them. So what do
There's just so much that's being said here with, like, absolutely no evidence. It's ludicrous.
we going to do if they make another SCC and they add minors to that SCC, knowing that they're around a fucking dick-riding pedophile motherfucker?
You bust them.
How? They're friends with them!
Okay. They're not friends with V, though. They're friends with Vigil.
I know you want to be friends with Tippy, but I think you really need to think about the things that you're saying and why you're saying them. Tippy's not gonna fuck you.
Okay, buddy. Okay, Desi. You know what? What if that was said to you being like, look, I know you want to be friends with Toasty Vanilla, you know, the person grooming minors. And, you know, I don't know I think you need to think about what you're saying, because Toasty Vanilla is not going to fuck you, Nezzy. Okay? They're not going to, like, fuck you. Alright? I think you should stop defending them. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So I want you to go to Umbris, and I want you to fucking apologize right now. And if you bring up the glass houses shit again, I want you to explain that to me. What do you mean by the glass houses thing? Because you want to know what glass houses mean? It means that two individuals are throwing rocks at one another in a glass house that both have faults to them. So what exactly are the faults that Tippy has on the same account as all the people that are ostracizing her right now? You want to tell me that? Why is that?
I could tell you. I mean, Doodletones has lots of faults. They're a pathological liar who, like, who are, like, really sneaky. They defended a child groomer, and they downplayed a grooming victim. Like, like, I think that's pretty bad. I think that's also pretty much on the same scale, if not worse. They also did nothing when a bunch of kids got groomed and lied about it to try to protect their reputation before leaving. And for you, Nezzy, you slandered someone of being a sexual harasser and slandered a 16-year-old of being a doxer because you were a schizo. And you also were in that same server where a bunch of kids got groomed and did absolutely nothing about it. The only time that I advocated for a porn chat to be removed was so that your reputation would be intact because you were worried about being called a hypocrite. You didn't actually care. I mean, fucking hell. Fucking hell. This is so dumb. God. God.
What do they have in common with their faults?
Of course, this person doesn't know all that. Love looking at things in a
Answer me
retrospective light.
now.
Okay, so with what they have in common with your fault, it's like you mean Tippy and Key in this instance, right?
Yes.
Well,
Yes? No? Lol?
Yes, because in the DMs he says that Tippy and Key are saying that people are throwing glass houses, throwing stones at glass houses at one another.
no, then the comparison would be between Tippy and, say, like, Umbris, as an example.
So what do they have in common in terms of their faults?
Umbers I know literally nothing fucking about.
All right, so at least with Tippy and Umbris, yeah, I don't think they got much in common with their faults.
So you're dealing with a glass house and a brick fence, right?
Lol?
Because I want you to be aware on something. Tippy and Key could go on a double date with Pot and Kettle for all I fucking care right now. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
If you do this bullshit again,
fuck my life.
We're gonna bring this to Lio, or you're gonna have to deal with me.
Fuck me.
We're gonna bring this to Lio.
Or you're gonna have to deal with me. Fuck off, bitch.
Yeah, do you understand me?
Yeah.
Can you bring the FCK logs to Lio? That'd be pretty cool.
Now you're gonna go DM Umbris, and you're gonna fucking apologize. And I hear you doing this shit again. Silencing someone younger than you?
Oh my god. Did they hold them at fucking gunpoint? Silencing? Really? Silencing would be like through like blackmail and shit like that. They just had like a conversation. Okay, it was a DM conversation. What the fuck did they do to silence them? Did they threaten to make a video? Did they threaten to call them out publicly? Did they threaten anything on them? Silencing? Fuck off. Do you even know what that word means? Do you even know what fucking silencing means? They just asked if it was a good idea or not. Fuck off, dude. They asked if it was a good idea or not and had a conversation about it. Silencing? Dude. Fuck off. Holy shit.
Less experienced than you? Someone who probably looked up to you? I am going to beat your fucking ass. Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Not to mention that Umbris is also a victim, one of the victims to V.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there.
That literally had nothing to do. Fuck me, dude. That literally had nothing to do with their conversation. They could call it V all they want. That was literally nothing to do with the fucking conversation. This is about Tippy. Keep it on topic. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
She's also a victim of V.
Oh, Nezzy, shut the fuck up.
She was...
Shut...
You... She was also a victim of V.
And you silence victims of fucking FCK. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Get off your high horse.
And you wanted to quiet her down when she was friends with an individual that still had contact with them, meaning that they very well could have caused V to
Oh
get
my
in contact
God.
with her again.
Okay.
Fuck off, Nezzy. Holy shit. Fuck you.
Just so we're clear, I didn't tell Umbris to not talk about it. I just all
Yes,
I said
you
was
did. You said, and I quote, it's like putting gasoline on a fire. That is guilt-tripping her into not speaking, well, because it could make things worse. Do you understand what context of your words mean?
Dude. Nezzy, shut the
Don't
fuck
give me
up.
this bullshit.
Shut the fuck up, Nezzy.
Oh, I didn't mean that. Is it because you were talking with her privately and you didn't think she would come to us, the fucking adults? Because apparently we're the only adults in this situation, because Key's giving death threats and having anime monologues like a betrayed protagonist in a shitty anime, and Tippy's sitting there like an uwu baby crying her little eyes out. Well, what about me? What about the victims in the situation? Tippy could have very well caused V to get in contact with Umbris, once again, a previous victim. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But why? That's so unrealistic. That is so fucking unrealistic. You are so fucking disingenuous and bad faith. Holy shit. Holy shit.
You want to downplay this shit? You want to look me in the fucking eye and say that these
Where's the
consequences are
downplay?
disproportionate? She lets a pedophile near multiple children.
Where?
Potentially.
Who let V in the server? Did you guys let V in the courthouse server? Or did you guys let V in the courthouse? Did you guys do that? And if you're trying to call Vigil a pedophile, there's literally no fucking evidence for that. Absolutely none. Just kind of threw that in there out of nowhere. Like, you guys are fucking ridiculous.
Another predator from what we've seen. So you want to tell me that the consequences are disproportionate? Tell me that again. Tell me that again right fucking now to my face, that the consequences are disproportionate.
Fuck you, dude. Holy shit.
I'd say they got what they deserve.
Exactly. So if I see you do this shit again,
oh, please.
You're gonna deal with me. Do you understand?
How does this call go on for that much longer? You already made your point, bitch. Fuck me, man. How does this call go on for like another hour, dog? Be real. It was it was a few screenshots, dog. How are you having this long of a conversation off of 6 screenshots at best? Fuck me, man.
And me.
Yeah.
You are going to DM Umbrus, and you are going to apologize to her, and you are going to let her speak, or so help me God, your mouth will be where your ass is, because you need to get your head out of your dick and your head in the fucking game and realize what's happening. Do you understand me?
Dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
I don't want to hear this shit from you again. Right now.
See, people right here would think that this would be the end of it. This would be the end of it. But no, there's going to be some gay thing to make this go on for another hour. Here we go.
Apologize to her right now. Show me the DM, and then you can leave.
May I ask a question before he leaves?
What?
Dead.
Hello. You don't know me. I don't care that you don't know me.
Okay.
I have a genuine question because it's been bothering me.
Okay.
Why exactly is this the third time?
What?
The third time, I believe, maybe the fourth, that one of y'all in either Tippy or Keyblade's name has gone to specifically Umbrus to say, don't say anything.
What?
If I can mention 2 things, it's like,
when?
Like,
they didn't even say don't say anything. They just asked if it would be productive or like, dude, fuck off. You're framing what happened so much worse. Holy shit.
One, I just wanted to understand what Umbrus was like. You know, where she was like coming from with what.
No, you didn't.
No, don't give me that bullshit right now, because I've also seen those fucking screenshots. The thing y'all don't seem to understand by this point is that anything y'all gonna say is gonna get back to us. Why is it every time Umbrus don't say anything? Why is it?
When was that said? Point to it.
Is it any time? Suspicion. I have a sneaking suspicion because you don't know me, but Keyblade and Timmy know me. That if I opened my mouth on Twitter.com, I wouldn't be getting no fucking DM saying, "Oh, but June, wouldn't that be adding gasoline to a fire?" Because motherfucker, Umbrus, and I looked at those screenshots, and I also follow Umbrus is on a locked account, meaning only a limited amount of people are going to say it. Tell me for what reason? For what reason do you feel like you can just coerce Umbrus? Is it because she's younger?
What?
Is it because she's more sensitive?
This is so disingenuous. Are you going to try to make this guy out to be like a pedophile now? Fuck me, man. Fuck me. Dude, anyways.
Is it because she's been through a lot in this community and it's much more of a people pleaser than, say, me or Nezzy or Ellie? Would you be saying this to Ellie?
Actually,
if Ellie wanted to go talk about it on Twitter, would you be in Ellie's DMs right now?
No.
Why?
That's what we thought.
All right, if I can go on to the second thing, forgot exactly which week it was, but sometime after like Umbrus and I just got onto, speaking terms, I was under the impression with like, oh, we were tight, we could just, ask each other like what about stuff. It's like she came to me about how he conducted himself, and we were on the same page there. Where it's like,
this is not answering my question at all. I'm gonna say it point blank, word for word, one by one, punctuation by goddamn fucking punctuation. Why is this the third or fourth time you people have gone to
Dude, guilt by association is so fucking gay. Do you think he would just know? That was his only one and only time that he did it, dude. Fuck off.
Umbrus to tell her not to say fucking anything.
And also, why the hell would you not tell Ellie the same thing?
Fuck me, man.
That was the question initially. That was Yoon's initial question when we asked you, would you go to Ellie about this?
Yoon, bro? Fuck me, man. Yoon's a fucking piece of shit. Really? That's how they sound? Dude. God, bro. They slandered someone to be the stalker, dude. They're fucking gay. This person claimed to be doxxed, even though their first name was a part of their alias. And they try to do take-backsies because they changed their alias. Like, dude, fuck off. Fuck off, genuinely, bro. Like, you suck so fucking much as a person. God. Anyways.
And you said no. Why would you not tell Ellie the same thing?
You know, phrase it differently. Let me phrase it differently. Because for some reason, we all care about Tippy things. So let me ask the friends, the fucking dick riders of Tippy right now. If Tippy was Umbrus right the fuck now, and there was someone going to Tippy 3 or 4 fucking times, after Tippy was the victim in a situation saying, don't talk about it, don't talk about it, don't talk about it. Yeah, you heard me tell one of your close friends that I hope she fucking dies. Don't tell her about it. Yeah, I know you're a victim in the situation and you were manipulated multiple times. Don't talk about it.
These people are not... These people... These people are not fucking made for confrontations. They fucking suck.
What would you be saying to Tippy? What would you be saying to that person?
Can you run by that by me? Can you run that?
Do you not understand the question of what if Tippy was in the same spot?
Tippy instead of Umbrus. Would you be saying this to Tippy? If Tippy wanted to speak about a situation in which she was the actual victim, would you tell her not to talk about it because it would make it worse?
No.
Then why are you telling Umbrus that?
Why wouldn't you tell Ellie that? Do you see? You're about to go in a fucking glass house in a minute. You don't deserve a house. You don't deserve even.
You don't deserve shelter. Not until I'm done with you.
A glass house right now.
Is Umbrus not a person to you? You just said y'all are tight now.
I want you to be clear on this, Zeffy.
Susie's video, the comment section. Umbrus was the minor in the situation.
Shut the fuck up, man. Why are you here? Go to your fucking therapy session. Holy shit.
Everyone else is an adult. Everyone is over the age of 20. You're over the age of fucking 20. Umbrus just turned 18. She's practically still a kid. So explain to me.
What? She's practically still a kid? Okay, now we're just, like, shifting the goalposts. We're really getting on a person's case for talking to an 18-year-old now? Really? Really? You cannot make the minor point if they're 18, dog. Fuck off, dude. Holy shit. And they never even said don't talk about V Omega. They're just talking about Tippy specifically. You guys are so fucking disingenuous and bad faith. Holy shit. Of course they wouldn't go to Ellie about it, because it was Keyblade. It's fucking Keyblade, which they're not even defending Keyblade. They're only defending Tippy. So another fucking hole in your inconsistency. Fuck off. Genuinely. Fuck off.
Zeffy, why you wouldn't tell Tippy to stay quiet or Ellie to stay quiet. The two very clear adults instead of the child.
The 18 is not a child. Holy fuck. Fuck off. Well, then again, Nezzy did think that, them being such a young mind at 19, right? That was making them a minor. Fuck off. Fuck off, bitch.
That's your question.
Okay, so...
Are you gonna let him respond? You guys have just been yapping for 2 minutes. Just send him DMs at this point. Fucking send him voicemails. You guys are fucking like, holy shit, not letting him talk.
No. Let's fix that for a second. Let's fix that for a second.
At least let him answer.
Thank you, Doodletones.
Okay, so the first question was, why wouldn't I tell Ellie this? And if they answer that, well, it's like I haven't exactly been on speaking terms with Ellie, so it'd be weird coming up to her and be like, hey, it's like if I were to go up to her, which we don't even speak much, if at all, if I go to her and be like, hey, my stupid friend just wished you'd kill yourself. It's like,
That's not the question.
That is the question, you fucking faggot. Shut the fuck up.
That was not the question. That was not the fucking question.
Yes, it was. You asked him why he wouldn't go to Ellie. He said he didn't know her really well. So they're not in speaking terms. That's why he didn't do it.
The question was...
Look, I'm gonna, no, I know
Oh, you guys are tripping over each other. Fuck off.
the answer to the question. The answer to the question is because the other two people are your actual close friends. Tippy is the girl you used to date. You're much more closer to Tippy than you are to Umbris. Umbris is weak to y'all. Umbris is manipulated. Is easy to manipulate to y'all, which I don't understand. After this is like a fourth fucking.
Oh yes, the easily to manipulate 18-year-olds. Yes.
Time Umbris has immediately went to someone with screenshots. I don't know how y'all are still that fucking stupid. So let me change the question. Let me give you an
Okay, so you went for that wasn't the question to let me change the question. So he answered your question. You didn't like the answer, so now you're giving a different question. You guys suck at this. You guys really suck at this. Holy shit.
easier question. The gasoline on the fire. Is the fire? Umbris, you are going to get heat for this. Don't do it. Or Umbris, my friends are going to look worse. Maybe don't do it.
Because in your
Bad
screenshots
faith.
you say, oh, they're scared for their lives. As if the SEC is going to kill them.
I mean, there's potential possibility of like doxers and bad faith actors. Yes, I mean that's always going to be the possibility. And if that is something they're dealing with, then that is a reasonable concern for them to have. Oh,
Even though they've supposedly left. Well, they haven't really left. They keep coming back under different aliases. So I want you to explain and answer Yun's question. What do you mean by the gasoline and fire?
It's like at least with that analogy used, I was thinking, with more being stacked, they just probably wouldn't be around anymore. Period. Or no one would see them.
I don't think
on my name anymore?
that people who defend a predator deserve to be around.
that's really interesting. That's really interesting, Nezzy. So, FCK?
Especially when they're making an alt CC, which would potentially have more minors in it, when none of us are aware of their current connection with Vigil, who was protecting this individual. Do you understand me?
Yeah,
Did spam FCK? Awesome.
I
The
understand.
consequences are not sinking in. That's the problem that we have. The reason why Umbris is speaking up is because she's tired of covering all of your asses. And I have a feeling that all of you are getting scared because she is growing into a confident woman who is going to speak up when you shit on her.
What? When? He came politely and calmly to their DMs. The fuck? And, okay, what is it? Is she easy to manipulate or a confident, strong woman? The fuck? You guys are not inconsistent. You're not really good at this at all. It's very obvious that you are both emotionally driven and just want to yell at this guy. It's very, very obvious.
What I need you, Tippy, and Keyblade to understand is by this point in time, nobody's on your fucking side.
None of us trust you. You've all chosen. I want you to understand something, Zephy, from the outside perspective, not only the perspective of people that have been friends with them for 3 years. I want you to understand that people who tell others to stay quiet, people who lie
Oh my god. Fuck off.
about the situation in other servers, people who enable their friends in terms of their actions and actively hide them, are not people that you typically trust.
So, just a brief thing. It's okay to drag Sarah in here, right? Because he actually had something to speak with Zephy about.
That's fine.
Fuck me, man. Fuck me. This guy did like the least severe thing, and it's just getting like fucking torn alive for it. This is so painful. This is so painful. That to just watch, bro. Fuck my life right now.
That's fine.
Apologies it took so long for me to get here. I was getting my combat skirt on.
That's fine.
Combat
I
skirts.
was lagged in here too. Wow.
Well, then it would just be open discussion, now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got enough people in here.
Yeah, real quick. Do you mind if I say something real quick?
Go ahead. That's why we brought you in.
Okay, so Zephy, I don't know if you check the chats too closely, but I do have something I've been meaning to tell you for a little bit now.
Okay.
Okay, so you know how everyone knows about the fact that like he was sharing leaked screenshots and like certain other information?
Yeah.
That was me. I was the one who leaked that information.
Cool.
Okay.
I figured I'd let you know because I feel like by being upfront about this, I think it would be a way to tell you that like we're clearly trying to be civil here.
Made the right call.
Trying to be civil? What is civil about being malicious and disingenuous and having a moral high horse? What is civil about this? Genuinely. Really, like, what? Fuck me. This is such a joke.
Thank you. No, because I was gonna say, like, I'm not against you guys being friends, and I also want to clarify that I'm not against us being friends. But I personally feel like, I'm not saying it needs to be right now, but I feel like you, at some point, once Key and Tippy are like emotionally better, you need to like hold them accountable. You need to just go up to them and be like, hey, you guys need to be actively working to improve yourselves, you know?
I mean, Nezzy literally had a bias in the beginning of this call because they went and said to this person that they're not gonna fuck you, bro. Come on, bro.
No, they need to be actively accountable right now. Something that I've noticed in this community is that Tippy and Key tend to be held with kids' gloves. You don't.
What? How? How was Key held with kids' gloves? Did you see the same call I did? Lio and Heaton were like really, really aggressive. They made them beg. They made them apologize. Like, you know, fucking beg for forgiveness. You call that being fucking held with kids' gloves? Dude.
You don't need to go down on them hard, but you need to hold them accountable.
Yeah, you gotta go up the
You made them cry. Made them cry. Kids' gloves? How?
Tough for them.
Debbie, can I tell you a story real quick?
Yes,
okay. I just want to tell you a story.
Mm-hmm.
It's a situation that happened to me. So, I knew a person who I was acquainted with them,
Okay.
and I had a falling out with them. They said something very similar to what Keyblade said to Ellie, to another close friend of mine. They told her that if she were to kill herself, everybody she loves would
what's up,
forget
Rin?
about her.
I
And
don't
I
like
called her
where
out
this is going.
and I called her out for it. And for the next 2 years, she would change her username, start situations with my friends, with me, wouldn't be honest, try to silence people, and every single time it was found out she did it, she would cry. She would say she's in a dark place. Her friends would say we're making it worse. And then she
Yeah,
would leave,
Keyblade coded.
change her username, and come back. You want to know what's happening to her right now?
Yeah, Rin, I recognize as June from the Jace call. I do not like any of these people, dude. Like, fucking Nezzy's being annoying, June's being annoying, Doodletones is a evil mastermind. And, I don't know, like, it's all pretty rough. I never liked Heaton. Lio's pretty chill, though. I could dap up Lio, you know? Yeah, just, you know, I could dap up Lio. Lio's chill. But, like, dude, holy shit. Talk about me, by the... Oh, dead. Really? Really? Fuck me, dude.
What?
Lyle Convoy called her mother.
Oh, they are, yep. Hey, what do you know? Rin reference? Fucking hell.
Do you want to know what you're doing right now? You are enabling that same exact behavior in Tippy. Because Tippy isn't being honest. Tippy is running from her problems. Tippy is changing her name. Tippy is having other people come as middlemen to pass on messages, to silence people.
Holy shit.
And you want to know what's going to happen to Tippy?
Death.
What?
Lio's going to
If
come
Lyle
down
Convoy has anything to do with it, she won't be on the internet for a year.
Why would that be a bragging right? Why would that at all be a bragging right? This is so fucking weird. Fuck me, man.
You're creating another monster by enabling
parents-
this behavior.
I'm sorry, Ian.
You're
But Key's
fine.
parents have almost been also contacted.
I'm
All of
not
these
surprised.
people, but you, know who I'm referring to. All of these people have seen what that kind of behavior can do to a person, and you're all doing it to Umbris,
No, they're not.
who is much younger than I am.
They're June, you're not a victim. Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
I want you to understand that you're not doing Tippy any favors by doing this. You're
creating a
actively-
monster.
Yes, you're actively removing a chance for her to gain accountability because her message to Stag is very telling. In that, oh, how are we supposed to move on if
No, the
her message was, huh?
Her message, first and foremost, if you're referring to the message that I think you are, you're referring to the message to Slayer. And actually,
Slayer.
Becky, do you know what that message was?
Can I read it?
Go ahead.
Can I read
I
it?
mean, it was directed
Okay.
at me, but sure, go ahead.
You want to know what your friend Tippy said at 3:39 a.m.
3:39
August
a.m.
1st? Yes. 3:39 a.m. on August 1st on a Tuesday.
I don't. Well, the August 1st might be a glitch because it's a Steam thing.
You get my point. Silence, silence, woman.
Are you silencing Doodletones? Oh, Dazzy, no!
Okay, Slayer, I need to ask you something, but can you, like, tell Susie to perhaps private the video, or at the very least mitigate this issue? Me and Key are fucking scared right now for our lives. We do want to take accountability, and we do want to apologize, but with the way things are going, I don't think any one of us can be able to do so without the fear of being chased after. All we want is for the both of us to move on with our lives after this. And I want you to understand something, Zeffy. This is who you're enabling. You're enabling an individual who basically just said, I want to move on from a situation that just happened, and I want people to stop talking about it so that I can escape it without having to do anything about it. I want you to recognize that this is a repeated behavior, not just with Key, because I found out something interesting about Key, in that what he did to Ellie is pretty common. Because the way that he talks to other people in DMs is not the same way he talks to us when he's in call. Because he is what we call a pussy.
Okay. You are what you eat. No, but like honestly though, I'm gonna be so real. If a person's an asshole online and says shit like that, it's best just to ignore them, block them, and just move on. I don't know. There's not really much you could realistically do here. I get why they're upset, but like realistically, I don't know. There's nothing that you could do that doesn't make you look super schizo and insane. So it's like it's best just to like I don't know, literally ignore their existence. Because I don't know, does Kita even have any like notable presence in this community? Because at this point, right, everyone already knows them as like an insane person. They already conceded, they apologized, they cried and called. Like, is there really any like anyone sitting here, like in the mass, being like, yeah, Key's all right? Like, I just don't see that. I really just don't see that. But yeah.
I need you to understand something. Tippy and Key are not people who are honest. What they want is to appear honest. Because integrity died 30 years ago. So I want you to really think about your relationship with these two individuals. I don't care if you stay friends with them. We're not friends. I don't care if you stay in contact with them. But I want you to reevaluate before you defend them. Because I don't think they're telling you the whole entire truth of what happened.
And not to exhaust the point further, if I may, the Key I know has also been going into the background in other chats, other private chats, to talk negatively about, this group.
Oh no! All right, I got sent a voice memo, and to take a little break from like these annoying bitches, I'm gonna, listen to that. It's gonna be awesome. Oh fuck me! I don't know how much longer I'm gonna keep streaming, but I'll definitely listen to this in a little bit more. The call, just trying to make a dent.
Okay, I
Oh
don't
yeah, for context, this was sent by Rin, the person that Yoon's like was like fucking slandering earlier in the call.
know if you'll get to this, but here's my voice memo. So here Yoon is literally bragging about Lio calling my mom, like getting me to put my phone on to my mother and essentially traumatizing her. I questioned him about this, and he said that it was him making an example and that Tippy was demonstrating the same behaviors and that he is ashamed of it. Here he is fucking bragging about it. He was fucking bragging about it in the server in the Cloud Palace. And
yeah,
it's sickening. It's gross. He literally just brags. He even bragged about blackmailing in the Cloud Palace. It's crazy. This grown fucking man tormenting me ever since I was 19. I'm 24 now. He was 23 or 24, and then he is 29 now. and he just fucking ran away from this shit. I hate him so much.
Which is very justified. I mean, they're literally lying, and like some of them try to like dox you, so it's like, or some of them did like dox you. Yeah, no, it's very deserved. It's very deserved to hate, or it's justified why you hate them. But fucking hell, I think it would be interesting to get at least June to call. Keaton would like crumble, but that would be interesting. But fucking hell. Anyways, yeah, I'll keep it going. But thanks for that, Rin.
Through this community, and especially myself, after I'd released my video. I have another screenshot where he basically took the last DMs between us and threw it into a chat where another individual in there, I guess, chose not to read the screenshots and basically said that I was being two-faced behind the scenes. And Key is like enabling that, and alongside Tippy, like ever since my video came out just yesterday, people have been coming to me about other things that maybe I didn't know. Like, apparently, according to the absolute degenerate, Tippy.
Nah, Rin, it's not gonna be as annoying. You're fine, bro. You're fine, bro. Trust me, it's not.
was telling Degenerate to be quiet about everything. Was telling him to be silent about everything. According to what was it? According to Math Station's boyfriend, going back to Vigil, Vigil was apparently told how the consequences of him being friends with V would affect other people, and he chose to completely, just shrug that off. Tippy apparently, some people have pointed out that Tippy has gone into Pug to lie about, what happened in the Cloud Palace, and apparently even lied in the call with Lio Heaton and I. That was put out just yesterday. It's... The thing is, I just can't sit here and I can't sit here and not put into question why you would be wanting us to stay silent about this kind of behavior.
Yeah, Yoon and Heaton would definitely run. I think Jace was the only one you're gonna be able to grab. But fuck me, dude. I think Heaton and Yoon would definitely be interesting to see if those ever did come out. I would go over them 100%. They're definitely really fucking annoying. But yeah, fuck me, man.
Answer her.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I have no idea what was sent, but I'm kind of a little confused whenever I'm told I want this kind of thing to be silenced, since I'd rather not anything be silenced. If you got to call something out, then call it out.
Well,
let me read something from you.
The thing that caught my eye with you, I guess, with you maybe insinuating that you want it to be silenced, right?
What?
So you had said,
this is such a disingenuous framing of what happened. It's not wanting it to be silenced. That never happened. Dead. Fuck me, man. Fuck me.
Okay for me to ask, what the heck are you doing? Umbris questioned that. You had said, I just heard from the grapevine that you intend to make a doc or something about this week, and I wanted to confirm if that's even true, and ask why it would even be necessary since they're already gone. Umbris says that's not true. Who told you? If it was because of this tweet, I have my thoughts. You say that's fair, but with it already being a rough week for everybody, why pour more gasoline on that fire? It just doesn't make sense to me. Umbris says, see, I just wanted to explain why I was locked, since I wanted to inform people why I was locked. If Key and Tippy are talking shit about me, trust me, I'd love to hear about it. Then you continue to say, they say it's not a good call to throw stones at glass houses, but nevertheless, whatever you choose to go about things, all I'm asking is to be very careful. Be firm, but be fair. They fucked up, but they've already faced disproportionately large consequences as things already
stand. Up a
stand.
little bit more.
So there's a few things in these DMs that point me to you wanting Umbris to stay silent about it. The why would it be necessary since they're already gone? Why pour more gasoline on that fire? It doesn't make sense to me. They've already faced disproportionately large consequences because it's like they fucked up, but they've already faced disproportionately large consequences. It sounds to me like you're putting into question why Umbris would say something. it's insinuating a want for Umbris to maybe rethink this and not go through with it further. It's insinuating Umbris should be silent.
Yeah, because it, well, okay.
Can you answer something for me?
Do you guys even know what fucking silencing means, bro? That is so gay. Yes, this guy went into Umbris's DMs and held them at gunpoint. They said, I'm gonna literally threaten your family and your friends and your livelihood if you make a video. That would be silencing. Okay? That would be silencing. Not, are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, I would just think about it. That's not silencing. Fuck off.
Zeffy?
Yeah.
And I want you to answer me honestly. I'm asking these questions in earnest. Are you stupid? Yes or no?
No.
Do you think we're stupid?
No.
Why do you act like we can't fucking read what you're saying? You want to know what this is called, Zeffy?
The courthouse.
No.
Oh.
Ugh. You want to
Blood took that literally. You know what this is called? Courthouse? No. Dog. I think there was a giggle in there. Evil. Bro got mugged.
Zeffy?
The courthouse.
No.
Oh.
You want to know what you're doing is called?
Okay, what am I doing?
Weaponized incompetence.
Weaponized incompetence. That's interesting. Is that what you did, Nezzy, in the FCK? Interesting stuff.
Oh.
It is very common in that it's a very common tactic amongst couples in which men will do a job badly and then proceed to use that as an excuse as to why they don't do that job at all. It's going to be laundry or washing dishes or vacuuming. You keep acting like, I don't know what's going on. When did I say I silenced them? But your language towards her, your language in your text, as if we didn't read them, as if none of us understand context or what it means to write something. So I want to ask you, I'm not going to ask you, I'm going to demand this of you. Fuck off with the weaponized incompetence, right now.
You know, we should all say this to Nezzy regarding the FCK. Fuck off with the weaponized incompetence. But I'm not lying to you. Yes, you are. See, they don't really like it when it happens to them, but like they'll just do it with other people. This is so gay.
Because we can go further into these screenshots. We've got you saying, where's the...
I already get the memo.
Okay.
No.
No. Get the fuck out of here, June.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. How old are you?
24.
You're 24. That's a pretty big
You're
age.
older than me.
That's a pretty big age. You know what? I'm proud of you for getting this far. No, you don't get the memo because I've been sitting and I've been listening and I have yelled, admittedly, anyone who got spooked, I'm sorry.
Same.
Here's my thing that gets me. Are you saying, like, are you confused? Are you making the claim and questioning the whole silencing bit because you didn't say word for word? Umbris, don't say anything? Is that why?
What are you even on about, little bro?
Sure.
Lol.
Don't sure. No, sure. Don't sure me. We're not doing this. It's a yes or no question.
Sure is a yes. Fuck off. We're not doing this. Girlfriend, no. We ain't doing this. Nuh-uh. What'd you say, sure? That's not the way I want you to say yes. Even though it does mean yes, that's not how I want you to say it, man. Fuck off. Fuck off, dude. Holy shit.
Answer now.
He did. He said yes.
Why? No, let me do it in a way that you can say more than a yes or no. Because apparently that's too hard. You need a lot of words. I understand that. I also have a big mouth.
Oh, you don't say.
What exactly about what I've said, or Nezzy said, or Susie said about silencing Umbris? What part confuses you about it being silencing?
Because it's not fucking holding it at a gunpoint. Like the fuck? It's not silencing. It's a suggestion. Get out of here.
Just the parts where it's like, it wasn't exactly what I intended, and it wasn't something I said either. All I said was just to be firm and fair about it.
I don't
Alright,
get what
so,
your
hold
intentions
on,
were.
hold on.
That's not what you said.
What?
So Umbra says, okay, so can you not damage control the situation as Key, Nekos, and Tippy did? Yes, you are aware of what they did was wrong, but I do not believe for a second that they've learned that from that courthouse call, if they're continuing to go around spreading lies, talking shit, and trying to get the video taken down. Oh, and also, disproportionately large consequences. Are you fucking kidding me? You responded with, where's the lie on that one? They're already out of the public eye with everyone hating their guts, and rightfully so, but also at the detriment of having their safety risk with some peeps wanting to go after them after the video was up. You can say whatever you want about me. I'm just looking at things practically here. Umbris continues by saying they put their safety at risk by talking shit and rightfully getting hits. They are actively making a situation worse by continuing to talk shit behind people's back, which is precisely what Lio told Key not to do. When it comes to glass houses, Tippy and Key should really take the pot and the kettle on a double date. There's too much to focus on poor little Tippy and Key being put in danger when Tippy was the one who actively withheld information about Vigil for two minors, and thus put minors like myself at risk. If I may ask, what did Key and Tippy say in detail about me? I'd love to know. Also, I'd love to know the proportional consequences you'd like to be taken, because to me these guys are getting ramifications that they very much deserve. You answered that with I'll answer your question if you can answer one I have. I figured that would be fair to propose since we both seek some clarity here. By the way, love that deflection. Umbris says,
What? Dude, you're so fucking malicious.
Love that deflection, queen. Pop off, slay.
Like, fuck off, Doodletones.
you know what, sure thing. Then you say, what do you want to achieve out of this? You know they've already been vilified, and about everyone we happen to know is heartbroken, and the likeliness of either of them being back on anyone's good graces is less than slim, and you're already in a nice spot where you don't see them again, and that works to your benefit since you don't ever want to see them again anyways. So what's the end goal here with your exact intentions? This is the impression I'm getting, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you just want them to not exist, period. Like the fact that they're already out of the picture and nowhere near you is enough. They need to be eradicated without a trace. Can you enlighten me on anything here? Also, love those insinuations, love those assumptions. We love to keep it classy here.
Dude, just fucking insane assumptions. Yeah, like, realistically, what more do you expect from them? They've already been left, okay, they've already been ostracized from the community. All their credibility is taken out. They've already been vilified, and they've already been held in a confrontation call, where one of them literally cried and begged for forgiveness. Alright, like, what realistically more do you want? What realistically more is there to do? Genuinely. Everything that could have happened that basically just happened. The only other things would be like swatting and doxing, which is fucking ludicrous. Or, if I try to be more fair, is maybe them to be ran off the internet completely and permanently. But would that mean that you guys don't believe that people could change for the better? Like, that's not what you guys preach. See, it's very interesting. It's very interesting here. They pretty much already taken all the basics that could have happened to them. But like, I don't know, you guys are just demanding more. I don't even think you guys know what you want. Realistically, I don't even think you guys know what you want. It's fucking crazy. I think we need to get Zephy and Umbris and let them know that these were entitled Karens that got onto your bullshit. You don't need to apologize to each other. Real. Yeah. See, like, this is not even, like, a them issue. Like, this literally has, like, Nezzy Monster, Yoon, and Doodletones are just wedging themselves into this. Like, this has nothing to do with them. They wedged themselves into some, like, spurgy, like, private DM combo that was, like, unironically just really simple, and, like, they already came to their own conclusion, right? But this is such a spurgy thing to worry about. Like, overall, this literally has nothing to do with anything. This is just a, like, you want to talk about deflection, Doodletones. This is a good way to deflect the attention off of you, I'll give you that. Good props. Good way to deflect the attention off of you that you were also cool with, like, Vigil being friends with V Omega, and, like, really good way to, like, hide, you know, what happened in the Cloud Palace. And it doesn't, I'm not surprised that, you know, June's also here, because they done fucked up things in the Cloud Palace too, so they would definitely love to get the attention off that back. And Nezzy, I don't know. I don't really know if they did much in the Cloud Palace, but, you know, interesting. It's really interesting that you guys have really orchestrated, right? Something that was very planned here. Really planned. The first call was flawlessly executed, and sadly, this is about to be flawlessly executed too. Because now you're shifting the blame onto some random person that just happens to be a tippy defender. And now we're going down to a new thing, right? This person, I thought we couldn't get any worse. This is not by guilt by association anymore. We have entered the stage of guilt by association, by association, by association. This is very interesting. The tree continues to grow with its branches. But no, Doodletones definitely is doing this as a way of deflection, and it's very suspicious that they went to Lio Convoy to platform this so it can get even more views, which it currently has over 100,000 views. Honestly, the only thing that's, like, really sad here is how well that this was executed to get the attention off the Cloud Palace for so long. And you know what? It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Hold on, let me see something too. It worked for a year. Well, almost 2 years. It almost worked for 2 years. I gotta give props. That's impressive. But, God, it just, fuck me, man.
I love the very smart-ass attitude that you seem to present in these. So I want to ask you...
Can we pause real quick? Because now I have to know, because in my mind it's been brought up more than once. Who's going after Key and Tippy? How are their lives in danger? Who said that they're going to go after? They're going to find their docs. They're going to find out where they live. They're going to go hunt them down. They're going to cause them bodily harm. They're going to ruin their lives outside of the internet. Who said they were going to do that? I want receipts. Give me them. I want to see. I want to see for myself.
We want names.
Because if they're doing that, that is disproportionate, and they should be handled. I just think it's funny that.
Hold on, like, if it weren't for Zephy and Key being outed as groomers later, I would be outraged in telling these people to apologize to them. You see, I have no context of those cases, but I'm gonna be really clear. I don't think they even know that. It's very because I'm gonna be so real. If they knew that they were groomers, they'd be actually using as a point. They would love that point to use. So they don't even know that. They don't even know that yet. They would still be in the wrong. 100% criticizable for what they're doing. Happening to get lucky is not a way to save your wrong points and like stupid points. Fucking hell.
We're not being shown this. We're being told this.
But yeah, no, I get you, Rid.
Or you got told by Tippy and Key.
Yeah, you're right there. I was told.
Did they show you?
There's the shoe.
Did they show you anything, or did they tell you?
They didn't show anything.
I wonder why. Also, vilified, as in people made them out to be the villain and aren't justified in their anger, or they have a slim chance of getting in anyone's good graces as if they deserve that. You're in a nice spot where you don't see them again, as if they're not currently talking about us right now. How do you know that they don't have plans to go after Umbris? Especially considering they didn't care about her safety to begin with.
Because he talks to them? They're his friends? Are we retarded, chat? Like, yeah, that's how he would know. And yeah, they are in a good spot because they've been ostracized. What realistically can they do to go after this person? Realistically. Like, there's really just nothing they could do.
So you just took this at face value. Went after somebody to get them to be quiet. I want you to sit there and really think about that for like a minute.
I want Nezzy and Doodletones to really sit there and think about all the children they let get groomed into the fucking FCK and did nothing about it.
An 18-year-old, a freshly 18-year-old, an 18-year-old that was a victim of a serial abuser, an 18-year-old who, over the course of, let's say,
you
3
suck.
days, at least for this specific thing, had been told by multiple people to hold in serious information.
Oh, but what about
away
Tippy?
from people she trusts and cares about?
But what about Tippy? What about her feelings, huh?
This was
Someone
all
who's 26.
Yeah, what about Toasty's feelings, Nezzy? You know, when you were like sweeping and being friends with them despite knowing everything they did, what about their feelings, huh? Yeah. Fuck you.
And you contributed to it because you were told something without evidence. You do know that you could look at Susie's comment section, right?
Ian, you're a slanderer.
You could see for yourself.
Shut the
You
fuck
could ask
up.
anybody. Susie, are you in contact with Zephy in any way?
I don't believe so. Maybe?
Is there anyone that? Oh, well, how did Zephy get here?
Sarah.
Through Sarah.
Yeah,
So you couldn't have asked. So you couldn't have asked Sarah does? Sarah does is in the Cloud Palace. You couldn't have asked Umbris. You brought it up with her. You don't think that we're not monitoring that comment section? We're not watching what everyone's saying?
All of us have Twitter. I have an email. I have a business email. All of us have Twitter. You had no means of contact with any of us to see what was going on?
You just blindly trusted them? So if I were to tell you, what if I said, oh, I don't know. Let me just come up with something.
Considering that Doodletones, Nezzy, and Yoon all have history of slandering creators, I don't think that you should use yourselves as a point of trust. Fucking hell.
Tippy said she's gonna kill my cat. And I just said that. I feel my cat's in danger because Tippy said she's gonna kill my cat. You're just gonna blame me blindly?
See, it's like if it was just set out the open, you know, person's gonna kill my cat. It's like I just think that would be pretty far fetched because like how would you even be able to reach them?
How is that not as equally as far-fetched as these two people in Discord that was from a very extremely, incredibly niche internet community are fearful for their lives because their actions have been set out in the open. I'm pretty sure that nobody even knows Tippy doesn't live close near any of us.
Okay.
Also, you tend to have a very common thing that I've seen talking to you right now. Tippy has a tendency to downplay what she did repeatedly by not being completely honest. He has the tendency to go behind all of our backs and talk shit instead of
Keep in mind, right, this has been all started because like a few DMs, bro. Fuck my life.
saying it to our faces, saying the most vile things, calling us dishonest and that we should kill ourselves. You never answer a question directly. And I'm
They
getting
have.
real tired of it.
When have they not?
So when we move on from this, you are going to answer directly. I don't want any of this, well, hypothetically, if this goes down, or context of something that is not related at all. I want you to answer me
What?
directly.
That's what you
Do
guys
you understand
do,
me?
too. Fuck off.
And if we catch you doing it again, because all of us are very aware of manipulative tactics from our
Oh! Interesting. All of you are aware of manipulative tactics. Self-report? That's interesting. Try not to clip chip. I'll try to listen to that again.
And if we catch you doing it again, because all of us are very aware of manipulative tactics from our own personal experience of dealing with people just like you.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Is that where you learned them? Very, very interesting, Nezzy. Very interesting.
We can recognize it. We can recognize patterns. We can recognize certain things about an individual while speaking to them because that's partially our job. And I want you to understand that I too have fucked up before. And I have believed someone with very little evidence. And you want to know what I did?
What did you do?
I wrote out an apology twice because I also got something wrong in my first apology. I wrote out an apology trying the best that I could with my memory. I tend to have a bad memory because of my mental health issues. That's not an excuse, it's an explanation. And I shared that on every single platform. I had an apology sent to the individual in question because I didn't want to contact them. They were, I believe, friends with a doctor at the time. And I had a conversation
Oh my god, fuck off.
with one of the people involved. I didn't hide anything. I didn't talk to them and say, well, you should...
You literally hid so much. You literally hid so fucking much, dude. Fuck off.
You should take this. I did tell a friend if they could take it down, which I do regret. They didn't take it down. I didn't bother them again. I understand being scared. I understand being panicked. But I need you to realize that this is a repeated pattern that Tippy is not being honest with you on. In that she sends out you, her little cocaine mule, to go around and spread her little messages around because she doesn't want to face consequences. And I know she doesn't want to face consequences because she is actively hiding from everyone involved. No apology to Umbris, no apology to Ellie, no apology to Susie, no apology from Key. No one. They're hiding. Going on this dramatic fashion of, oh, this is now the Tippy archive, and going to a different account where this is Key's alt with an edgy as fuck profile picture. Oh, I'm going to only, fill this chat with my friends so that they know, I know that they care about me. I'm going to try to find something real quick. Give me 1 second. You guys can keep talking.
Well, Nezzy tries to find it. I'm gonna go back to the whole life is threatened kind of thing. Because genuinely, silliest thing I ever heard. The shenanigans is off the charts.
Bro.
I want to know how exactly is telling Umbris to not make a Twitter thread, voicing her thoughts. How is that stopping these people from harming them? How is this the direct solution?
It isn't.
What? Yeah. Why wasn't your first thought to be like, who are these people? And then so you could put those people on blast. Because threatening their lives, yeah, that is pretty disproportionate. And if you wanted to keep your friends safe, Umbris shouldn't have been the one you were focused on. It should have been the people threatening your friend's life.
Okay.
I found it, by the way.
I can give him that one. That is fair. If there are the people threatening the life, yeah, that would have made more sense to go after them than like asking Umbris not to cover it to make it worse. I get his mentality of why he did it, but I do agree with you in that it would have made more sense to deal with those people directly. That is a fair point. First fair point out of a fucking hour. But God.
And
hey, so you're gonna call it a night after this call? Dog, I am just gonna try to make a dent. This call is like, this video is like 6 hours, bro. Alright? I got through an hour so far. And honestly, I'm nearing, very, very close to nearing my like end point right now. And picking up the rest of this video on another stream. Oh, dude. It's so long. Glad I made such a dent, but fuck me, man. Cloak and Dagger's a lot. Dude. Fucking hell. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD later if I remember to. I'm heading to bed. Nah, fair enough, man. Fair enough. My head's numbing. My head is numbing. It's so over. I'm kind of tempted just to call it now, to be honest with you. Really, really tempted to call it now. But, yeah. I'll give it a little bit longer. And then I'll, like, raid someone.
Zeffy, I know that I yelled at you for a good 5 minutes. But I want you to understand. I know this sounds pretentious, but I'm having a bachelor's in psychology. I'm trying my very best to understand your perspective. I think it's really great to be empathetic, even towards people that you're having a really hard time with, to understand.
You took psychology and still let a bunch of kids get groomed? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Their perspective. I am trying my best to understand what the hell you messaged Umbris, as angry as I am. And I can understand that maybe you were worried for Tippy, but you were brought in here for a reason. And this is to learn a lesson. I've learned this lesson the hard way. A lot of us have learned this lesson the hard way. Don't go gallivanting around with your armor when you have nothing to fight for. I'm going to read you a message from Tippy. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Now, this was sent to Ellie. Yo, so I'm not going to come back to this account. I will make it an archive primarily for Zeffy, and I do plan to make an apology, which will be sent soon. With that said, I do want to say this. In spite of everything, including the last call we had, I want to apologize to you, mainly because out of everyone, you've been the one of You've been the one of the more critical towards me. And in spite of wishing things would have been different, you had every right to be mad at me. You didn't deserve me lashing out at you and everything that happened through the entire thing. Additionally, I want to say that I do not support anything that Key said on my server, even though she hit it. I chewed him out. I don't believe that. I called him out on it. Don't believe that. And I'm disappointed in him. And I gave permission to Livy to at least be able to talk about this to Susie so you can know about this. I'm genuinely sorry for this. Also, that didn't happen either. I'm genuinely sorry. If I remember correctly, Susie gave permission to Livy and then she didn't do it.
Gave permission to do what?
She says, and I gave permission.
The call has like 31 minutes left, actually. If it was just 15, I would have thugged it out. I don't know. I'm getting very close, dude. And I've been streaming for 4 hours.
To Livy to at least be able to talk about this to Susie so you can know about this. Did that actually happen? Because we found out about it through Umbris.
Oh, maybe. If that is how it went down, then I don't know. I just know that I wound up with those DMs in mine, so.
I'm genuinely sorry for this as someone who has went through suicidal ideation a few days ago. It is unacceptable, and yet they're still friends. It isn't fair to you nor anyone, including me, making it about herself. I will be taking steps on my own accord in regards to improving myself and getting self-betterment, and while I don't expect for forgiveness, I'm going to continue to move and strive in spite of everything that just happened. Despite that, she's trying to actively hide everything that was done. Additionally, I want to say that I do not support anything that Key said on my server. Oh, what the fuck? I'm in the wrong spot. Hold on. Oh god, this is such a bad screenshot. I'm sorry, Ellie.
You're good.
I will be taking steps and I'm going to continue to move and strive in spite of everything that happened and will practice on in order to never do something like this again. And yet she's doing it again. Made a whole server so that people could be the lovely voices in her little chamber, echoing everything and reassuring her that she didn't do anything wrong. From what I've seen.
What you seeing?
Of Umbris's lovely screenshots. No, not Umbris, Sarah's.
Yeah, buddy? Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a few more
She didn't
seconds.
learn anything, Zeffy. And she used you as a means of sending a message so that she can further hide. You can't fix a situation this way. You can't take accountability when no one's allowed to speak.
Interesting. That is actually a really interesting line to land it on. You can't you can't take accountability when nobody's allowed to speak. Yeah? Yeah, buddy? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm gonna mark that as 105.22 out of 6:29.11. So we have gone through the emotions. Okay, we have gone through amazing stuff. Fuck me, man. It's over. I'm about to lose it. God. All right. Yeah. Where are we at? Yeah, 105. Yeah, I'm just marking it in my notes so I don't forget it, just in case it doesn't save it for some odd reason. But yeah. God. Evil stuff. God. Anyways. We are going to send you guys, alright, in a chat. A beautiful chat. Where you can be viewers, alright? We can be bees. Did I ever monetize this stream? If not, that's gonna be funny. It's gonna be really funny. If I just streamed for 4 hours and I didn't even monetize it. Yeah, I think I didn't. That's funny. Charity work, I guess. Whatever. Donuts were decent. Who cares? Yeah, I didn't monetize it. Yeah. I'll try to turn it on now. Ah, thank you guys. Okay, let me go in the editing. Evil stuff. Go to customization. Go to redirect. Okay. And who's live? Yeah, we'll send you guys to OpBlock. I like OpBlock. Alright. Anyways. You guys have a great night. And yeah. I'm gonna end stream now. Alright. Take care. See y'all.